Introduction by Rachel Maddow. The call appeared urgent, in that it was coming at close to midnight, Tel Aviv time, August 5th, 2020, coming from somebody in senior management at the NSO Group. Cherie Blair, former First Lady of the United Kingdom, longtime barrister, noted advocate for women entrepreneurs in Africa, South Asia, and the Middle East, prominent voice for human rights worldwide, was obliged to pick up the phone. Mrs. Blair had recently signed on as a paid consultant to the Israeli firm NSO to help incorporate human rights considerations into NSO activities, including interactions with customers and deployment of NSO products. This was a delicate high-wire act, ethically speaking, because NSO's signature product, cyber surveillance software called Pegasus, was a remarkable and remarkably unregulated tool. Extraordinarily lucrative to the company. NSO grossed around $250 million that year, and dangerously seductive to its clients. Successfully deployed, Pegasus essentially owns a mobile phone. It can break down defenses built into a cell phone, including encryption, and gain something close to free reign on the device, without ever tipping off the owner to its presence. That includes all text and voice communications to and from the phone, location data, photos, videos, notes, browsing history, even turning on the camera and the microphone of the device while the user has no idea it's happening. Complete remote personal surveillance at the push of a button. NSO insists its software and support services are licensed to sovereign states only, to be used for law enforcement and intelligence purposes. They insist that's true. Because, my God, imagine if it worked. The cyber surveillance system the company created and continually updates and upgrades for its 60-plus clients in more than 40 different countries has made the world a much safer place, says NSO. Tens of thousands of lives have been saved, they say, because terrorists, criminals, and pedophiles is a big company talking point the last few years, they can all be spied on and stopped before they act. The numbers are impossible to verify, but the way NSO describes it, the upsides of Pegasus, used within legal and ethical boundaries, are pretty much inarguable. I mean, who doesn't want to stop pedophiles or terrorists? Who could be against it? The message Cherie Blair got from that call that warm summer evening in August 2020 was, "Mission Control, we have a problem." Blair would explain in a London court proceeding some months later, it had come to the attention of NSO that their software may have been misused to monitor the mobile phone of Baroness Shackleton and her client, Her Royal Highness Princess Haya. The NSO senior manager told me that NSO were very concerned about this. NSO's concern appeared to be twofold, according to the evidence elicited in that London court. The first was a question of profile. Pegasus had been deployed against a woman who was a member of two powerful Middle Eastern royal families, as well as her very well-connected British attorney, Baroness Fiona Shackleton. Shackleton was not only a renowned divorce lawyer to the rich and famous, including Paul McCartney, Madonna, Prince Andrew, Prince Charles. She was also herself a member of the House of Lords. Even more problematic for NSO, it was an outside cybersecurity researcher who discovered the attacks on the Baroness and the Princess. If he had figured out this one piece of how Pegasus was being used, what else had he figured out? And how much of this was about to become public knowledge? Cherie Blair explained in testimony that the caller from NSO asked her to contact Baroness Shackleton urgently so that she could notify Princess Haya. She said, "The NSO senior manager told me that they had taken steps to ensure that the phones could not be accessed again." The details of the late-night call to Cherie Blair and the spying on the princess and her lawyer, those details didn't really shake out into public view until more than a year later, and only then because they were part of the child custody proceedings between Princess Haya and her husband. Her husband was Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates and also the Emir of Dubai. The finding by the president of the High Court of Justice Family Division, which was released to the public in October 2021, held that the mobile phones of the princess, her lawyer, the Baroness, and 4 other people in their intimate circle were attacked with cyber surveillance software, and that the software used was NSO's Pegasus. The judge determined it was more than probable that the surveillance was carried out by servants or agents of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the princess's husband, the Emirate of Dubai, or the UAE. The surveillance, according to the judge, occurred with the Sheikh's express or implied authority. The story of the princess, the Baroness, and Pegasus might have faded into gossip columns and then into oblivion after a few weeks. A rich and powerful man used a pricey bit of software to spy on his wife and her divorce lawyer. Well, if you marry a sheik and then cross him, you damn well might expect things to get weird. NSO also did a fairly nice job of cleanup on Isle's spyware. The court finding pretty much accepted the word of NSO that it had terminated the UAE's ability to use its Pegasus system altogether, at a cost to the company, the judge noted, measured in tens of millions of dollars. And maybe they did do that. But who can say? A funny thing happened on the way to that divorce court gossip column item. Because right around the time Cherie Blair got that call from Israel, one very brave source offered 2 journalists from Paris and 2 cybersecurity researchers from Berlin access to a remarkable piece of leaked data. The list included the phone numbers of not 1 or 2 or 10 Emirati soon-to-be divorcees, or even 20 or 50 suspected pedophiles or drug traffickers. The list was 50,000 mobile phone numbers, all selected for possible Pegasus targeting by clients of that firm in Israel, NSO. 50,000. What exactly to make of that initial leaked list, that crucial first peek into the abyss, is a question that took nearly a year to answer, with a lot of risk and a lot of serious legwork to get there. The answer to that question matters, because either this is a scandal we understand and get a hold of and come up with solutions for, or this is the future for all of us with no holds barred. This book is the behind-the-scenes story of the Pegasus project, the investigation into the meaning of the leaked data, as told by Laurent Richard and Sandrine Rigaud of Forbidden Stories, the 2 journalists who got access to the list of 50,000 phones. With the list in hand, they gathered and coordinated an international collaboration of more than 80 investigative journalists from 17 media organizations across 4 continents, 11 time zones, and about 8 separate languages. An editor from The Guardian, one of the partners in the Pegasus project, says they held this thing together miraculously. We've got maybe 600 journalists. The Washington Post is maybe twice the size. And to think that a small nonprofit in Paris, with just a handful of people working for it, managed to convene a global alliance of media organizations and take on not just one of the most powerful cyber surveillance companies in the world, but some of the most repressive and authoritarian governments in the world. That is impressive. In the daily back and forth of American news and politics, which is my wheelhouse, it's rare indeed to come across a news story that's both a thriller and of real catastrophic importance. Regular civilians being targeted with military-grade surveillance weapons, against their will, against their knowledge, and with no recourse. That's a dystopian future we really are careening toward if we don't understand this threat and move to stop it. The Pegasus Project saga not only shows us how to stop it, it's an edge-of-your-seat procedural about the heroes who found this dragon and then set out to slay it. I have never covered a story quite like this, but Laurent and Sandrine sure have, and it is freaking compelling stuff. The engine of the narrative you're about to read is the risky investigation itself, from the minute these guys first got access to that leaked list in the last half of 2020 to publication in July 2021. But herein also is the story of the company, NSO, its Israeli government benefactors, and its client states, which takes the reader from Tel Aviv to Mexico City to Milan, Istanbul, Baku, Riyadh, Rabat, and beyond. The company's 10-year rise from its unlikely inception to its early fights with competitors to its golden era of reach and profitability reveals the full history of the development, the weaponization, and the mindless spread of a dangerous and insidious technology. One young Israeli cybersecurity expert says, if you're selling weapons, you better make sure you're selling those to someone who's accountable for their actions. If you're giving a police officer a gun, and if that police officer starts shooting innocent people, you're not to be blamed. But if you're giving a chimpanzee a gun, and the chimpanzee shoots someone, you can't blame the chimpanzee, right? You will be to blame. Turns out this story has armed chimpanzees up the wazoo, and a lot of innocent people shot at by proverbial police, too. Here also is the story of the other individuals besides Laurent and Sandrine, who were entrusted with full access to the leaked data. Claudio Guarnieri and Danka O'Carroll, two young, incorrigible, irrepressible cybersecurity specialists at Amnesty International's Security Lab. These two men, one barely in his 30s, the other still in his 20s, they shouldered incredible weight throughout the Pegasus project against the most aggressive and accomplished cyber intrusion specialists in the world. Claudio and Danka were charged with designing and enforcing the security protocols that kept the investigation under wraps for almost a full year and kept the source that provided them the list out of harm's way for good. More than that, it was up to Claudio and Danka to find the evidence of NSO's spyware on phones that were on the list leaked to them by that brave source. The insidious power of a Pegasus infection was that it was completely invisible to the victim. You'd have no way to know the baddies were reading your texts and emails and listening in on your calls and even your in-person meetings until they used their ability to track your exact location to send the men with guns to meet you. For the Pegasus project to succeed in exposing the scale of the scandal, the journalists knew they would need to be able to diagnose an infection or an attempted infection on an individual phone. Claudio and Danka figured out how to do it. Working quite literally alone, these two took on a multi-billion-dollar corporation that employed 550 well-paid cyber specialists, many with the highest levels of military cyber warfare training. To best that Goliath, these two Davids had to fashion their own slingshot. They had to invent the methods and tools of their forensics on the fly. That they succeeded in that is as improbable as it is important for all of our sakes. Here also is the story of the victims of Pegasus. Among them are those who hold enough power that you might expect they'd be protected from this kind of totalist intrusion. Heads of state, high-ranking royals, senior politicians, law enforcement figures. And then there's the people whom governments the world over have always liked to put in the crosshairs. Opposition figures, dissidents, human rights activists, academics. Laurent and Sandrine rack-focus type on the group most represented in the leaked data, of course, and that's journalists. For me, the most unforgettable characters in this story are Khadija Ismailova from Azerbaijan and Omar Radi of Morocco. Their uncommon courage proves both admirable and costly. Their stories lay bare the awful personal consequences of challenging governments in an age of unregulated cyber surveillance, and also the need for more people like them. As anti-democratic and authoritarian winds gather force all over the world, it's increasingly clear that the rule of law is only so powerful against forces hell-bent on eliminating the rule of law. If we've learned anything over the last 5 years, it's this. There will be no prosecutor on a white horse, no flawless court proceedings where a St. Peter in black robes opens or closes the pearly gates based on true and perfect knowledge of the sins of those in the dock. Sometimes, sure, the law is able to help. But more often, the threat evades, outmaneuvers, or just runs ahead of the law in a way that leaves us needing a different kind of protection. Again and again, it falls to journalists to lay out the facts of corruption, venality, nepotism, lawlessness, and brutality practiced by the powerful. The dangers of doing this kind of work are real and growing. For all the prime ministers and royal soon-to-be ex-wives and other high-profile targets that NSO clients hit, it's no surprise that Pegasus has been turned full blast on reporters and editors in order to harass, intimidate, and silence. If this anti-democratic authoritarian nightmare cannot be safely reported upon, it won't be understood. And if it isn't understood, there's no chance that it will be stopped. Where's your phone right now? That little device in your pocket likely operates as your personal calendar, your map and atlas, your post office, your telephone, your scratch pad, your camera, basically as your trusted confidant. Matthew Noah Smith, a professor of moral and political philosophy, wrote in 2016 that a mobile phone is an extension of the mind. There's simply no principled distinction between the processes occurring in the meaty glob in your cranium and the processes occurring in the little silicon, metal, and glass block that is your iPhone. The solid-state drive storing photos in the phone are your memories, in the same way that certain groups of neurons storing images in your brain are memories. Our minds extend beyond our heads and into our phones. Professor Smith was making the case back then for a zone of privacy that extended to our mobile phone. If the state has no right to access the thoughts in our head, why should it have the right to access the pieces of our thoughts that we keep in our mobile phone? We tell our cell phones almost anything these days, even things we aren't cognizant of telling it. We use it as the conduit to offer the most intimate glimpses of ourselves. See, sexting. If you believe your privacy is being secured by encryption, please read this book and consider the 50,000 people on that horror show list who, unbeknownst to them, were targeted to unwillingly share every single thing that passed through their phones with people who only had to pay for the privilege. That list of 50,000 was just our first keyhole view of this crime scene. If they could do it for 50,000, doesn't that mean they could do it for 500,000? 5 million? 50 million? Where's the limit? And who's going to draw that line? Who is going to deliver us from this worldwide Orwellian nightmare? Because it turns out you don't have to be married to the emir of anything to find your every thought, every footstep, every word recorded and tracked from afar. Turns out you just need to have a phone and a powerful enemy somewhere. Who among us is exempt from those conditions? Where did you say your phone is right now? Chapter 1. The List. Laurent. Sandrine and I had been drawn to Berlin by the kind of opportunity you get maybe once in a lifetime in journalism. A shot to break a story that could have serious implications around the world. It felt kind of fitting that our taxi from the airport to the city center skirted within a few kilometers of the Stasi Museum, a complex that once housed the apparatus of the East German secret police, the sword and shield of the state. This investigation, if we decided to undertake it, would have to contend with swords and shields wielded by a dozen or more very defensive state actors and by a billion-dollar private technology corporation operating under the protection of its very own powerful national government. The taxi ride was the last leg of a trip that seemed to portend a rise of obstacles. The limitations put in place during the latest wave of COVID-19 had laid waste to familiar routines. The simple 2-hour trip from Paris to Berlin had taken triple that, and included a connection to the food desert of an airport in Frankfurt, and the indignity of German soldiers shoving cotton swabs up our nasal cavities before we were allowed to exit the airport in Berlin. By the time Sandrine and I stumbled into our sleekly modern and well-lighted little rented flat above Danziger Strasse, we were both so knackered that dark-of-the-night questions were already preying on us. Was this really the best time to dive into another difficult and all-consuming investigation? Our 9-person team at Forbidden Stories was deep into its 3rd major project in just 3 years, The current investigation, the cartel project, was already shaping up as the most dangerous we had done to date. And we still had a lot of work to do to be ready for publication. We were developing leads on the most murderous drug gangs in Veracruz and Sinaloa and Guerrero, on the chemicals needed to produce the supercharged opioid fentanyl, which were being trafficked into the country from Asia, and on the lucrative gun trade filling the cartel's private armories, as well as the bank accounts of gun manufacturers and private gun runners in Europe, Israel, and the United States. We were essentially picking up reporting threads left unfinished by a handful of brave Mexican journalists who had been killed, most likely by assassins from the local drug cartels whose violent and criminal activities the reporters had been investigating. Outside of active war zones, Mexico was, and remains to this day, the most dangerous place in the world to be a journalist committed to telling the truth about bad guys. More than 120 journalists and media staffers had been killed in Mexico in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. Another score or so had simply disappeared, without a trace. This meant the cartel project tied seamlessly to the mission of Forbidden Stories. We aim to put bad actors and repugnant governments on notice that killing the messenger will not kill the message, which means collaboration is an indispensable tool. There is strength and safety in numbers. The more journalists who are working the story, the more certain it is to see print. We had begun inviting into the cartel project reporters from our trusted media partners including Le Monde in Paris, The Guardian in London, and Die Zeit and Süddeutsche Zeitung in Germany. The team would eventually grow to more than 60 reporters from 25 different media outlets in 18 countries. But the beating heart of the project, already, was Jorge Carrasco, who was the director of the most intrepid investigative publication in Mexico, the weekly magazine Proceso. A stubborn and celebrated reporter himself, Jorge was also a colleague and an exact contemporary of the woman who was emerging as a figure at the center of our investigation, Regina Martinez. Carrasco was still a reporter at Proceso in April 2012 when the news reached him that his co-worker had been beaten and strangled to death in her home. Regina had been a journalist for nearly a quarter-century by then, and had spent much of the previous 4 years dogging the powerful and dangerous drug cartel that had essentially taken over Veracruz. Cash was flowing into the region, along with waves of violence that convulsed the state's teeming port city and spread into the surrounding area. A large portion of Martinez's final reporting was in uncovering the destabilizing relationships growing up between local politicians, local law enforcement, and local drug lords. She hadn't really gone looking for the story, but if you were a sentient being in Veracruz in those years, it was hard to miss. And once she was on it, Regina had a hard time backing off even after she knew she was on perilous ground. She had confided to her closest friends, just a few months before her death, that she might have gone too far, and she feared for her safety. She was worried enough to stop using a byline on the most incendiary of her stories, but she refused to quit reporting. A few weeks before she was found strangled to death, Regina had published a damning report detailing the personal assets amassed by 2 public officials who had allied themselves with the Los Zetas cartel in Veracruz. 3,000 copies of that issue of Proceso were removed from the kiosk shelves before they ever made it into the hands of local readers. At the time of her murder, she was in the middle of investigating the story of the thousands of people who had mysteriously disappeared from Veracruz in the previous few months. Her death marked a before and after for the profession, one of Martinez's friends and colleagues would tell us. She was a part of a major national magazine. They thought she was protected. Jorge had already traveled to our offices in Paris to brief the Forbidden Stories team and our early partners on the state of investigative reporting in Mexico and the outlines of the Regina Martinez story. The 56-year-old journalist spoke with a soft, measured cadence befitting a classics scholar. But his message to us was sharp and compelling. Regina's murder was a point of no return, Jorge had explained. A very clear message that the cartels could continue to kill journalists and nothing happens. The police and prosecutors in Veracruz, Jorge told us, basically punted Regina's case in 2012, pinning her murder on a low-rent criminal who quickly recanted his confession, which the suspect claimed he made only after hours of physical torture by local police. For most of the 8 years since, Jorge had been determined to get to the bottom of Regina's killing. He had taken to heart the admonition of Julio Scherer Garcia, the founding editor of Proceso and the godfather of investigative journalism in Mexico. The world has hardened, and I think journalism will have to harden, Scherer said not long before he died in 2015. If the rivers turn red and the valleys fill with corpses, journalism will have to tell that story with images and words. Heavy tasks await us. Jorge Carrasco worked the story for years in spite of threats and intimidation, and even after the murder of a second Proceso contributor, who also demanded answers from the government about Martinez, but with little success. By January 2020, when Sandrine and I first visited the Mexico City offices of Proceso, offices with a security protocol you might expect at a bunkered police station, with a guard at the front gate and bars on every window, Jorge's ardor had cooled. He admitted to us that they had discussed it in the newsroom, as a staff, and had decided chasing the truth about Regina Martinez's murder was too dangerous. If they kept it up, others were likely to die at the hands of the local drug lords. Once he learned an international consortium of journalists was willing to take up the story, though, Jorge seemed re-energized. He had dispatched his chief archivist to dig up all of Regina's stories from Proceso in the years before her death, and he asked us to loop another of his reporters into the top-secret signal group used by key members of the cartel project. But the last Sandrine had heard from Jorge on the Signal app, long before our trip to Berlin, he had sounded a little shaky, lamenting the ongoing damage done by COVID-19 to his magazine's already slim and always wobbly profit margin. "I'm okay but worried," he wrote. "Sales of Proceso are really falling." I was keyed up when the buzzer to our East Berlin flat rang the next morning. We hadn't yet mastered the electronic entry system to our short-term rental, so I raced down the stairs and opened the front door for our two guests. The first I saw was a pale, wraith-like 30-something man with wire-rimmed glasses and a ski cap pulled tight atop his skull. He looked like the kind of guy who spent a lot of time indoors at a computer screen. I welcomed him with a cheery hello and stuck my hand out in greeting. Claudio Guarnieri, senior technologist at Amnesty International's security lab, didn't offer any pleasantries in response, didn't shake my hand, didn't even really pause long enough to make eye contact. He simply bade me to direct him and the skinny young fellow with him up the stairs and into our flat, where we could get down to business at the dining room table. But there would be no business, Claudio explained, until we all powered down our phones and our laptops, put them in the next room, and closed the door on them. The cloak and dagger aspect of these instructions was not entirely unexpected given the reason for this meeting, but I was surprised by Claudio's brusque tone. He was polite enough, but not long on social niceties. In fact, he didn't seem to be much concerned whether we liked him or not. This was an éloge de circonstance, after all, and compatibility mattered a lot less than viability. We hastily stowed our electronic devices in the next room, but not before I took note of the sticker on Claudio's own laptop, a quote from the Mexican political dissident, Subcomandante Marcos. "We are sorry for the inconvenience, but this is revolution." Back at the table, Claudio waved away any attempt at small talk and turned immediately to the reason we were all there. We had been chosen, Forbidden Stories and Amnesty International's security lab, as the only two groups with access to a document we had taken to calling the list. Sandrine and I had each been given to understand that the data might help us uncover the existence of a system of truly insidious surveillance made possible by a private for-profit corporation that touched thousands of unsuspecting individuals on almost every continent. They were a long way from proving that, we all knew, at our table in Berlin that morning. The data in this list was a bit of a cipher, a scroll of tens of thousands of phone numbers from all over the world, as well as some timestamps. Only a handful of those numbers had been matched to actual names or identities. What we did know was that each number represented a person whose cell phone had been selected for potential infection with the most potent cyber surveillance weapon on the market, a malware called Pegasus, which had been developed, marketed, and supplied to law enforcement and national security agencies in more than 40 countries around the world by the alpha dog and the burgeoning industry, the Israeli tech company, NSO. Pegasus was coveted by national security specialists around the globe because it was regarded as state-of-the-art spyware. If a country wanted to catch the bad guys in criminal or terrorist acts, or to prevent those acts before they happened, Pegasus was a godsend. Each successful infection allowed its operator, or end user, to essentially take over a cell phone. Law enforcement or national security agencies would have access to every jot and tittle on that phone, before any outgoing communication was encrypted and after any incoming communication was decrypted. The operators of Pegasus could track that cell phone's geolocation and exfiltrate email messages, text messages, data, photographs, and videos. Pegasus also allowed its users to gain control of the device's microphones and cameras. Those recording apps could be turned on remotely at will, at the pleasure and convenience of the end user. The dangerous hitch in the Pegasus system was that it had not been limited to spying on bad guys. By the time we sat down in Berlin with Claudio and his number 2, Danica O'Carroll, a few dozen cases of misuse had already been documented. Cybersecurity experts at the University of Toronto's Citizen Lab and at Claudio's Amnesty International Security Lab have found cases of Pegasus being used to target human rights defenders, lawyers, and journalists. The specialists in those forensic labs had not only elucidated many of the mechanics and capabilities of Pegasus, but had called out some of its most pernicious end users. WhatsApp had filed suit against NSO, claiming 1,400 of its users had been surreptitiously targeted by Pegasus in just one 2-week period. Amnesty International had a pending suit also. The public domain was filling with information gleaned from legal filings in courts from the United States to France to Israel to Canada. There had also been some really good journalism and a growing body of scholarship on the rise of the for-profit intrusion as a service industry in general, and NSO in particular. These multiple investigations taken together were starting to look like a more successful edition of the blind men and the elephant parable. The combination of cybersecurity experts, academics, journalists, and justice-seeking victims, working separately and in concert, had managed to sketch a pretty complete picture of the cyber surveillance elephant at work. The outlines alone made crystal clear the threats to human rights and privacy, and yet even the most dismaying headlines and the most granular forensic analyses had had little to no real impact. Outside of calls from Amnesty International and Citizen Lab and the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, there was virtually no public outcry and very little actual attention. No governing body of consequence was putting any fetters on the industry. NSO's profits and its client base were growing faster than ever, with customers across Europe, North America, the Middle East, and Africa. The few of us invested in these issues warned again and again how the commodification of surveillance was paving the way to systemic abuse, Claudio would later say, reflecting on a decade's worth of consistent effort and consistent frustration. Very few listened. Most were just indifferent. Every new report, every new case, felt so inconsequential that I started questioning whether insisting on them was serving anything other than our own egos. That's what made this league so enticing. Claudio never grew particularly animated our first day together in Berlin, or any other day thereafter. He was always careful not to betray any outward sense of excitement. But he clearly held hope that this leaked list might finally help him get the goods on NSO and allow us to draw the sort of public attention this unfolding crisis truly deserved. Claudio and Danica were slightly ahead of us in their understanding of the list itself, partly because of the technical skills they had developed over the last decade, and partly because the security lab had access to digital tools that Forbidden Stories lacked. Claudio set the agenda for much of that first day at the dining room table in Berlin, sitting on a sleek wooden bench, explaining the big picture of the story as he apprehended it at that moment. Timestamps and the data went back almost 5 years and extended right up to the past few weeks, Claudio explained, which meant the attacks were fresh and possibly even ongoing. We were likely to be investigating a crime in progress. He and Danica had already started the laborious process of identifying exactly who was attempting to spy on whom, and exactly when, and exactly where. The list of phone numbers was arranged in clusters, suggesting which of NSO's many client countries was targeting any specific individual. The government's selecting targets ranged from murderous dictatorships to would-be autocracies, to the largest democracy on the planet. The most active client state by far was Mexico, with more than 15,000 separate numbers selected for possible targeting. The list no doubt contained hundreds of cell phone numbers of authentic drug lords, terrorists, criminals, and national security threats. The sort of malefactors NSO spokespeople claimed Pegasus was designed to thwart. But what Claudio and Danica had already learned about the range of targets selected for attack was eye-popping. When the two had started the process of identifying some of the phone numbers on the list, Claudio explained to us, it turned out that many belonged to academics, human rights defenders, political dissidents, government officials, diplomats, businessmen, and high-ranking military officers. Claudio and Danica had already found hundreds of non-criminal, non-terrorist targets selected for possible Pegasus infection, and they had barely scratched the surface. The group with the largest number of targets on its collective back, well over 120 and counting, was journalists. If the data in this list led us to the hard evidence necessary for publication, we all understood we would not only be able to reconfirm the already known fact that cyber intrusion and cyber surveillance were being weaponized to stifle the free press and to undermine and intimidate political dissent. We would be able to reveal that it was being weaponized at a sweep and scale that astounds and horrifies. As Claudio, Danica, Sandrine, and I scrolled down through page after page after page of possibly compromised cell phone numbers, it occurred to me that we were not merely groping around to help define the outlines of a single rogue elephant. We were looking at a herd of hundreds, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of elephants thundering unimpeded across the plains, prodded by some of the most vicious political regimes on the planet, and headed right for cherished and necessary pillars of civil society. The large-scale, unchecked, systemic abuse of cyber surveillance weapons was a clear and present danger to the most basic human rights, including privacy, political dissent, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press. It was a threat to democracy itself, at a time when the world's most stable democracies were under relentless attack from without and from within. The first look at the list was slightly disorienting. The pull was magnetic, almost like a physical sensation. I reminded myself to take a deep breath occasionally as Claudio kept talking, noting, for instance, that it looked like Moroccan intelligence had targeted an extraordinary number of French cell phones. I had to tell myself not to let my imagination get too far ahead of me. Skepticism is crucial for any reporter. A stopgap to embarrassing mistakes, like being played by an unscrupulous source with an axe to grind, or letting excitement about a potentially big story outrun good sense and rigorous vetting. Vetting the data in this list would take months. Finding victims who were willing to allow us to analyze their phones for evidence of Pegasus targeting, and to keep quiet about it while we developed the story, would be a delicate operation. Claudio and Danica faced a more daunting task, even with potentially compromised phones in hand to analyze. NSO had designed Pegasus as more than a Trojan horse. It was engineered to be an invisible Trojan horse. Top-shelf cyber surveillance exploits aimed to leave behind no detectable traces, and NSO was believed to be the best in the business at covering its tracks. Gathering unassailable forensic evidence was going to be an uphill battle, and forensics was only half the battle. Claudio, Danica, Sandrine, and I were talking about embarking on an investigation of a private company whose entire reason for being is digital surveillance. A company that trumpeted its ability to find anyone, anywhere. Considering that foreign governments on 5 continents had been paying NSO as much as $250 million a year to do just that, the company's spyware system was probably very good at it. The 4 of us understood what we would be stepping into by the time our first meeting came to a close. Claudio, most of all. He issued Sandrine and me another brusque set of instructions before we parted. He told us we needed to go out and buy new devices, no SIM cards, dedicated solely to communicating with one another. There would be no cell phone calls among the four of us or anybody else who came on to the project. No iMessages, no Signal messages, no WhatsApp calls. He had already, at Claudio's insistence, bought new dedicated laptops, PCs, not Macs, so that we could keep a hard wall between the Pegasus project and all the other work we were doing. If we went ahead with this project, it occurred to me, the main driver of the operation would be paranoia. When Claudio and Danica left that evening, after we had set a time to meet again the next day, the difficulties of tackling this investigation were already spinning in my head. The list itself was a big unknown. I had plenty of faith in the source of the leak, but that was beside the point. We were looking at months of authenticating the data on the list, double-checking every fact and story that hove up out of those tens of thousands of phone numbers. We were going to have to do this work while attempting to live within the physical and social restrictions imposed on us by the most lethal global health pandemic in a century. I was also having a hard time imagining forming a comfortable working relationship with Claudio, who had not shown even a hint of a smile that first day. Danica was much more open and easygoing, but the 27-year-old cyber researcher, as we later learned, also had a good reason to be wary of reporters. Add to that, this investigation would have to be done within a bubble of absolute secrecy. A bubble easily popped by a single careless mistake. Claudio suggested an interesting exercise for our second-day meeting in Berlin, a whack at low-hanging fruit. He pulled from his bag an unused USB stick, still in its packaging, and helped me to safely download a backup of the entirety of my digital contacts file from my personal cell phone. Then Claudio plugged the untainted USB stick into the secure laptop computer he was using to access the list, and ran an automated program that matched cell phone numbers for my contacts file with cell phone numbers in the data. The first to come up a match was for an official in Turkey's foreign ministry. I had his number because I had requested an interview with him while working on a story about secret arms transfers between the Turkish Secret Service and jihadist groups in northern Syria. The next match to come up was the phone number of Khadija Ismailova, who was the most famous and fearless investigative reporter in Azerbaijan. I knew her well. Khadija had been reporting on the financial corruption of Azeri President Ilham Aliyev for more than 15 years. The 44-year-old Ismailova had won multiple international press awards for her journalism. She had also earned the wrath of Aliyev and his secret police. Khadija had been harassed, blackmailed, and imprisoned by the Aliyev government. She was at that precise moment living under house arrest in Baku. She had been under almost constant physical surveillance for years. I had actually seen some of the spooks on Khadija watch, beefy guys with bushy mustaches and ill-fitting trench coats, when I was on a reporting trip in Azerbaijan back in 2014. I was on the lookout for them because the first thing Khadija did when we met was alert me to Aliyev's iron dome of surveillance. Anybody who had been seen in her company, Khadija explained, would likely be spied on. "Don't do anything in your hotel room you wouldn't want to see published," she told me. She wasn't joking. I had 2 separate numbers for Khadija, but I had always been careful to only call or text her special secret number, the one I identified as Khadija Safe in my contacts file. Turns out that the number in the leaked data, the number selected for targeting by the Azeri government, was Khadija Safe. The possibility that Khadija was still under surveillance was no real surprise. The possibility that she was being stalked by Pegasus was. NSO was reported to have licensed its spyware system to more than 40 countries, but Azerbaijan had never been on anybody's list. If NSO had sold licenses to cyber surveillance weapons to government agencies in Azerbaijan, a country whose annual record of civil liberties violations, political repression, and outright torture put it consistently near the top 10 of bad actors alongside China, North Korea, Somalia, and Syria, there was no telling how far and wide Pegasus had flown. That was a chilling thought, because in the short history of the cyber weapons for sale industry, surveillance was only the beginning of the problem. Where cyber surveillance was in wide use, serious casualties often followed. I had first become aware of this industry back in the summer of 2011 when two Wall Street Journal reporters had stumbled into a warren of computers in Tripoli a week after rebels had deposed the murderous Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. The office turned out to be the hub of a massive cyber monitoring program. The recently abandoned room, the Journal reporters wrote in their initial story, is lined with posters and English-language training manuals stamped with the name AMSIS, a unit of French technology firm Bull SA, which installed the monitoring center. Turns out the French company, with the blessing of the French government, had sold to Gaddafi an internet surveillance system that allowed his agents to monitor the emails, chats, and messages of anybody in Libya. The Gaddafi regime was able to identify and track the dictator's many political opponents almost at will. Whereas many internet interception systems carry out basic filtering on IP addresses and extract only those communications from the global flow, lawful interception, read in Amasis-produced poster hanging in the office in Tripoli. Eagle Interception System analyzes and stores all the communications from the monitored link. Massive interception. Libyan security tactics didn't stop at surveillance. Being caught entering a chat room filled with critics of Gaddafi could have serious consequences, starting with arrest and questioning. According to the testimony of several detainees in a French court in 2013, Gaddafi's interrogators were able to quote back to them, verbatim, their emails, SMS exchanges, Facebook threads, chat room conversations, even private phone conversations. The security agents usually demanded from their captives the identities behind the various usernames they had been communicating with online or on the phone. If threats, beatings, electric shock, and other torture weren't enough to convince the detainees to reel in names of otherwise anonymous comrades, Gaddafi's agents would ship them off to prison. Threats and beatings continued there, along with brief field trips to a courtyard to witness the executions of other prisoners. When these revelations started to come out in France, Bull SA made the prudent business move. They simply offloaded the technology that ran the Eagle system to another French company, Nexa Technologies, which continued to make it available on the open market. The Egyptian president Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who seized power following the chaos of the Arab Spring, became one of the French cyber weapons' most enthusiastic end users. The surveillance system was reported to be a $12 million gift from al-Sisi's friends in the United Arab Emirates. The grave human rights violations committed to this day by the various branches of the Egyptian security services include arbitrary mass arrests, with the incarceration of at least 60,000 political prisoners since 2013, extrajudicial executions, enforced disappearances, and the systematic use of torture. The Paris-based International Federation for Human Rights had noted in a recent report. Egypt, a repression made in France. This modus operandi of the security forces, aimed at eliminating all possibility of dissent, has become everyday reality for all Egyptians, and it specifically targets political opponents and civil society. Members of political parties, the Muslim Brotherhood, and their supporters, activists in revolutionary movements, and of all stripes, human rights defenders, lawyers, journalists, writers, researchers, in addition to LGBTQ people, or those perceived as such. The Bull, Amasis, Nexa axis was hardly alone in selling spyware systems to questionable regimes. Regimes that had nevertheless been designated by France as a bulwark against Islamic fundamentalism, according to the report. The enormous increase of arms sales beginning in 2013 and al-Sisi's arrival in power in Egypt in 2014 have proven profitable for at least 8 French companies that have sold equipment, both conventional weapons and surveillance equipment, to Egypt. By 2020, cyber surveillance weapons had become an international growth sector, with dozens of countries engaging in active cyber surveillance measures, almost all of them customers of private corporations who were happy to tailor the systems to their clients' needs and wants, so long as the price was right. The leading spyware technology companies had, by 2020, adjusted their focus from personal computers to cell phones. But the NSO Group right out front. The consequences had been predictable. Security researchers first found evidence of a cell phone infected with NSO's Pegasus in 2016. In an iPhone, owned by a human rights activist in the United Arab Emirates. But that revelation proved no great boon to the victim, Ahmed Mansour. In the aftermath of the report, Mansour lost his job, his passport, his car, his savings, and his freedom to the UAE security forces. He was beaten by unknown assailants twice in a single week. While Claudio, Danica, Sandrine, and I sat in a comfortable flat in Berlin matching my contacts to numbers on the list, Mansour was serving a 10-year prison term for threatening the unity of the state and damaging the status and prestige of the UAE and its symbols. He was reportedly being kept in solitary confinement and sporadically subjected to torture. Mansour's wife, Nadia, Reuters had reported in early 2019, lived in social isolation in Abu Dhabi. Neighbors are avoiding her out of fear security forces are watching. The evidence already out there made things clear. Pegasus and other cyber surveillance systems had become favorite toys of some of the most vicious leaders in the world. Men who would not hesitate to destroy the lives of anybody who crossed them. We were contemplating crossing them in a very big way. When Claudio's automated matching program finished its work on my files, we went through the same exercise with Sandrine's. She had spent much of her early career in journalism covering politics, so her contact list was different from mine, which turned out to be helpful that day. A few French political figures in her contacts were also on the list of potential Pegasus targets. Then came the match that really jolted us. Among several Mexican journalists in the data was Jorge Carrasco, the crucial lead partner in our current project. Jorge's phone had likely been targeted by somebody in Mexican law enforcement or the Mexican military. The Pegasus was like loose nukes, gettable for the right amount of money. So it was also possible he was being watched by one or more of the corrupt and dangerous Mexican officials we were secretly investigating. Whoever had done the targeting might also be able to track us and our team and all the other collaborators on the cartel project through Jorge. We asked Claudio if Jorge should switch out his phone, and he said that was probably a good idea, but unlikely to solve the problem. NSO's customers could infect a new iPhone just as easily. Sandrine contacted a colleague of Jorge's in Mexico right away and asked him to get a message to him. Jorge needed to replace his phone, and he needed to get off and stay off the cartel project signal loop immediately. We could not tell Jorge exactly why this was necessary, but he had to trust us. We would be in touch as soon as we had a new and secure way to communicate. When Sandrine and I parted from Claudio and Danica and started preparing for the long trip back home, we were left with two big questions. How in the world could we do this story? And how could we not? Chapter 2. I'm counting on you to finish it. Laurel. Just a few days after we arrived back in Paris, Sandrine and I gathered the members of our small staff to brief them on our trip to Berlin. My first point of emphasis was that everyone in the room needed to be bound by a solemn promise. Nobody outside of forbidden stories could know anything about what we were about to say. I knew the temptation from personal experience. When a big story like this presents itself, it's human nature to want to confide in a few close colleagues, or your spouse, or your closest friend, the people you know you can trust. In this instance, trust was a luxury we could not afford. We understood, as did Claudio's team at the security lab, that if the existence of the list was divulged, the project would be over before it started. The source was risking life and limb, and if the source felt unprotected, our access to the list would end. You might be out having drinks with friends, and after about 4 beers, you might be tempted to tell them about this amazing story you're working on, I told them. Don't. You can't tell your family, the person you're living with, your best friend, nobody. People's lives are at stake. Then I told them what Sandrine and I had learned in Berlin. As I began to explain the nature of the leak and the work we had in front of us, I was mindful of the fact that this investigation was likely to be both difficult and dangerous, and possibly an undue burden on a group of young reporters up to their necks in the Mexico project. We had built a very capable team in a very short time, but this new undertaking was going to test everybody in this room like never before. I also knew that while I was mulling the big picture, Sandrine was thinking through how to organize the flow of this new project in a way that gave us the greatest chance of success. Which team members were best suited to the various tasks in front of us? Who could we count on to categorize the numbers and information we gathered into data sets that revealed new and interesting patterns? Who could convince wary victims to give us total access to all the private data in their cell phones? Who could help pick up the thread of an entirely new story in a place they had never been? As I talked through the basic facts about the leak and NSO and the remarkable number of private citizens selected for targeting, I was also scanning the faces in the room, wondering what our future together would be. Not counting Sandrine and myself, our core group of reporters was only 5, ranging in age from 23 to 31. They were each multilingual, or at least bilingual. They were all smart and enthusiastic to a fault, but very different in individual style and demeanor. Their personalities and their abilities complemented one another, and the group had already proven greater than the sum of its parts. Some, like 23-year-old Paloma de Denechin, were blessed with a natural facility to talk to people, to get sources to open up to them. Others had a genius for digging information out of the deepest recesses of the internet. Audrey Tavere, for instance, had just opened a new line of reporting in the cartel project for us by turning up a database that held records of shipments of chemicals from China and other countries into Mexico. I always think of Audrey, her brows furrowed, staring at the screen in the compelling glow of a computer terminal. Phineas Rugert was an American from Brooklyn who studied Latin America and France. He was a committed internationalist with a boundless curiosity about the world, which made him a key swingman for forbidden stories. Sandrine was confident we could dispatch Phineas to Latin America or Eastern Europe or the Middle East or India, and he would immerse himself in the local culture and customs, develop friendships and sources, and generally be a good ambassador for our mission. The elder statesman of the team was 31-year-old Arthur Bouvart, who was already an established reporter and a director of documentaries. He had worked on Forbidden Story's first big investigative projects before Sandrine came on as our managing editor. My personal connection to Arthur was probably deeper than my connection to anybody else in that room. We had first worked together almost 10 years earlier, when he was a young trainee at the Paris-based television production company, Tremierling. The two of us had also been together on one of the most traumatic days either of us had ever faced, and from which neither of us had entirely recovered. If there was one person Sandrine and I thought of as the glue for this team, it was Cecile Chile Gallego, who signed on with Forbidden Stories in 2018 as one of my first hires. Cecile arrived with a master's degree in journalism from Columbia University and an expertise at data scraping and utilizing digital tools like fraud detection algorithms. Still in her 20s, she had already contributed to some of the biggest international investigations of the previous 5 years, including the implant files, the Paradise Papers, and, biggest of them all, the Panama Papers. She also came to us as a committed environmentalist and an uncompromising one. Cecile may have had one of the smallest energy footprints in the West. She did not have a refrigerator or Wi-Fi at home. She refused to travel on airplanes or trains. Cecile had slowly become the weather in our office, and it was usually sunny and pleasant. If it was a birthday or an anniversary or a big accomplishment to celebrate, Cecile brought the cake and the candles and the festive decorations. Her insistence on personal kindness was infectious in our small office, as was her sense of humor. "This will be painful but brief," she would say of one of her presentations, as opposed to glorious and never-ending. At some point during the meeting, Sandrine took over and started to tell our team about the extraordinary amount of cell phone numbers in the data. 50,000 numbers selected for possible targeting by Pegasus. She explained the outlines of the first identifications the security lab had already made. Human rights lawyers, diplomats, officials at the United Nations. Mexico was by far the biggest client of NSO, but Morocco was not far behind, and neither was Saudi Arabia. We were going to want to get Jamal Khashoggi's phone number, Sandrine explained, to see if the Saudis had targeted him for cyber surveillance before they assassinated him. There were some recent public accusations that Amazon chieftain Jeff Bezos, who also owned Khashoggi's sometime employer, the Washington Post, was a target of the Saudis also. The reports were sketchy, and NSO always claimed that Pegasus could not be used on a cell phone with a U.S. number. Any number with a +1 country code. But the lists gave us a way to check. So we wanted to get Bezos' personal cell phone number if possible. Sandrine explained that Claudio's team at the security lab, with a little help from our personal contact list, had already identified a total of 122 journalists from around the world. Among them was Proceso's Jorge Carrasco, which should solve the mystery of why we asked him to get off the cartel Project Signal Group a few days earlier. Also on the list, we told the team, was the celebrated investigative reporter from Azerbaijan, Khadija Ismailova. I don't remember Sandrine stopped to note it at the time, though everybody in the room would have known it already, but it was not a stretch to say that forbidden stories might not exist at all, if not for Khadija Ismailova. Khadija and I did not have a long history, but at least for me the relationship was intense and meaningful. She was both a personal hero and an inspiration. The sort of journalist I most admire. The first to charge the hill, with courage that drew others to her standard. I think of Khadija as one of the two interwoven strands in the double helix of the Forbidden Stories DNA. I first met Khadija here in Paris when she spoke at a UNESCO conference in the spring of 2014, a week or so before I was to travel to her home country of Azerbaijan as part of French President François Hollande's press contingent. I was working on a documentary for a television investigative magazine I had co-created, Cash Investigation, about France's increasingly cozy relations with corrupt governments and former Soviet republics in the Caucasus. When I expressed some interest in talking to critics of the repressive family-run Azeri government while I was there, Khadija encouraged me to come and see her in Baku. Getting people to talk on the record, for the camera, would not be easy, she said. But she gave me the number of another local journalist, a friend of hers named Leila Mustafayeva, and said the two of them could help. My trip to Azerbaijan started just about as I expected. Hollande was received in Baku on a crystalline May day with great pomp and circumstance by Azeri President Ilham Aliyev, who was clearly anxious to expand his country's already prodigious trade relations with France. Aliyev was in his glory that day because Azerbaijan was about to assume the rotating presidency of the Council of Europe, a multinational institution whose stated mission is to promote democracy and to protect human rights. The day rolled out as a series of photo ops and walks near the Caspian Sea and banqueting. There was, of course, much happy talk of potential new exploration and production contracts among Azeri government officials and the French energy company executives who were also part of Hollande's presidential junket. My cameraman Emmanuel and I managed to evade official security and get ourselves into a private meeting, so we were in the room to watch and record, as the Azeri energy minister opined that once the newest pipelines were in place in 2019, oil and gas from Azerbaijan would begin flowing into Europe in unprecedented quantities, to the tune of about $50 billion, at a minimum. The minister didn't have to be explicit. The unspoken pitch was that Azerbaijan, his longtime French partners, with their technological prowess and marketing skills in the energy field, were in line for an expanding share of those expanding profits. Hollande then jetted off to his next destination, accompanied by a host of salivating energy company mavens. Emmanuel and I decided to peel off from President Hollande's official traveling press gaggle and, with Leila's assistance, stick around in Baku to try to interview some of the Azeris who had been victimized by their own government. Most had agreed to meet with us because of their respect for Khadija and Leila. It was an intense few days, in part because the critics of the Aliyev government's escalating brutality were so compelling. They tied me up with my hands behind my back and put a bag on my head, one told us. I was hit with a tool on the ribs, the back, and the chest, and they constantly demanded that I stop writing about Ilham Aliyev. And it was an intense few days in part because Emmanuel, Leila, and I could sense we were being watched. This sort of reporting was not something President Aliyev and his henchmen were apt to let go unchallenged, some of our interviewees explained, even in the case of a pair of journalists under French protection. In fact, Khadija called me just as we were preparing to leave Baku and said Emmanuel and I were likely to be arrested. I should make a copy of all of my hard drives, she advised, and slip them to Leila. Then erase all the sensitive footage from the drives we were going to carry back home. Khadija told me she would personally make sure the fruits of our reporting were held safe. So I wasn't entirely surprised to see a set of unfamiliar large men in dark suits hanging around the lobby of our hotel while I checked out. Or to see that Layla, who already had the duplicates of our drives, had absented herself from the premises. The Azeri security team tailed our taxi all the way to the airport. And I have to admit, I was a little fearful. I frantically ripped pages out of my notes and tossed them out the taxi window so they wouldn't have my notes to use against me if I was arrested. They didn't bother to stop to pick up the papers flying out the window of our moving car and pursued us all the way to the airport. When I saw a dozen or so armed secret police follow us into the terminal, I called my editor in Paris and asked him to stay on the line just in case things went sideways. There wasn't much he could do by remote, but he did promise to alert President Hollande's office. Meanwhile, the Azeri secret police grabbed us and led us into a small holding room, where they claimed we were being detained because we had neglected to pay our customs taxes, which was a lie. Then they rifled through our baggage, set aside our camera equipment and our hard drives, and informed us we would be departing without all of it. We refused to leave our gear behind and insisted on contacting the French embassy in Baku. But the Azeri police shoved us down the jetway and onto the plane empty-handed. Our work was gone. Confiscated. What saved our bacon was Khadija, who somehow managed to ship the duplicate drives back to our office in Paris. Not only that, but Khadija had also provided us with an interview of her own, in which she had directly called out Ilham Aliyev as corrupt. The president's family has a lot of money, which they cannot explain where that money comes from, Khadija had told me. In Panama, the daughters have 11 companies. Basically, they monopolize a huge deal of the businesses inside Azerbaijan, and they invest money outside the country. This is a dangerous thing for an Azeri journalist to broadcast all over Europe. But Khadija seemed unfazed at the certainty that she was inviting trouble. She had already posted on her Facebook page a message titled, "If I get arrested, to democratic countries, diplomats, international organizations," she wrote. "Some of you want to help, but can do it only with private diplomacy. Thank you, but no. If you can, please support by standing for freedom of speech and freedom of privacy in this country as loudly as possible. Otherwise, I rather prefer you not to act at all. I don't believe in human rights advocacy behind closed doors. People of my country need to know that human rights are supported." In the meantime, while I worked on my film, Khadija continued to report a news story of how the Aliyev family had looted a pile of assets from the largest mobile phone operator in Azerbaijan. A news story about a secret gold mining operation that was providing handsome profits to the Aliyev daughters, and a few others that were sure to enrage the Azeri president. I was still in production on the documentary 6 months later, on December 5th, 2014, and was actually on another trip with President Hollande and the French energy company executives, this one to Kazakhstan, another oil-soaked semi-dictatorship, when I got a text from Layla. Khadija was arrested? When? I answered. What happened? Layla explained that the Aliyev government had earlier tried to charge Khadija with espionage for sharing secret documents from the Ministry of Security with the United States and others, but they didn't have the evidence to back up the allegation. This time she was arrested by a city prosecutor in Baku who charged her with the unlikely crime of inducing a co-worker to attempt suicide. This was a wacky allegation, but it was enough for a judge to order her to jail for a 3-month pretrial detention. There was little I could do besides raise the issue with my own government in Paris. Khadija was still sitting in that jail in Baku in early January, while I was at work in the edit room to shape the film in which she had played such a crucial role. My president is on a business trip. I was late getting to the office on Wednesday, January 7, 2015. It was about 20 minutes to noon when I turned to the corner onto Rue Nicolas Appert to head toward the main entrance of the building where I was working. The chef of the restaurant at that corner was outside having a smoke, and he seemed very nervous. His eyes were darting, his hands shaking. "You don't want to go down there," he told me, explaining that there had been a lot of gunfire from one of the buildings down the street. I looked up at our office building, saw almost all of my colleagues from the Premiere Ligne production office gathered on the rooftop, and started in that direction. The chef warned me again not to go, but the street was completely empty and all was quiet, so I decided to see what was happening. As I neared the entrance of the building, a young man from the maintenance department came running out onto the street. His jeans were covered in blood. "They just shot my colleague," he told me. The first thing I saw at the entrance was the body of the maintenance supervisor lying in a pool of blood. Things seemed to start moving in slow motion. I was trying to figure out how to start doing CPR when I heard a motor scooter roar up behind me. The chief of the local fire station was driving it, and a doctor from the French emergency unit was on the back. The doctor, Patrick Belot, who had been called to the scene by a friend inside the building, was already shouting at me. "We have to go in and have a look up there." He didn't have much information, he told me, but there had been a barrage of gunshots just 5 minutes earlier. He thought there might be more victims up on the second floor of the building. I had no time to think. I pulled out my door pass badge and we raced in. Took the stairs at a gallop, 2 or 3 steps at a time up 2 full flights. Like the street below, the second floor corridor was unpeopled. Not what I was used to seeing in the middle of a workday. The door to Premiere Ligne was closed tight, and I remembered everybody from my company was on the roof, so I followed Dr. Pelot across the hall to a different office. When Dr. Pelot and I gently pushed open the front door of that office, I was immediately struck by a pungent, unfamiliar odor. The haze of black smoke dissipated as we walked in. The room was eerily silent, and I could sense a hint of movement behind some of the upright partitions. There was blood everywhere. The floor was covered with limp and lifeless bodies. Dr. Pelot had friends in his office, a number of whom lay dead in front of him. He managed, through his tears, to tell me to go downstairs and bring the firemen who were running to the building from their station down the block. I propped open the front door of the office, and on the way to the staircase, stopped to bang on the door of my own office. My colleague, Edouard Perrin, was barricaded behind it. "Laura, I see you," Edouard said, looking through the peephole. He opened the door slowly, and I could see he was wearing one of the bulletproof vests we had stored in our office. "You have to come and help," I told him. "There are dead people everywhere." When Edouard came out, a few of my other colleagues followed. They went to the offices across the corridor to help, while I raced back to the ground floor and found the firemen. One was making a futile attempt to save the maintenance supervisor I had seen. I yelled at them to get to the second floor right away and raced upstairs ahead of them as fast as I could. When I got back to the scene of the shooting and scanned the room, I noticed movement by a chair that had been knocked sideways on the floor. I made my way over and found another of my colleagues, Matthew Gosgin, with a young man who was lying on his back. The victim was having a lot of trouble breathing, but he was breathing. He was barely conscious, in shock, and frightened. I sat down by him, took his hand, and asked his name. When he tried to talk, his voice was so thin and small that Matthew and I could barely understand what he was saying, but we did hear Simon. He managed to tell us that he couldn't feel his legs. I lifted up his t-shirt and tried not to gasp at the hole in his upper torso by his clavicle, where a bullet had torn through him. I was with him for 3 or 4 minutes, even after the arrival of the firefighters and medics who knew better how to handle the situation. Then I looked up and saw Edouard moving across the room, checking other bodies to see if anyone else was alive. I also noticed another movement on the floor across the room and went towards to it. Fabrice Nicolino was just opening his eyes when I got to him. Fabrice, I later learned, had been caught in an attack 30 years before, so when he heard the first shots, he dove for the floor. He had been hit with at least 3 bullets that morning, and I could see into his pants leg enough to know that one of his bones was shattered. I took his hand and told him he was going to be all right. Fabrice kept asking me to check his torso to make sure he hadn't been shot in any major organs. I could see a few other people from my own office were still in a room too, moving among the other casualties, checking for any signs of life. One of them was 25-year-old Arthur Bobart, who looked determined to help, but was clearly shaken. I mean, even the medics were stunned by this scene. This was a lot of death and blood and gore in a very cramped little area. It was clear none of these hardened EMTs had ever seen anything like it. I narrowed my focus again to this one survivor in front of me. A doctor from the fire department had written a 2 on Fabrice's head. I figured it was his way of organizing the life-saving operation. Fabrice was apparently the second survivor the doctor had found. Suddenly, I heard a voice cut through the air. "To all the living," was the command from the police officer who had arrived at the scene and taken charge. "Get out." This place was clearly about to turn into a crime scene. But when I got up to leave, one of the medics asked me to hold the bag to an IV line they had hooked into Fabrice. It seemed like I was there forever, until somebody in charge of the medical team finally asked Edouard and me to help carry Fabrice out to a waiting ambulance. I put his glasses in my pocket and, because there was no stretcher available, gently put my hands under his shattered leg and supported it as best I could as we helped carry him out onto a gurney in the street, where a host of news photographers were snapping pictures. I would have been out of that room of death for good, except that as we were putting Fabrice into the ambulance, he realized he didn't have his wallet. He begged me to go back up and get it. I went running back up, forgetting I still had his eyeglasses. I'm not even sure why the officials on the scene let me cross back through the police tape, but they must have seen the blood splattered across my clothing and assumed I was part of the rescue team. They let me back up and into the crime scene. Searching for that wallet might have been the hardest thing I did that day. All the survivors were out by then, including several who had taken cover behind the partitions when the shooting started, and I wasn't really aware of anybody else in the room but me and almost a dozen motionless bodies. The silence was haunting. I tried to remember exactly where on the floor Fabrice had been, but I had somehow lost all physical orientation. I had to open up my field of vision to take in the whole room, and that's when I started seeing things I had missed, or purposefully avoided. The blood pooled on the floor, and more bodies than I had initially realized. I started picking my way over to the spot where I had first found a Fabrice. "Hey," someone shouted. "What are you doing over there?" The police officer, strapped in a bulletproof vest, was not happy to see a stranger rooting around on the floor. "I'm an office neighbor," I said. "One of the victims asked me to look for his wallet." "Come here," he commanded. I think he was the lead investigator already at work. I had to be careful getting to him. I found myself stepping gingerly over the bodies. I had to take special note of the positioning of the corpses to make sure I didn't step on one of them. It was the first time I remember being fully aware of the enormity of that day. These motionless human beings, twisted and distorted in death. A picture that has proven hard to erase. As I was slowly making my way over to him, the police investigator asked me if I could help him identify the bodies. "I don't think I can," I said, thinking quickly because I really didn't want to stay in this room any longer than I had to. Well, I might be wrong. "Well, then it's time for you to get out," he said. The authorities didn't release me right away, but decided to send all of us who had been witnesses to the extreme violence of that day to a nearby hospital for sessions with trauma counselors. Before we left Rue Nicolas-Sapere, I did manage to give Fabrice's glasses to a friend of his who promised to get them to Fabrice's wife. When we got to the hospital, the few survivors who had been present for the actual attack were put in one room, the rest of us in another. While I was in one of those counseling rooms, President Hollande appeared out of nowhere. He was there to look in on the victims who had survived the actual shooting, but he stopped by our little counseling session also. He went around the room, talking to everyone, and when he came to me, I could see a faint glimpse of recognition. "Hello, Mr. President," I said. "We were together a month ago in Kazakhstan." "Yes, of course," he said. "But what are you doing here?" My experience of this mass murder and its immediate aftermath was very blinkered and very personal. And it was only later, like when President Hollande showed up at the hospital, that it began to dawn on me that I had been a small part of national history in France. A witness to an event that captured the attention of the world. The larger meaning of the event came into focus for me over time. I remember in the first hours afterward, when my colleague Martin Boudreau told me that he and everyone else in our office had heard the boom of every bullet that morning, while pointing me to a television screen with a news feed, including video of the shooters on the street making their escape. "I am the one who filmed that," Martin said. Our building was on every news channel in Europe for the next few days, and in the rondeau of footage playing in the constant loop was the video of Edouard and me carrying Fabrice out of the building. I received dozens of calls from friends and family, some of them afraid for me. Meanwhile, every day for days, the news accounts spread across the world with new details about the victims and the perpetrators and the twisted motives. The attack was a planned hit, an act of terror against Charlie Hebdo, a leftist magazine best known for its irreverent cartoons. The publication had angered some fundamentalist Islamic jihadists with drawings depicting the Prophet Muhammad, which was a taboo for some devout Muslims. 2 gunmen affiliated with al-Qaeda in Yemen had forced their way into the offices that morning, intent on wiping out the editorial team. "Where is Charb?" the assassins had yelled as they burst into the office with their faces covered by balaclavas and their AK-47 rifles loaded with ammunition. They wanted the editor, Stéphane Charb, Jaronair, first, and they got him. The men sprayed a hail of 50 or more bullets in just a few minutes, killing Jaronair, his bodyguard. Charb had been threatened many times already, and 4 other longtime cartoonists, ages 57, 73, 76, and 80. One of them a recipient of the French Legion of Honor. They also killed 2 columnists, a copy editor, a visiting journalist from another publication, and the maintenance supervisor I had seen on the ground floor, Frédéric Boissel. In the middle of the murder spree inside the office, the gunmen stopped just long enough to claim they would not kill a woman. But they did. On the way to their getaway car, as captured on tape by Martin Boudreau, the attackers fired wildly and yelled into the now emptied street, "Allahu Akbar! We have avenged the Prophet Muhammad. We have killed Charlie Hebdo." I had unknowingly turned the corner to Rue Nicolas Appert just a few minutes after they sped away and before the neighborhood started to emerge from hiding spots in apartments and offices. The attack was widely condemned for its viciousness and for its illiberal aims. The Secretary General of the United Nations called it a direct assault on a cornerstone of democracy, on the media, and on freedom of expression. The remaining staff of the magazine managed to get out the next issue of Charlie Hebdo, and the public rallied around that act of heroism. Circulation rocketed from its normal 60,000 to as many as 8 million. That was cold comfort to the survivors. Living or dead, wounded or not. The badly wounded man whose hand I held that day, Simon Fichy, would later say, "I think none of us escaped what happened." I struggled in the weeks after the Charlie Hebdo attack. I was still editing the documentary on French ties to Azerbaijan and other Caucasus countries. I found it hard to concentrate. I wasn't eating well. I wasn't sleeping well. I wasn't living well. Terrifying details of the experience would sometimes wash over me. The images of the dead flashed in my mind. The awful, pungent odor I had smelled on entering the Hebdo offices would reprise itself without warning. Any time I saw a person lying limp and motionless, on a couch, on a bench, on the street, I could feel it cause me physical stress. I also found myself spending a lot of time mulling a larger question about the attack. What could I do as a professional journalist? What was the proper journalistic response to crimes committed against the press? How could I help to honor and to peacefully avenge the martyrs at Charlie Hebdo? I was also continuing to track the doleful news of Khadija in those weeks. The inducement of suicide charge fell apart pretty quickly, since the supposed victim was alive to refute it, but Khadija was still being held in a jail in Baku. The prosecutors had introduced a new set of allegations aimed at the popular radio show Khadija had hosted on Radio Free Europe. Her own radio bureau lacked the proper license, Azeri prosecutors claimed. She was evading taxes by paying employees as contractors instead of regular employees. She had neglected to register with the Azeri Ministry of Foreign Affairs to work as a journalist for foreign media. There was a host of bogus allegations against Khadija, which added up to a general charge of illegal entrepreneurship. The Aliyev government was clearly going to railroad her straight into prison, and I really didn't want to contribute to that or inflame the prosecutors. I wrote to Khadija saying I would gladly keep her out of the film I was working on if it would help her in court. Several weeks later, On March 20, 2015, I received a short note, scribbled out on a small scrap of checked paper from a jail cell in Baku. The note was just 82 words long, but it was one powerful little missive. Laurent, Khadija wrote, I knew I would be arrested. I am as strong and cool as when we met. I don't care about these false accusations against me. Is your movie ready? Remember, it's very important to expose the corruption. Khadija, at her insistence, was in the final cut of the documentary that aired on Cash Investigation the first week in September, which happened to be the same week Khadija was moved from pre-trial detention to an Azeri prison. Aliyev's judicial facticums had convicted her of a handful of vague economic crimes and sentenced her to a term of 7.5 years. Khadija continued to project the strength bordering on insouciance in the face of this ordeal. Prison is not the end of life, she had said. It is in fact an unparalleled opportunity. I take it as a challenge to use the time for translating a book and writing. Even on her way to prison for the next 7.5 years, Khadija did not cower. She had long ago vowed she would not be silenced. Anti-corruption investigations are the reason of my arrest. The government is not comfortable with what I am doing. I am about to finish 3 investigations. I will make sure to finish them before anything happens. If not, my editors and colleagues will finish and publish. That was it. That simple and straightforward phrase. If not, my editors and colleagues will finish and publish. The seed of the idea that would grow into Forbidden Stories. If I can't finish my work, I'm counting on you to finish it for me. 5 years later, here in an office just a kilometer away from my old building on Rue Nicolas Appert, Forbidden Stories was real. We were already in the middle of our 3rd major investigation. I was still scanning the room as Sandrine talked, and I was having some doubts. We were a new organization, young in every way. The average age of our core reporting team was about 25. This new investigation we were contemplating had the potential to blow up into a WikiLeaks or an Edward Snowden-sized revelation, much bigger and more sensitive than anything Forbidden Stories had ever tackled, with added layers of danger. NSO would fight us every step of the way. The company had enormous financial resources, as well as the protection of powerful military and intelligence officials in the Israeli government. Among its clients, the Pegasus end users were regimes notorious for lashing out at anybody who crossed them, and that had the ability to do real damage to those people. But if any one of our team was daunted by the notion of embarking on this investigation into cyber surveillance gone rogue, they didn't show it that day. Paloma was the first in our group to start asking Sandrine questions about the Pegasus investigation, and the rest of the team followed her lead. How soon could the team expect access to the list? What was the timeline? Were we going to start this new work even before we finished the cartel project? How long did we expect it to take? When would we try to publish? What were our first steps?
Chapter 3. First Steps. Sandrine. The magnitude of the job we had before us was dizzying. 50,000 possible leads spread across the world. At least I felt dizzy by it. The only thing to do, I knew, was to maintain composure and proceed methodically. One step at a time. The first step was not difficult to identify. We had to begin the process of assessing the list. We trusted the source, but mere trust was a shaky foundation on which to build a major investigation. We would never publish a story that relied only on the data on the list. We had to authenticate the data independent of the source. And we had to understand and interpret the meaning of that enormous list of mobile phone numbers that had been handed over to us. Did an appearance on the list represent an actual spyware infection, or a targeting, or simply a selection for targeting? And was that spyware in question NSO's Pegasus system? We would have to find out, which would take time. We had to put names to as many of the tens of thousands of phone numbers on the list as possible. And we had to convince a handful of those people to allow us to check their mobile devices for any evidence of infection with Pegasus malware. We had one small advantage at the start, which was our work on the cartel project. Mexican entities, government, and perhaps otherwise, were reported to have been the most active end users of NSO spyware, and the list bore out this allegation. More than 15,000 of the data points represented targets selected by somebody in Mexico. One of the first things we had done on the cartel project was to gather a roster of every journalist who had been killed in Mexico in recent years. So we made a new subset. Every Mexican journalist murdered after 2016, the earliest timestamps in the leaked list. Put those names up on a board and tasked Paloma and an intern with the job of finding the cell phone numbers each of those victims was using at the time of his or her death. Maybe some would match the new list. Maybe a few had even left behind phones we could run through a forensics analysis. The rest of the team helped out by gathering Mexican phone books that would be useful in trying to match as many of the numbers on the list as we could. But that was only the first of many, many steps, and my job was to conceive the first step, the last step, and every one in between required to get us to final publication. It was like reckoning how to lay down, one by one, a series of flat stones that allowed us to cross a wide body of water, of unknown depths and dangers, with rapids we couldn't yet see, and likely some very angry crocodiles guarding the final shore, too. Along the way, we would have to maintain the absolute anonymity of our source, who could be in real danger, at risk of physical injury, or even death if unmasked. The added tension of designing a plan for this investigation was the plain fact that the project would be the safest and most secure if we simply kept it within our family circle at Forbidden Stories and Amnesty International's security lab. Every outside partner we brought into the project would increase the possibility that the investigation into Pegasus would be found out. Intelligence services from Saudi Arabia or Morocco or the UAE or Israel, or from any of the dozens of countries who had a serious interest in keeping the spyware hidden, were almost certainly monitoring the digital landscape for breaches. One misstep from one partner could blow the cover for everyone. At the same time, because of the extraordinary amount of data, it was impractical, if not impossible, to do this investigation without very strong reporters and editors from many of those countries. Add to that, the mission of Forbidden Stories at its heart is collaborative journalism. We were just 3 years old, still in the process of growing a network of partners, and still working to earn their trust. The more partners we could bring on board, the better. So my task was to minimize that unavoidable tension, to put together what would likely be the biggest collaboration we had ever done, in the safest way possible. We needed to identify the media partners from across the world that we wanted to bring into the investigation, and determine exactly when to invite them in, to convince them to share all of their reporting with all of the partners. Not so easy among reporters normally driven by competition and exclusivity. To map out a plausible schedule for the project, to coordinate a final publication date, and convince the partners to stick to a predetermined order of stories as they broke. We would also have to institute safety protocols for communication among the partners. The good news was Claudio and Danica were more than capable of designing the safety protocols. And on the question of high-stakes, high-profile journalism in secrecy, we had a really good person to whom we could turn for advice. Maybe the best possible person. "We'd like to set up a call with you," Laurent wrote to Bastian Obermeyer on a secure message app.
but it can't be on a cell phone. Do you have any kind of device without a SIM card? Bastian wrote back immediately. I do, because of John Doe. He seemed excited at the chance to put the device back in use. And what a device it was. The one Bastian and his colleague, Frederick Obermeyer, had used to communicate with, perhaps, the most famous John Doe in the annals of journalism. This John Doe had pinged Bastian Obermeyer out of the blue one evening back at the beginning of 2015. Interested in data? I'm happy to share. That offer to an investigative reporter at the German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung mushroomed over the next year into the then biggest data leak in the history of journalism by far. A total of 2.6 terabytes, with more than 11 million emails, texts, and corporate documents tied to a single, but very, very productive law firm in Panama. The leak revealed the existence of more than 200,000 offshore companies birthed by that firm, Mossack Fonseca, for the benefit of world leaders, political figures, billionaires, drug lords, business executives, and art dealers, among others. The companies were incorporated in tax-friendly and financial transparency inimical places like Panama, the British Virgin Islands, the Bahamas, Samoa, Hong Kong, and the states of Delaware, Nevada, and Wyoming in the U.S. The true beauty of the offshore companies, as far as Mossack Fonseca clients were concerned, was that they shielded the actual owners from public view. This made these entities excellent vehicles for tax avoidance, tax evasion, money laundering, general criminal buccaneering, or in the case of folks like Equatorial Guinean Minister of Forestry and Agriculture, Teodorin Obiang, Azeri President Ilham Aliyev, and Russian President Vladimir Putin, plundering a nation's natural resources for fun and profit. Bastian and Frederick had at first been overwhelmed by this Himalayan-sized mountain of data to sort, with more coming in all the time. As their editor at Süddeutsche Zeitung pointed out at the start, no single news organization on Earth had the resources in-house to do this investigation, with the thoroughness required for maximum impact. So Bastian, Frederick, and their editor made a really consequential decision. They decided to share the massive leak with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, which helped to turn the Panama Papers into the biggest act of collaborative journalism in history. When the Panama Papers first broke in April 2016, after more than a year of investigation, it was the work product of 400-plus reporters at more than 100 discrete media organizations around the world. The story was front-page news across Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas, in some of the most respected media outlets on the planet. Revelations of corruption torpedoed world leaders and business executives, and eventually helped to expose the corruption of the one-time campaign chairman of a winning U.S. presidential candidate. It also put tax evasion by the wealthy at the top of the agenda for a host of governments and international organizations, such as the G20. The former South African president called the Panama Papers a massive blow to financial secrecy. The investigation received multiple awards for investigative and explanatory journalism, including a Pulitzer Prize. The Panama Papers also made Bastian Obermeyer, at 38, one of the most recognized and respected investigative reporters on the planet, as well as the face of collaborative journalism. So, who better to call for a chinwag about how to proceed on our own potentially enormous leak? It helped that Bastian and Laurent were friends. The two had spent the academic year of 2016-17 together at the Knight Wallace Fellowship Program at the University of Michigan. Laurent had arrived in Ann Arbor in the wake of a punishing 18 months, which included the Charlie Hebdo massacre, the arrest and imprisonment of Khadija Ismailova, a groundless but still threatening libel suit filed against him, and the coup de grace, a broken spine suffered in a car crash while on a reporting trip in Iraq. Laurent had decided to take a year away from the grind of investigative journalism, and the fellowship gave him the opportunity to hit pause long enough to try to get Forbidden Stories off the ground and funded. He figured Bastien, who had to stand as the most celebrated fellow in Knight Wallace history, had gone to Michigan mainly for rest and recuperation from his long year working on the Panama Papers. Laurent later told me that while he had been impatient to approach Bastien about his idea for Forbidden Stories, he was not without worry. If the face of collaborative journalism was cold to the idea, it would be devastating. Bastien was not only encouraging, he turned into the perfect sounding board and sparring partner for Laurent. Over coffee or beers, the hero of the Panama Papers brainstormed with Laurent about how to build a team, where to raise funds, how to make a pitch for money. Bastien also poked and prodded the weak points of Laurent's proposal. The most successful collaborations were international, right? But how do you convince people in the U.S. to be interested in a story in Cambodia, or Sierra Leone, or Morocco? Best of all, over time, Bastien became invested in the idea of Forbidden Stories, even devoted to it. He took Laurent to see potential donors, introduced him to key people at the ICIJ, and agreed to serve on the Forbidden Stories Board of Directors. When we reached Bastien on his SIM-free device and began to explain the outlines of the cyber surveillance leak to him, the mountain of inchoate data, tens of thousands of potential victims in dozens of countries, didn't cow him in the least. He was in yes mode right away and offered some really important tips from his experience on the Panama Papers. The first thing he did was to assure us that we were right in our instinct to make the protection of the source our paramount concern. He had never divulged to even one of the hundreds of reporting partners identifying characteristics about his John Doe, he explained to us, no matter how many times they asked. Anybody we let into our new collaboration, he told us, would have to trust our word that the source was solid. Bastien, who understood the pressure we were under better than anyone, never asked us the identity of the source. He seconded our plan to grow the project in ever-widening circles to ensure security and control. First, spend some time with our in-house team vetting the data. Then invite in a small set of 4 or 5 partners we could trust, but insist that there be only one reporter and one editor from each. Nobody else in their respective newsrooms could know in that initial phase, even as they helped us run down more potential victims. After we were confident the material was going to lead us to real stories of real import, we could widen out to a much larger cohort, one best positioned to run down the stories we wanted to focus on, to give them political context, and to elicit personal stories from the victims of Pegasus. Bastien also warned us never to say anything to the first circle that we weren't also ready to say to the wider circle. With our Forbidden Stories team at work already, and the advice and support from Bastien in the bank, I scheduled a second meeting in Berlin with Claudio, along with his boss, at Amnesty International's Security Lab. This was still the very early stages of our partnership, and there were a lot of questions about security and logistics and division of responsibilities to work out between our two very different organizations. We were a small and very new entity. Amnesty International was a venerable institution with thousands of employees, offices in more than 70 countries, and political imperatives to consider. They had ultra-skilled tech geeks. We were tech novices. They were human rights defenders. We were journalists.
The only thing we could do was start down the road together and see where it went. We felt ready to present our plan for executing our end of the difficult project, and to hear the security labs. When I asked Bastian if he would be willing to travel from his home in Munich to Berlin in the coming weeks to join the meeting, he agreed. The trip to Berlin was a reminder that, especially in the age of COVID, the best-laid plans were likely to require recalibration and improvisation. When the time came to travel, Bastian was grounded by a personal issue, so he asked to join our meetings with the Amnesty International team by Secure App. There was much to discuss. We all understood that the data at this point was little more than a jumble of phone numbers and timestamps. And even after we put as many identities to those numbers as we could, we wouldn't have proved anything. Not even that the data touched on NSO and its Pegasus spyware system. As Bastian had pointed out, our conundrum was very different from the one he had faced with the Panama Papers. The difficulty there was in explaining very complicated and opaque financial shenanigans to a lay audience. But most of the subjects, the Panamanian law firm that structured the offshore companies, the strawman directors who signed the official documents, and the actual owners, were named in the data, blazoned across millions of emails and incorporation documents and the like. Our difficulty would be in finding the evidence of spyware attack in the phones, allowing us to write that the data actually represented people targeted by or infected with NSO's Pegasus. Marshalling that evidence depended largely on Claudio Guarnieri's professional expertise. Claudio had spent years chasing down NSO and other private for-profit purveyors of cyber surveillance systems. He and Danica were in the process of developing a forensic tool capable of capturing traces of Pegasus that NSO operators had left behind in the system files of infected mobile phones. Without Claudio and his tools, the list was just so much indecipherable digital hieroglyphics. We needed the security lab, but the security lab also needed us. It would be up to us to convince targets to allow Claudio and Danica to put their phones through invasive digital forensics analyses. But while the security lab could show readers how the Pegasus cyber surveillance system worked, it would be up to Forbidden Stories and its partners to determine why the end users chose their specific targets, and what were the consequences that befell those targets. It would also be up to Forbidden Stories and its partners to provide what Claudio and his team at the security lab really wanted: to make sure the product of all their hard work landed on the public doorstep with a thud that could not be ignored or swept away. They wanted to have impact, and they wanted to have impact in a way that helped human rights defenders fight back against the intimidation so many suffered in their home countries. One of Amnesty International's central missions was to protect the courageous souls who were trying to expose human rights violations, and to hold people to account for those human rights violations. Claudio's boss at Amnesty Tech, Dana Ingleton, had recently said, "We want to make sure that we identify and prevent risk before it happens." Dana arrived with Claudio and Danica at a different Airbnb in Berlin in October 2020. Claudio was just the same, taciturn, to the point, without wasted word or motion. The "we are sorry for the inconvenience, but this is a revolution" sticker was still affixed to his laptop. He wore the knit ski cap pulled tight across his skull. His t-shirt read, "Police the police." He did seem friendlier, more familiar, but still wary. As he later confided, he was at that moment thinking, "What are we getting ourselves into?" There was a lot of uncertainty. Partly, we didn't know just what the data meant. But I think we were also concerned that you're a journalist, and might read too much into it and overhype it, and say there's something in the data that isn't there. This was our first face-to-face meeting with Dana, but she made it plain right at the start that she knew that the only way we were going to get across the finish line on this project was together, arm in arm. Claudio and Danica were the maestros of forensics, but Dana was vested with decision-making at Amnesty Tech. She had the power to hit the go button. Her overriding concern and the first order of business was the safety of the source, from pillar to post. We agreed. I spent much of the first part of the meeting sketching out our plan of attack, which was basically what we had discussed with Bastian and a little added detail. We explained to Dana and Claudio the two circles of partners, a few colleagues from the media outlets we trusted most at the start, and then the addition of as many reporters as needed from all over the world to chase down the most promising leads. We explained that we needed to safely land our current project, the cartel project, before diving headlong into Pegasus. That meant we would inform the first circle of partners of the project after the first of the year, in January 2021, and maybe sit down as a group and start to shape the pieces of the investigation in early March. We wanted to do that in person in Paris. We would work with that small group for a few months, identify as many victims as we could, and deliver their phones for forensic analysis. When we felt confident that the findings truly did implicate NSO and its end-user clients in this massive campaign of cyber-spying, and we had identified the stories we wanted to tell, we would widen the circle. From there, we expected, it would take 6 or 8 more weeks to get to publication. We understood those final months would be the most vulnerable for all of us. Forbidden stories, our partners, the security lab, and especially the source. The longer the investigation took, the more partners added, and the more victims alerted, the greater were the chances of being found out. Which meant we were worried about stretching the timeline to the breaking point. We told Dana and Claudio we hoped to publish in June 2021. Laurent and I were anxious to know about security protocols, which would be the responsibility of Claudio and his team. They would have to design a way for us to communicate with the security lab as well as with all our media partners. They would have to set up a secure website where an increasing number of partners could share their most recent reporting in real time. I learned some interesting lessons listening to Claudio and Danica talk online security. Less important in understanding when and where you were protected, I gathered, was understanding when and where you were vulnerable, which was pretty much everywhere in the digital universe. Here's how they put it. We operate on the assumption that any device can be hacked. And that's why, even though we check our phones regularly, we still turn our phones off and leave them in a different room when we're discussing sensitive topics. Or we leave the office and go for a walk. If I would have to worry about every specific type of attack, and whether or not I would find means to detect it or not detect it, it would be completely impossible for me. I would have to check that device and this device, swipe the room with our F-scanner and some other kind of equipment, and check every power socket. I would have to make sure that there were no antennas pointing towards the window. You know, it's just impossible. So what we need to start thinking is, what do I do to minimize these things on an operational level? And that's where the compartmentalization comes in. Like meeting in certain places and not others, you know? Or I know that my phone can be hacked, so either I don't have a phone or I don't use it for anything important. I don't have it with me at important times, or I make sure that my phone number is not known to anybody. My laptop has measures that I can afford in terms of mitigations and control and whatnot. But I don't use that laptop for personal things, and I don't bring it with me if I have to do meetings about Pegasus. If there are things that are sensitive that I don't want to leave exposed because I'm afraid of someone breaking into my house, then I make sure to take those things with me. These kinds of measures are the ones that matter. Ultimately, what really makes a difference is the operational security aspects, rather than the digital one. That's what it boils down to. Bastian was able to join us on the secure app a few hours into the meeting in Berlin, and he was very reassuring to Dana. He had experience in large journalistic collaborations where secrecy was paramount, and he told her, in his usual direct and resolute manner, that there was no reason Laurent and I would ever need to share the source of the leak with any of the media partners. The ability to publish, after all, depended on the security lab's forensic tool digging out evidence of Pegasus infections in cell phones from the list. If the forensics were a success, the media partners would have what they needed to go to press. The source of the leak would be beside the point. If the forensics came up empty, there was no story. We also decided over the course of the 2 days of meetings that it would be best to break this story all at once. We had considered going to press over a number of weeks or even months in waves by geography. A package on the Gulf states, say, followed by one on India or Mexico or Morocco. But this felt too risky. The pressure from NSO's demonstrably aggressive legal team might shake some of our partners who were still working on their stories. So we decided the consortium would publish the initial stories on the same day across the world, and then roll out a series of reports over the next week or so. Our first day headlines, assuming we got the proof, would be in the sweet spot of this new partnership. The exact point where the missions of Forbidden Stories and Amnesty Tech intersected. The first articles would reveal the astonishing scale of the use of Pegasus to silence and intimidate journalists and human rights defenders all over the world. Even early in our meetings with Claudio and Dana, it seemed like we had agreed on a clear way forward. I had a pretty good feel for exactly what stepping stones we had to lay down, and in what order, to get us safely to publication. This was starting to feel doable. One unexpected problem did pop up on that trip to Berlin. Since we had last seen them, Claudio and Danica had been able to find the identities of the owners of a lot more of the phone numbers in the data. One good sign, Claudio mentioned, was that there were many matches with people identified as victims of Pegasus in a lawsuit filed by WhatsApp against NSO in the US in 2019. The security lab team had also turned up a lot of government officials. And while Claudio didn't have a great deal of interest in their presence, it was no big surprise that governments were spying on governments, and besides, national officials tended to have plenty of institutional protections in place, so they didn't need help from us. He did want us to have a look at some of the names he and Danica had discovered. Right away, Laurent and I started scanning through a section of the data that appeared to be targets selected by a client in Morocco. There were members of the French Parliament and ministers in the French government on the list. And then, I saw one name that shortened my breath for just a second. "Vermont," I said, pointing to the screen. "Look at that name. Macron. Emmanuel Macron. The sitting president of the Republic of France. A head of state of one of the most respected democracies in Europe. Our president was on this list, a potential target. This was big, I thought. And it was also big trouble. Laurent saw it the same way. What struck him was the fearlessness, the sense of absolute impunity it required to believe you could spy on the President of France and get away with it. This was likely to be somebody at an organization that would do whatever it needed to keep the fact hidden. Macron was the name, Laurent would later tell me, that made me realize how truly dangerous it was to have access to this list. We were also both immediately aware of the complications that might arise if we discovered that a lot of other heads of state had been selected for targeting by clients of NSO. News that the personal cell phone of Emmanuel Macron or other prominent world leaders might be owned by a foreign intelligence service would likely overshadow the story we were really after, which was the threat to journalists and human rights defenders. Neither the French government nor any other was going to turn over the cell phone of any of their officials, let alone a president, to allow Claudio to run his forensics analysis. And what if there was evidence that opposition politicians from suspected NSO client states, like India or Mexico or Ghana, were in the data? Alerting those selected targets before the story broke risked blowing our cover before we were ready to publish. Politicians with an axe to grind were not likely to exercise much circumspection, even when asked. Then, too, would our partners from those countries be willing to embargo a red-hot local story until mass publication? The bottom line was this: Macron's private phone number in the data, and what that represented, was sure to entice more partners, and to raise the visibility of the final publication. But it would have to be handled carefully. This new complication paled beside the most pressing one, the one that was largely out of our hands at Forbidden Stories: the ability of Claudio's forensic tool to produce the evidence we needed from the cell phones listed in the data. If the security lab was unable to turn up hard proof that these phones were infected with Pegasus and permit us to call out the malefactors, then NSO and their licensees, among them the most vicious regimes on Earth, would just go on operating their cyber surveillance system with the sort of abandon enjoyed by pirates and privateers. Their victims would continue to suffer the consequences. I lacked the training or the expertise to plumb the technical aspects of the security lab's digital forensic tool. But after spending many hours with Claudio, my confidence in him was growing. I knew for sure that overhyping on his part would not be a worry. He was calm, straightforward, and always thoughtful. Occasionally maddeningly so. If I asked him a question, especially a technical question, there was invariably a pause before he answered. I could almost imagine the wheels spinning in his brain as he fashioned a response, which was always on point and precise. Claudio was also modest to a fault. The forensic tool he and Danica had engineered was not perfect, they kept telling us, but nothing was. The point was to keep improving it as the investigation developed. Their success depended on hard work and patience and diligence. It depended on being better at forensics than NSO was at anti-forensics, at covering their tracks. While in Berlin during the planning meetings, Laurent and I got a little demo of the tool Claudio and Danica were developing, and it wasn't an altogether pleasant experience for Laurent. He allowed his own cell phone to be subjected to the security lab's forensic analysis. The process didn't require much from him. He simply handed over the phone and watched as Claudio and Danica made a backup of the entirety of its contents and then ran it through the tool on a security lab laptop. The process was surprisingly labor-intensive. Danica would type in a command and watch as what looked like indecipherable code and data scrolled across and down the laptop's monitor. But he didn't just wait and watch. He'd click on a line of code and enter a new command, then another, then another. He typed a variety of commands as he went, and sometimes went back and rechecked an earlier line by typing new commands. Laurent said it was like watching a scene from a documentary on coders, but a very personal one, because this was his phone, and much of his work life and his private life was sitting on the security lab laptop. There was the fear of having been infected with spyware, but there was also the discomfort of giving over to a stranger access to thoughts and messages and photos meant to be private. As Danica continued to type commands, I could see Laurent edge in closer and closer until their shoulders were touching. I could tell he was excited, and anxious, and impatient. I had known him a long time. Laurent Richard and I had met 15 years earlier, in front of a coffee machine at the public television channel where we were both working, France 3. We were contemporaries in age, both in our late 20s, but very different in professional stature. I was a fairly anonymous young political reporter sent out to trawl public events and meetings for petites phrases, buzzy little quotes and anecdotes that were closer to gossip than news, material best used to poke fun at the powerful. Like candy that melts in your mouth, these tidbits were good for a sugar high, but unlikely to lead to any serious news. Laurent, meanwhile, had already made a name for himself as a very serious reporter on the channel's popular monthly investigative program, Pièces à conviction. He was already doing life-and-death journalism. The day I met him, Laurent was in the process of reporting a story about the mysterious sinking of a fishing boat off the coast of Cornwall. He was trying to run down some leads that a British submarine in the area for international military exercises had accidentally pulled the boat under, leaving 5 men dead. This was, I would come to understand, the kind of investigation Laurent loves, both difficult and threatening to authority. The kind of investigation that can get you in trouble. They're a secretive lot, a lifeboat coxswain who had never before seen a military submarine in the middle of a rescue operation, would later say. Over the next 10 years, I watched Laurent's career with growing interest and growing respect. He launched a new investigative program, The Infiltrators, whose reporters went undercover in really dangerous places. Laurent himself infiltrated the most horrific crime network I could imagine, a ring of pedophiles operating on the dark web. When the report aired in 2010, it made headlines all over France and led to the arrests of 22 people. I had lunch with Laurent a few days after the report aired, and he admitted to having been deeply shaken by the indescribably awful images and video he had to view in his reporting. Laurent was also pitching me on yet another television program he was trying to launch, which would become Cache Investigation. He asked me to come and work for him. I had tired of political journalism by then, and moved on to doing investigations into private corporations for another channel. This was engaging and fulfilling work, with a steady paycheck. And as a young mother, I thought it unwise to leave for a program that did not yet exist, and might fizzle before it launched. I turned him down, much to my regret. From the moment it hit the air in 2012, Cache Investigation was a fresh and bracing breeze. The series covered tax evasion, the power of corporate lobbyists, governmental conflicts of interest, greenwashing, and neuromarketing in offbeat and engaging ways that drew viewers in and helped them understand these complex political and economic subjects. The series had Laurent's fingerprints all over it. It made bold to dive into demanding and difficult subjects, and did not shy from dangerous investigations. And unlike most everybody I know in television news, Laurent never talked about the ratings. The quality of the work itself was paramount. Cache Investigation quickly became the holy grail for any television journalist who wanted to do long and thorough investigative pieces, including me. By the time I called him up and talked my way onto the Cache Investigation team in 2015, Laurent had a foot out the door. He was already thinking about forbidden stories. The next thing was, as he described the mission of his new project to me, the most outlandish startup of the 3 he had pitched to me over the years. Farthest from the mainstream of journalism, maybe the most dangerous, and certainly the most difficult. I mean, he was going to convince a host of competitive and often parochial journalists to collaborate with one another to finish somebody else's original reporting. Reporting that had gotten the reporter killed, by the way. For the greater good? Experience, however, had taught me not to doubt Laurent Richard. It took me a while to free myself from cash investigation, but by the time I accepted Laurent's offer to take the job of managing editor at Forbidden Stories in 2019, I had no doubts about following him into this strange new world of collaborative journalism, aimed at giving voice back to reporters who had been silenced. A big part of the draw for me was my own personal history. I was born in Egypt in the late 1970s, daughter of a French father and an Egyptian mother. I grew up in Syria and Turkey, and knew what it was to live in a country where freedom of expression was not a right, but a luxury. A potentially dangerous luxury for anyone who tried to exercise it. School children in Western Europe and Canada and the US might grow up reading 1984, but have little appreciation of the actual, real-world fact that billions of people are caught up in the repressive and sometimes violent daily nightmare that George Orwell describes in his novel. I knew it too well, that feeling of the oxygen of freedom being thinned to the point of vanishing. I remember too well how my parents sent me out of the house with explicit warnings. Do not speak of political issues outside the family circle. The consequences were just too dreadful to chance. I became a journalist because I wanted to be able to make sense of the world and to use my voice freely to explain it to others. So being here in Berlin in 2020, trying to launch this new Forbidden Stories project with Laurent, felt a little like destiny for me. This was just where I wanted to be. Laurent's shoulder was still resting against Danica's, and his head had moved a little closer to the laptop. I could see his eyes scanning as new commands flashed across the screen. Until finally, after what seemed like an interminable interval, "You're clean. Everything is cool." Laurent's phone was in the clear, uninfected by Pegasus. "And I will now delete everything," Danica said. Then, aware of Laurent's distress at having the entire contents of his phone sitting on somebody else's laptop, Danica made sure Laurent could see it happen. "Here," he said. "Watch." The discomfort, and I felt it too when Danica checked my phone later, was a reminder that the process of digital forensic analysis was in and of itself invasive. Not that it was anything like being a victim of the NSO's signature spyware. But it did make us realize just how challenging it would be to ask somebody to submit the contents of their cell phone for a relative stranger to see. We knew we would have to carefully consider how best to approach the person we had chosen as our first test case, our reporting partner, Jorge Carrasco. We would have to convince him to let Claudio and Danica do the forensics, while holding back information that was not safe to divulge to him. The existence of the list, its link to NSO, and the possibility that his phone was infected by the most powerful cyber surveillance tool on the market, Pegasus. Paloma was headed to Mexico in a few weeks to tie up some reporting on the cartel project. And she was going to have to get Jorge in a room alone, no phones and no laptops, and convince him. The logistics of this sortie into Mexico were made more difficult by the pandemic. The vaccines were still in trials, a hoped-for panacea, but hardly a sure thing. The numbers of daily cases and hospitalizations were creating a harrowing upward slope. Travel restrictions made it unlikely that anyone from the security lab could be on site in Mexico City to test Jorge's phone. So Danica was going to try to tweak the security lab's forensic platform to allow analysis of the cell phone to be done remotely, with the help of somebody with little background in cyber research. The idea was that Paloma would make a backup of Jorge's iPhone and upload a digital file to Berlin, where Claudio and Danica could do their magic. A remote version of the forensic platform was ready in time for Claudio and Danica to give Paloma a very quick tutorial on what she needed to do for her part of the analysis. Claudio did not make any promises for success in Mexico. The best he could offer was this: finding Pegasus using forensics wasn't as impossible as NSO claimed. So the great hope for exposing NSO was safely loaded onto Paloma's laptop on a late October day in 2020, when she left Paris for the long flight to Mexico City, right into the teeth of the NSO/Pegasus story. Chapter 4. Plaza del Mercado. The way NSO co-founder and CEO Shalev Julio liked to tell the story, he was already in bed, asleep on Christmas Eve 2011, when he received his first ever personal call from a world leader, the President of Mexico. Actually, even when Shalev first revealed the story years later in an unprecedented and exclusive interview with a reporter of his choosing, he didn't name the country. He was forbidden, by contractual obligation and national security imperatives, to identify his clientele. But anyone with an interest in the world of cyber surveillance knew the man on the other end of the line had to be Felipe Calderón of Mexico. I was informed in English that the president wanted to talk to me, Shalev explained. I was sure my partner Omri Levy was pulling a prank, so I said, "Do me a favor and let me sleep," and hung up. After the president's office realized they couldn't reach me, they called Saki, the project manager, who was more awake and agreed to take the call. The president of the unnamed nation said he wanted to thank us on his behalf and on behalf of his country, and that I couldn't have asked for a better Christmas present. With what you gave us, we can finally eradicate the cartels. The story was classic Shalev, self-effacing and self-aggrandizing all at once. A humble brag of epic proportion. Yes, he had been stupid enough to blow off the president of one of the world's largest democracies. But the message was delivered nonetheless. You, Shalev Julio, have given us hope. With the help of NSO's novel Pegasus spyware system, the Mexican federales and the Mexican military finally had a chance to bring to heel the violent and powerful drug czars who held sway over much of the country's local government and police force, not to mention much of its national economy. Shalev first offered this fantabulous tale to reporter Ronan Bergman in 2019. As one of the early plays in a media offensive, Shalev claims he undertook, grudgingly, to protect the honor of his unfairly maligned company. Accusations that Pegasus had played a role in the assassination of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi were affecting company morale. We decided long ago that we would not respond to anything. No matter what happened, we would not respond. And this worked out fine, Shalev told Berkman. But now, for the first time, our staff have been coming to my office and saying, "Look, we're upset, because we know the truth." They wanted him to tell their truth. So Shalev insisted to Berkman, on behalf of his beleaguered staff, that NSO Group was a force for good in a really scary world. In the past 6 months alone, he said, the company's products aided in foiling several very big terror attacks in Europe, both car bombs and suicide bombers. I can say, in all modesty, that thousands of people in Europe owe their lives to hundreds of our company employees from Herzliya. The story of the Calderón call and of NSO's heartsick staff, and of the heroic feats accomplished by Pegasus were of a piece. First of all, these particulars were very hard to check in 2019. The head of Felipe Calderon's war on the cartels was just then being publicly accused of taking bribes from the drug lords he claimed he was trying to eradicate. So the former Mexican president wasn't picking up his phone to talk to reporters. NSO employees were effectively muzzled. No European police official was willing to go on the record, admitting that they licensed and operated Pegasus spyware. Then, too, Shalev's recounting of the NSO story was filigreed with fine little narrative gems. And they were exclusive. Which meant that while the stories were often too good to be true, they were also too good to leave entirely untold, or to leave for another writer to tell instead. So even really good and well-informed reporters such as Bergman, and a few others, would just put them in quotes and add a clause or two of their own to serve as the written equivalent of an arched eyebrow. The already harried NSO press team did have to occasionally do some cleanup in the aftermath of a Shalev interview. The boss was not well versed in the technical specs of the Pegasus system, or the intricacies of high finance, or the fine points of the laws and regulations that governed the cyber surveillance industry in Israel and abroad. But he did exhibit a genius for controlling the narrative. Shalev Julio, it must be admitted, tells a very good story. His story of the origins of NSO may be his best. It starts out as kind of a buddy movie, starring him and his best pal, Omri Levy. They were both born around 1980, into the false hopes that followed the Camp David Accords and the Israel-Egypt Peace Treaty, and raised with the whiff of peril always in the air. Between 1993 and 1995 alone, there were 14 separate suicide bombings in Israel, leaving 86 dead. They were similar boys, smart enough, but undisciplined. Shalev and Omri met in the mid-1990s while both were studying arts and theater at a high school in Haifa, after Shalev washed out of a program for gifted students because of congenital misbehavior. Both completed their compulsory service in the Israeli military and then some, though neither had served in the elite counterintelligence force, Unit 8200. Shalev and Omri remained in touch and passed through their late 20s together. The two men spinning hard to make themselves machers in the hottest industry in Israel. Shalev and Omri sometimes described themselves as serial entrepreneurs or early adopters of technologies. Roughly translated, this was two guys in a bar dreaming up ways to cash in on the newest computer tech. They weren't particular about the particulars. You could almost imagine them in that bar, as the sun was setting over their city, a pair of ambitious but unsettled young men, aglow in their own joy and enthusiasm. While having drinks in Haifa, Shalev says, the two hit on an idea for allowing consumers quick and easy access to merchandise they had seen on TV or in movies. A shirt, a watch, a motorcycle, whatever. They even managed to scare up enough cash from venture capitalists to mock up a demo using scenes from Sex and the City. Click on Carrie Bradshaw's pumps, or her bag, or her dress, and Shalev and Omri's platform identified the designer. Manolo Blahnik, Fendi, Holston Heritage, and where to buy it for yourself. The idea was excellent. The timing was not. They tried to sell it in the teeth of the 2008 financial meltdown and ended up being squeezed out by VCs. You can't be an entrepreneur without being very optimistic, Shalev explained to Bergman. We said, okay, that happened. Let's move on. They moved on to a startup company called Communitake, where they helped scale a new software program created by a couple of their old Haifa schoolmates, one of whom had served in the Israeli Army's renowned Unit 8200. The innovation aimed to solve an emerging tech issue, a conundrum with a maddening feedback loop. When Communitake was founded back in 2009, the growing capabilities of mobile phones and the growing number of mobile apps available were vexing the growing number of mobile phone users. That is, the regular folk who were trying to benefit from these new technologies. Didn't matter if their phone was running Android or iOS, or was a Nokia N95, an iPhone, or the then popular BlackBerry. The problem with all of them was too many bells and whistles, too many options. There was a surefit of smartphones and a dearth of smart users. Frustrated cell phone owners found themselves waiting in long queues on tech support call lines. When they finally did get a technician on the line, it was like the two sides were speaking different languages, which meant the calls were about as satisfying for the tech gurus on the other end of the line. To the horror of the tech support crew, even simple issues were rarely resolved in just one conversation. Repeat callers swelled the volumes on helplines. The mobile carriers found themselves hiring support staff at alarming speed, from around the world, and chafing at the increasing costs. Communitake offered a simple and elegant fix. They designed a program that allowed the support technicians to take charge of the phone. The phone's owner simply clicked on a link and gave the techies on the other end of the line complete control over the device, by remote. The experts didn't have to talk anybody through the process of, say, changing their ringtone. They just did it themselves. The end users were happy, or at least happy until the next complication arose. And, as time is money, the cost of tech support fell for the carriers. Everybody was happy. Communitake thrived, and still thrives today, having expanded its business into services like multi-layer encryption for securing all the data we now have on our phones. But according to Shalev Julio, Communitake was missing a very big opportunity back in 2009. A European intelligence service heard what we were doing and approached us, Shalev says. We saw that your technology works, they told us. Why aren't you using this to collect intelligence? Shalev didn't understand at first. He thought they got all they needed from the carriers already. But the government intelligence pro explained that, no, they were losing visibility into cell phone communications of potential terrorists and criminals because of advances in encryption. Apple's new iPhone had been a disaster for law enforcement. The European officials told Shalev and Omri that the situation was grave. Here were the exact words they used, according to Shalev. We are going dark. We are getting blind. Help us. Shalev and Omri didn't have to be asked twice. Not in Shalev's telling. They went straight to the Communitake board of directors with a proposition to provide a cyber surveillance tool for legitimate law enforcement agencies. The board said no. Communitake wasn't interested in the intelligence gathering business. It would require an entire new team with new skills. But Shalev and Omri didn't let it go, because they just kept fielding calls from anxious European intelligence and law enforcement agencies. We were approached several times and asked, "Can you do it without the user's permission?" Omri later explained. So we lied and we said, sure. We didn't understand at the time that this was considered one of the holy grails of the industry. The two buddies, they were early adopters of technology, weren't they? Decided this chance was too good to pass up. So they parted company with Communitake, with the blessing of the board of directors. News that the pair had raised $1.6 million from one of Israel's most successful venture capital firms did not alter the prevailing sentiment at Communitake. The development of cyber surveillance tools, Communitake's chief executive explained, came with a very real danger of casting a shadow on our company. So Shalev and Omri started a whole new startup, a half-hour drive from Tel Aviv, in an abandoned outbuilding. Apple started in a garage, Shalev sometimes joked. We started in a chicken coop. The two partners quickly added to their renovated chicken coop a recently retired Israeli military officer who specialized in intelligence, Neve Karmi. They named the company NSO, like America's NSA, with its top-shelf cryptographers, right? For Neve, Shalev, and Omri, and registered it with the State of Israel in January 2010 as NSO Group Technologies Limited. Neve had the coding chops, and he also had some insight into Israeli counterintelligence operations and bureaucratic processes. The Israeli Ministry of Defense would have to okay the export of the sort of offensive cyber surveillance system they were engineering. The crucial task when Neve Karmi came on was to find that digital holy grail, to design ways to gain control over a cell phone surreptitiously, without being invited in by the owner, and without the owner's knowledge. The counterintelligence specialists had few qualms about prying open a back door to a private cell phone, if it enabled law enforcement officials to track terrorists and criminals. Look, I'm Israeli, Neve explained in an interview with thwart at the end of 2021. All of the risk that I grew up with first as a child, and then in the service, was a life threat. And for us in Israel, everything is about saving life. Neve Karmi lasted only a few months at NSO, and his memory of that time does not always align with Shalev's. Particularly, the story about all those requests for help from the many unnamed European intelligence officials. That's not exactly how it happened, he succinctly told thwart. In the beginning, there was a vision to do something good with NSO, Neve explained. I was quite fresh out of the service. In the service, everything was about vision and what you want to do. And then I got in with these two guys that were very business savvy. For me, there was a clash of dialogues. They were more business-driven, with a different view on how business should be built or handled. NSO, minus N, was about to die another unheralded startup death when, according to Shalev, he was in a coffee shop and overheard some young engineers talking about a friend of theirs who had developed the technology to hack cell phones. Shalev butted into the conversation. "Let me buy you a coffee, because I have to talk to you." The engineers agreed to introduce him to their friend, a personage Shalev has refused to name. Scrawny guy, plaid shirt, glasses, a lot of pens, is how Shalev generally describes him. Miraculously, as Shalev would have it, the scrawny hacker in the plaid shirt pulled NSO's chestnuts out of the fire. It took a year, but by the spring of 2011, Shalev and Omri had a product to take to market. They called it Pegasus, Shalev says, because what we built was actually a Trojan horse we sent flying through the air to devices. Claudio Guarnieri was just then starting on his own personal trajectory in policing cyber intrusion. Bored with life as a corporate IT drone at 23, he had taken a job as an internet security researcher, trying to identify new cyber surveillance tools and call out their purveyors. The focus of cyber forensic specialists at the time was the hunt for spyware aimed at desktop computers and laptops. While the cyber defenders bent to the task at hand, Pegasus flew right over their heads. I think NSO was the first company that was solely focused on one thing and one thing only, which was mobile, says Claudio, looking back a decade later. At the time, that was a bit premature, but I think that they were seeing that that's where the market really was going to be. And also, on the defensive side, the mobile platform had been left behind. From an investigative point of view and from a forensic point of view, it allowed NSO to be unchallenged for much longer. NSO not only stumbled onto the right technology at the right time, they also found the perfect marketplace. or shall we say, the perfect Plaza del Mercado. If a startup spyware company wished to go bowling for dollars in 2011, there was no better place than Mexico. The lights in the alley were on 24 hours a day, and there were plenty of open lanes. Because President Felipe Calderón was already 5 years into a ferocious battle with the Mexican drug cartels. Calderón had called for a war on the drug lords during his campaign for presidency, and he acted on that call in his first week in office, in December 2006. The new president of Mexico sent 6,500 troops into the fight and quickly expanded the combatants to include more than 20,000 soldiers and federal police. Calderón did not waver, even as the death toll mounted. Almost 7,000 Mexicans were killed in 2008 alone. That was the same year the United States decided to join its neighbors' fight, sending military and law enforcement agents to Mexico to help coordinate. Better than that, the Americans poured money over the border and into the newly minted Merida Initiative. The U.S. Congress appropriated $1.5 billion to aid Calderón and his fighters over the next 3 years, which meant that even after the Mexican military and police forces upgraded their weaponry and hardware, there was plenty left over for the latest in digital technology. Malware capable of monitoring and tracking the cartels and their abettors. Procurement officers from Mexican military, law enforcement, and intelligence agencies had real money to spend on cutting-edge spyware tools. NSO was a little late to the first frame of the contest. A handful of Israeli tech companies had already closed deals for spyware in Mexico, as had Gamma Group, based in the UK, or Germany, or the British Virgin Islands. It was hard to tell. Hacking Team, the presumed world leader in this blossoming field of cyber mercenaries, headquartered in Claudio's hometown of Milan, Italy, also had its sights on this spectacular and spectacularly complicated market. For a new and uninitiated private cyber surveillance vendor like NSO, simply deciphering the tangle of Mexican government acronyms could be head-spinning. The Secretariat of Home Affairs, SEGOB, oversaw 2 enormous and growing agencies in the market for cyber surveillance tools: the Center for Investigation and National Security, CISEN, and the Federal Police, PF, as well as subcategories in each, like the PF's Sensitive Investigative Units, SIU, operated in partnership with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Then there was the Office of the Mexican Attorney General, PGR. The PGR had a thin budget for cyber, but as the agency that prosecuted all federal crimes, was constantly on the lookout for what one lip-smacking European cyber surveillance developer called lawful hacking opportunities. And finally, there were the big dogs, with the big budgets. The Mexican military's growing intelligence agencies within the Army, SEDENA, and the Navy, SEMAR. This alphabet soup only accounted for the federales. There were also 31 separate states, plus the Federal District of Mexico City. So law enforcement agencies in Puebla, Tamaulipas, Yucatan, Durango, Jalisco, Baja California, Guerrero, and the state of Mexico were among those with an interest in licensing spyware. The NSO team was fortunate to find just the right guide through the maze of La Plaza del Mercado Vigilancia Cibernética. A man known as Mr. Lambo. He favored expensive Italian roadsters, or El Chino. He was of Japanese descent, but close. Jose Susumu Azano Matsuda. Azano is a Mexican citizen, born and raised in Jalisco, where he joined his father's business. Jose Susumu Azano Moritani, the elder, was a civil engineer by trade and a doer by temperament. "Try to be so great that everyone wants to reach you," he would say, "and so humble that everyone wants to be with you." He gradually expanded his business from the manufacture of bathroom tiles and metal fixtures to metal roofing and then to industrial-size construction projects. When Susumu Asano Moritani died in July 2021, obituary writers credited Grupo Asano with having built major factories or retail centers for Nissan, Honda, Ford, Walmart, Kodak, and the electronics firm Selectron. The company had also won lucrative government contracts to manufacture license plates. All this made the Asano family one of the richest in Jalisco by the end of the 20th century. But what had really swelled the Grupo Asano bank accounts, into the billions it was rumored, was its entry into the electronic surveillance business in 1998. Security Tracking Devices, SADCV, didn't itself develop spyware systems, but acted as the middleman for the cyber surveillance companies. These private companies were all foreign-based, so their ability to negotiate the cultural intricacies of the Plaza del Mercado really depended on having a Mexican company to act as sales agent. El Chino was an ace. Security Tracking Devices, STDI, quickly became Susumu Asano Matsura's favored baby, and he had raised it into a plump and happy adolescence by the time NSO came to him about marketing Pegasus in Mexico in 2011. The company's revenues were tending toward astounding, thanks to an expanding pot of war on the drug lords money supplied by Mexican and U.S. taxpayers. STDI sold almost $400 million in equipment and services to the Mexican military in a single year, though none of the deals were disclosed to the folks who had paid for them, which is to say, those taxpayers. The company was like the technology it sold, a ghost floating silently in the background, maintaining, as Asano put it, a constant presence behind the scenes. Earnings from Mexico allowed STDI the resources to market the newest spyware systems throughout Central and South America, and to open offices in tax-friendly Singapore and in the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. The UAE was fast becoming, as one of Asano's few confidants explained, the new hub for this type of business. The profits also allowed Asano and his wife to purchase a waterside manse near San Diego. He liked to fly his private jet up and spend a few days a week in his posh American digs, where he was busy scheming ways to make illicit and illegal campaign contributions to a local mayoral candidate. He expected, in exchange, a little assistance in the oceanside retail and residential development he hoped to build there. Earnings at STDI also gave him the resources to strong-arm one of California's major natural gas suppliers, called Sempra, for the land where he wished to raise that development. Asano was a very complicated man to bring on as a business partner. According to public reports, law enforcement officials in the U.S. and Mexico had, at various times, suspected Asano of bribery, money laundering, tax fraud, and drug trafficking. He would later spend 3 years in an American jail for the illegal campaign contributions in San Diego. Is this a guy who could be trusted with military secrets? I wouldn't trust him with my laundry, said the former U.S. attorney in San Diego who prosecuted that case. This is a sophisticated businessman, adept at finding ways to circumvent the law. But in 2011, when Shalev and Omri were doing the vetting, Asano could still point to a clean bill of health from prosecutors on either side of the border, and a go pass from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and U.S. intelligence officials. Also in his favor, if you were looking at it from Shalev and Omri's point of view, Asano was an avid and unapologetic proselytizer for the cyber surveillance industry at large. He was happy to push back against the voices, especially in the U.S., who worried about the erosion of civil liberties. For the average citizen, the cell phone now serves the purpose of both tracker and wireless data collection devices, as well as the less important function of the phone, Asano wrote in his personal blog. It is the perfect tool for a society that has come to depend more and more on surveillance, whether we like it or not. The government, it should be noted, did not hand out smartphones to American citizens and demand they keep detailed logs of their every move. Americans did that to themselves. People were excited about doing it, constantly seeking new ways to advertise where they were, what they were doing, and with whom. Can people really blame governments and advertisers for taking advantage of their actions? Or do people accept that these are the repercussions of naivete and a nation caught up in a love affair with new technology? Asano saw the potential of NSO, this new entrant into the intrusion-as-a-service industry, right away. STDI reportedly paid NSO $500,000 for the exclusive right to resell its Pegasus technology, and Shalev armed Asano and his team with a set of talking points to take to potential customers in the Mexican government. That document is a perfect little snapshot of the promise of NSO's earliest technology, which was ambitious right from the start. The Pegasus system, according to this document from 2011, provided a tactical, active approach for breaking through the wall of encryption built into the most common mobile phones on the market, BlackBerries and Androids. These devices, the NSO talking points lamented, had become a secure and convenient method for communication for all kinds of criminal activities, which is difficult to monitor today. The Pegasus system offered a soup-to-nuts solution. The first step was injection, finding a vulnerability in the phone's operating system that opened the door for Pegasus users to surreptitiously plant the spyware on the phone. Step 2 was configuring the software so it could successfully monitor, collect, and prepare all data for retrieval. This data included all contacts and calendar entries, all email, voicemail, and instant messages, all system files, as well as current and past geolocation. The earliest Pegasus system, according to the talking points anyway, had the ability to remotely turn on the microphone to monitor environmental voice interception, which is to say any live conversation within earshot of the phone. It could also remotely activate the mobile phone's camera for capturing snapshots. Step 3 was data retrieval, wherein Pegasus would exfiltrate the contents of the phone and place them in one of the end user's servers, ready for archiving, mining, and analysis. The Pegasus system, as offered, included NSO-provided hardware, software, maintenance, and training for the various sorts of operators needed across the platform. There was an array of infection vectors to choose from, each tailored to a target's device and operating system. Front-end consoles, where government-paid operatives executed the initial infection, and configured the Trojan horse malware for monitoring and the exfiltration. Anonymizers, to hide the end user's real IP address and camouflage its activities on the internet. Firewalls and virtual private networks, VPN, for added security and convenience. And rackable servers for storing the growing mass of data retrieved from the targets. As a rule, NSO figured 2 terabytes was a good starting point, enough to monitor 400 different mobile phones, at 50 megabytes of data retrieved per target per day, for an entire year. But NSO also encouraged Asano and his team at STDI to assure potential buyers that This cluster of servers can grow with the customer future needs seamlessly. NSO technicians would do the entirety of the initial setup, maintain the hardware, upgrade the software as needed, monitor the system in real time for any malfunction, and be available to troubleshoot. They would also train the ops who worked on the front-end consoles. For the attack and configuration agents, NSO recommended local people with degrees in criminology, anthropology, or psychology, an ability to provide unique insight into target psyche, and to work under pressure in non-standard hours. End users could count on up to 6 weeks of dedicated time from NSO talent to get the system up and running and the operators properly schooled. NSO looked good to Asano, another sluicing river of income for STDI. Asano, meanwhile, looked good to Shalev and Omri. NSO's new reseller provided instant intelligence in Mexican commercial traditions. Mr. Lambo, for instance, was schooled in the operative custom of mordida, the bite. Knew which officials in the chain had to get a cut of any big sale, what size cut would be deemed acceptable, and how to make sure it was safely and secretly dispersed. Asano also provided connections. He knew the generals who made the final decisions at Sedena, the admirals at CMAR, the supervisors at CSEN and the PF, and the top prosecutors at the PGR. Asano's contacts apparently went all the way to the top, to the office of the president, to Felipe Calderon himself. On May 25, 2011, just weeks after Asano signed on to market NSO's spyware system, Shalev Julio got an email from one of his NSO operatives. Mr. Asano notifies me that the demo to the Secretary of Defense and the President will take place next Friday. They called me after confirmation, and they asked me to do my best to be there on Tuesday, since the Secretary of Defense requested a demonstration the day before, Thursday, and for the President on Friday. Neither Calderon, nor his SecDef, nor Asano himself has confirmed that the scheduled demo actually happened. But 6 weeks later, in July, STDI closed a deal with Sedena, the first major sale in the history of NSO. The contract was reportedly worth a little over $15 million, which, more or less, launched NSO as a viable company. When Shalev finally told the story of that first deal, not long before Forbidden Stories and the security lab got access to the leaked data, he didn't dwell on Asano, who was at the time in a U.S. prison, and STDI. He talked about the general he met in Mexico City, and the assurances the military man gave Shalev and Omri about the way their powerful new cyber surveillance tool would be used, and all the good it would do. The country had decided to establish a separate new body, a branch of the military, to deal with the drug issue, Shalev remembered, in another of his uncheckable stories. This body would include spotless individuals with no history of corruption who would undergo a polygraph test. Then we met with the general, the head of that branch. He said, "You fit us like a glove. We will base our entire drug-fighting apparatus on your new technology." This is how the biggest situation room, not just in the region, but one of the biggest in the world, will fight crime and drugs. And to them, we agreed to sell. Shalev always wants to make it clear that NSO was a company that took seriously its first principles right from the beginning. Sell only to government agencies and never get involved in their operations. Vet those agencies to make sure they will honor human rights and civil liberties, and adhere to the laws and regulations of Israel. NSO does all of that, Shalev Julio insists to this day, and he sleeps very well. But there is an insider at NSO who recently, and accidentally, gave us an interesting insight while offering sympathy for the kind of new and underfunded spyware enterprise NSO once was. "We've evolved with time. We are a big company. making enough money so we can say no to a deal," the insider explains. "But if you're a small company and you are struggling to pay a salary to your employees, and you have $10 million coming from a state in Mexico, you don't really think about human rights. That's just the reality."
Chapter 5. To live and die in the free market. The beauty of Mexico, where Shalev and Omri were concerned, was not simply that there was a lot of money to be made there, but that it gave NSO a chance to prove its mettle. Plenty of other companies were jockeying for clients in Mexico, most notably the Milan-based hacking team, with offices already in Singapore and Washington, D.C. This was capitalism at work. Competition leads to innovation, which leads to more sales and more satisfied customers and more profits, which draws investment, which affords more innovation, and more profits, and more investment. So whirs the virtuous cycle at the heart of the free market promise, a cycle that fosters creativity and growth and makes everybody better, depending on your definition of better. A good place to start the story of the virtuous cyber surveillance industry cycle is at an abandoned schoolhouse on the outskirts of Puebla, a metropolis of almost 3 million people living in the shadow of the menacing Popocatépetl Smoking Mountain volcano, a 2-hour drive from Mexico City. A young field application engineer for the hacking team, let's call him Antonio, arrived at that remote building on a warm spring day to set up a remote control system, RCS, for a new client in the state government of Puebla. Antonio was new to hacking team, but his first 3 weeks had been an excellent start for the eager young employee. He was fluent in Spanish, had lived in Mexico off and on for almost 10 years, and had contacts in high places. Antonio's offer to make introductions to family friends among the local officialdom, like the head of security in one Mexican state and the head of a European consulate in another, drew a personal shout-out from the company's CEO back in Milan. "You are on the team," wrote David Vincenzetti. This was an especially welcome note because Vincenzetti was something of a legend in the cyber community, a hacker's hacker, a self-styled cipher punk who had helped develop and perfect the cryptography that served as the early bulwark of privacy on the internet. Vincenzetti had been a partner in 3 successful cybersecurity firms before he was 35 and then turned to cyber surveillance. He started Hacking Team with one client in 2003, a metropolitan police agency in his home country. His timing was impeccable. In March 2004, less than a year after Hacking Team opened its doors, terrorists exploded 10 separate bombs on 4 commuter trains in Madrid, killing 200 and injuring nearly 2,000. Vincenzetti flew to the city and convinced the understandably abashed Spanish law enforcement officials that he had a tool capable of stopping these sorts of vicious acts before they happened. A way to monitor bad actors on the internet as they coordinated potentially deadly plots. Privacy is very important, Vincenzetti would say. But national security is much more important. National security professionals agreed. 10 years in, Vincenzetti had made Hacking Team the premier private cyber surveillance vendor in the world. David Vincenzetti looked the part of predator, lean and alert, with a hint of wiry sinew beneath his slim-fit designer suits, like a hunter who could stalk for days before striking. Vincenzetti claimed to rise at 3 a.m. most days so he could give in a little exercise before he started his workday. He carried himself with the air of a winner, but also of a prodigy and a seer. One business partner from Mexico, who spent a couple of days at the Hacking Team headquarters in Milan, came away underwhelmed by the offices themselves, but struck by the aura that surrounded the company founder and CEO. Hacking Team was more like a religion than a business, and Vincenzetti a godhead. These kinds of organizations don't have employees, the visitor says. They have followers. Vincenzetti had won over scores of dedicated acolytes, a sufficient handful of venture capitalists, and clients all over the world. Hacking Team claimed ongoing deals in 40 separate countries, including in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The company had also provided its RCS surveillance tools to a handful of discerning federal agencies in the U.S., the FBI, military intelligence units at the Department of Defense, and the DEA. The DEA had signed a deal worth $2.4 million, but even as late as 2013, the bulk of the company revenues still came from Mexico. The sales team was so prolific at that point that it had kind of outrun the company's engineers, which meant hacking team had already asked a lot of Antonio, even before he got to the strange abandoned house in Puebla. Though still a trainee, Antonio found himself operating solo from time to time in his first few weeks, like when he handled one unplanned emergency with a client in Querétaro, whose agents were having trouble operating the system and were anxious for an upgrade. This was an unhappy customer that needed both technical support and general hand-holding, but Antonio assured his bosses he could handle the delicate situation. I always take the opportunity to have more responsibility as an interesting challenge. That can-do spirit had won the day. By the end of the session, the Querétaro client was talking about buying increased capacity to target more criminals and drug lords and kidnappers. The governor of Querétaro, it was noted among the hacking team managers, was a friend and ally of the new Mexican president, Enrique Peña Nieto. The likelihood that he will speak well of hacking team to the president is a fact, said one. The end goal is for the president to support expansion of the system. So, Antonio's future with hacking team looked bright, right up to the last Monday in May, 3 weeks into his employment, when he was ushered into the abandoned windowless schoolhouse by one of the key RCS resellers in Mexico. The reseller had already shown itself less than trustworthy by Antonio's lights. The paperwork at Antonio's previous installation in Campeche was not signed by the client of record, a government prosecutor's office. The official who did sign worked in the Department of Urban Development, which Antonio knew for a fact did not have jurisdiction to use lawful interception on anyone. Here in Puebla, the paperwork was signed by a factotum in the governor's personal office, and the Mexican official on scene to run the RCS cyber surveillance show at the otherwise empty dwelling was well known to Antonio. Not well known to anybody who read the newspapers in Mexico. Antonio cornered the senior member of the hacking team crew at the schoolhouse that morning and said they really needed to talk about what was going on here. But he was waved off and told to get started on the training. At the lunch break, Antonio got his colleague alone again. "I can't do it," Antonio says. "You don't know this guy." "No, I don't know this guy," his coworker said. But the deal was done and the papers signed. "Well, I can't do it. I can't be in the same room with this man." "Listen, you're here to work." "I can't do it," Antonio kept repeating. "I can't be in the same room with this man." The man in question was Joaquin Arenal Romero, and Romero and his close associates were credibly alleged to carry dirty water for the Los Zetas drug cartel, like, for instance, a little illegal cyber surveillance on an opposition governor. Los Zetas, Antonio explained to his new bosses at Hacking Team after that first day, is the worst cartel that has ever been. They're not simply narco-traffickers, but ex-police and ex-military that also traffic children and manage all kinds of dirty business. I think you understand my ethical worries. Antonio called in sick and stayed in his hotel in Puebla on day 2 of the installation and training session. Hacking team managers acted without hesitation, and what they clearly saw was the company's best interests. The operations unit scotched Antonio's next assignment, in Ecuador, which was scheduled for the following Monday, June 3rd. On that day, instead, a memo went out to the hacking team announcing Antonio's departure from the company. They wished him all the best for his future career, but had already put in the works a non-disclosure agreement for his signature. "Yeah, you can leave, kiddo, but keep your trap shut." David Vincenzetti and his management team adhered to the simple and straightforward economic formula that prevails in business these days. A corporation's sole purpose is to maximize shareholder profits. Period. Ethical worries were beside the point. When one of Hacking Team's exploit developers suggested that perhaps they should be more careful about bidding their end users, a company executive shut him down. "What's your concern with that?" he asked. "Why do you care about things that shouldn't concern you?" Vincenzetti needed good soldiers who kept their heads down marched forward and didn't ask questions. Business is not sport, he liked to say, quoting his favorite computer industry pioneer. It's war. Hacking Team, circa 2013, could rightly boast something nearing domination in the fight for the cyber surveillance market share, largely because it had developed the most effective and comprehensive cyber intrusion tools to be had. Vincenzetti believed he had already vanquished his strongest foe, Gamma Group, known for its Finfisher cyber surveillance system. Finfisher is so technologically retarded, he wrote in an internal memo, it belongs to the remote past. But Vincenzetti was wary by nature, and he instilled this watchfulness throughout his team. So Hacking Team saw NSO coming and understood the Israeli startup was delivering just what Mexican clients were clamoring for now: exploits capable of penetrating a variety of mobile phones. NSO had that, Hacking Team executives conceded, but not much else. Pegasus did not, unlike Hacking Team's cyber weaponry, have any exploits to invade desktops or laptops. The NSO system did not offer any way to deliver an attack vector except through SMS messages, which require the user to click on it. And the system software was not yet stable enough to provide 24-hour monitoring and clean exfiltration of data. Word among resellers was that NSO's first big client in Mexico, Sedena, was disappointed in Pegasus. Sedena had forked over somewhere north of $15 million to NSO, and Pegasus looked like an expensive flop. The hardware and software components were set up in a state-of-the-art monitoring station, a station the Mexican army had reportedly paid Azano as much as $80 million to construct, where nothing really happened. I have been there, a Hacking Team executive reported back to Milan, and it is a huge new cement two-building bunker that looks deserted, empty, high-tech, and lifeless. I'm not kidding. It is bright white cement and blinding when you walk across the huge patio to get to the entrance. Unlike any other Mexican governmental office I have been to, there are no plants, no decorations, no grass, nothing. Basic waste of money. Vincenzetti and his acolytes had a good laugh at that, and as this confirmed to their suspicions that Pegasus was a horse that didn't hunt, they breathed a little easier. But not entirely easy. Because, first of all, NSO was an Israeli company, and recent press about Stuxnet, the spectacular malware that single-handedly set back Iran's nuclear program by years, if not decades, suggested the exploit was built on the brainpower of Israeli techs. Israeli technology, Vincenzetti occasionally lamented, was invariably overvalued. More worrisome, NSO's real strength was in selling, and at enormously inflated prices. Shalev Julio and Omri Lave appeared to have discovered the key to unlocking the market in Mexico, and it had less to do with technological capacity than with access to the right people. Azano, they had heard, had taken Pegasus right into President Felipe Calderón's private office. Hacking Team had been momentarily buoyed after Enrique Peña Nieto took over the presidency in December 2012. The first months of the new administration spelled trouble for NSO, because Azano was in ill odor with Team Peña. There were whispers that U.S. President Barack Obama had warned Peña, in their first bilateral meeting, that Azano posed a serious threat to good relations between the two countries. Azano's harassment of Sempra, whose subsidiary, SoCal Gas, provided natural gas for more than 20 million people in California, was an issue of national security. When Omri Lave and NSO technicians next arrived in Mexico City to demonstrate Pegasus to the new leaders in the Attorney General's office, according to somebody who was in the room, the highest-ranking government official abruptly turned on his heels and walked out when he saw Azano was also there. Basically, what he said is that this is the last time he wants to see Alano there, the insider says. And the demonstration was canceled. I think after that NSO understood that Azano was never going to sell to this government. NSO simply pivoted to a new reseller, Hacking Team believed, an Israeli businessman named Yuri Ansbacher, and his partner, Avishai Naria. An esteemed figure in the Jewish community in Mexico, Avishai was about to be named by President Pena as honorary consul to Haifa, Israel. The guy that sells is Yuri, but the guy that opens the door is Avishai, the government insider says. Hacking team knew that they were going directly to the president, not to lower levels, directly to the president. NSO wasn't just making hay in Mexico. In August 2013, NSO sold Pegasus to the government of the United Arab Emirates, an oil-soaked regime with very deep pockets. The Emiratis could easily pay 5 or 10 times what the Mexicans could, with far fewer middlemen and corrupt government officials who needed a cut of the proceeds. The sale to the UAE was a shot of much-needed cash for NSO, as well as a direct hit on hacking team hegemony. The newbie company, much to Vincenzetti's chagrin, was beginning to get fawning press in glossy financial publications. Most of your typical solutions for interception are inadequate, Omri Lave told one reporter. So a new tool had to be built. Omri went on to explain that he could not talk about how his new solution worked or identify any of their customers. I don't want to be beheaded, he joked. In some countries, we're not even allowed to know where the building is, where the system will be installed. Not only are we not allowed in the building, we don't even know where the building is. It could be in another city. At this point, Vincenzetti began to get a tad more manic than usual. He worried about where NSO might next challenge them. Romania? Morocco? Saudi Arabia? Or worse yet, in the private equity market, which afforded the sort of money required to buy new infection exploits or develop new technology. So, Vincenzetti made a big play. "Here was my vision," he wrote in an email to his followers in November 2013. The global chessboard, Vincenzetti claimed, had set up perfectly for hacking team's next move. He attached a news item from the day before, describing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's unease with the new posture in the Middle East, taken by the U.S. and its allies in Europe. Obama's Secretary of State was on a trip to Riyadh, the article noted, where he encountered Saudi Arabia's anxieties over the possibility of a rapprochement between the U.S. and Iran after more than 3 decades of enmity. Vincenzetti wanted to sketch out for his team his own view of the current dynamics of global power. Saudi is now isolated, he wrote. Obama has alienated Saudi, Israel, Turkey, and countless other states who now think we can no longer rely on the U.S. for our security. There are 5 legs of war: land, air, sea, space, and cyber. Cyber is becoming more and more lethal. Aramco, the main oil company in Saudi, has been blocked for weeks by an Iranian cyber attack. And what did all this have to do with Hacking Team? Well, Hacking Team provided cyber solutions, didn't they? Vincenzetti's grand plan was to provide a whole suite of cyber capabilities to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. All the kingdom had to do was buy the company. 3 days later, a London-based venture capitalist with billions in the bank and close ties to the Saudi intelligence chief, Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, commissioned a Boeing business jet 737 to fly Vincenzetti and his key staff to Riyadh. "We will be met at the airport on Wednesday evening, and you will be taken to the hotel which has been arranged for you," wrote the billionaire, Rafiq Saeed, whose Safinvest would be running this deal. "It is proposed that on Thursday we will meet the relevant Saudi officials led by the deputy minister, and the team will have the opportunity to make a full presentation including demonstrations." Vincenzetti had already instructed his Hacking Team followers on the proper wardrobe and dispatched his COO to the Saudi embassy in Rome on a Sunday to pick up the necessary travel documents. "Which will be open only for you. Makes you think, right? Here we go." The meetings in Riyadh were boffo, according to Vincenzetti. He reported to his team that Mr. Saeed had said afterward that he would give standing orders to my lawyers to execute the transaction in a few days. Hacking Team's current equity partners, meanwhile, had already affixed their signatures to the letter of intent to sell more than 70% of the company to Saudi Arabia, or to some newly formed shell company controlled by the Saudis. Of course, a transaction of this scope takes time. Still, a lot of due diligence and lawyering and horse trading to be done. Lovick's team took a hard look at the hacking team revenues for 2013, for instance, and chiseled down the top-line price from $61 million to $49.5 million. Then, just as the final details were being worked out, on February 19, 2014, Lovick's dear friend Prince Bandar was unceremoniously removed as the head of Saudi intelligence. Just like that, the deal was dead. A month later, more bad news. This is a surprise. A mergers and acquisitions specialist emailed Vincenzetti on March 20. Everyone said that NSO was in trouble after product issues in Mexico. Apparently, Francisco Partners thought otherwise. Francisco Partners had bought a controlling share of NSO for triple the hacking team asking price in Riyadh, around $120 million. The news reports put NSO's revenue at $40 million in the previous year, dwarfing hacking team's earnings. Vincenzetti made frantic efforts to have U.S.-based Francisco Partners roll hacking team into their cyber portfolio. The private equity firm strung them along for a few months and patiently listened to explanations of the ways in which hacking teams was the superior technology. We examined NSO's solution with our own eyes, and we now have clear and incontrovertible evidence that, technologically speaking, they are behind us. We are definitely underselling our product. Francisco Partners took a pass. This was the start of a very bad stretch for hacking team. Cybersecurity researchers from Citizen Lab, a Canadian tech laboratory inside the University of Toronto's Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, issued a series of damning reports in 2014, with forensic evidence alleging that hacking team had sold its RCS spyware to more than 20 governments, nearly half of which were considered authoritarian regimes. A number of those regimes, such as the UAE and Morocco, appeared to have used RCS to spy on political dissidents and journalists. Young developers who had taken pride in how the spyware had led to the arrests of more than 50 Italian mafia bosses and driven down the number of Mexican women being kidnapped and sold in Eastern Europe, were horrified by public reports that hacking teams' cyber weapons had been used against journalists and political dissidents. A few had even started to talk among themselves about the instances of misuse they were beginning to see with their own eyes. It wasn't until they put an application into the system that allowed you to put data on a computer, says one former hacking team contractor. To put pedophile pictures onto somebody's personal computer, and then they arrest them. That's when I was like, shit, this is not good. Vincenzetti, meanwhile, was still in his glory. He's a show-off, says one former hacking team employee. He had to drive a Ferrari. He wanted to show people he was rich and that he had money. And he didn't give a damn what people did with the system. He would make sales anywhere, to anyone. Gradually, there were more and more operations that were really borderline, says another. Employees and business associates at hacking team began to get the eerie sense that they too were being spied on. Vincenzetti openly mocked anybody in the company who dared to raise the question of ethics. How do you care? If a government says a person is a terrorist, he is a terrorist. It's not for us to decide. Attacks from outside the company were met with similar derision. A letter from the United Nations Security Council suggesting that hacking team might have violated a ban on sales of military equipment to Sudan drew remarkably ham-handed responses from the company's outside legal counsel. Selling RCS to Sudan was not unlawful. If one sells sandwiches to Sudan, he's not subject, as far as my knowledge goes, to this law, she wrote to Vincenzetti. HT should be treated like a sandwich vendor. Vincenzetti was sure he was being unfairly attacked, even persecuted, and hacking team said as much. Citizen Lab has chosen to target a private business operating in full compliance with all relevant law, a company spokesman offered. We believe the software we provide is essential for law enforcement and for the safety of us all in an age when terrorists, drug dealers, sex traffickers, and other criminals routinely use the internet and mobile communications to carry out their crimes. That was the public response. When the Italian government called a brief halt on the export of RCS, Vincenzetti exploded in private. Those who are destroying our company are half-men. They are cowards. They are blind. They don't even live a real life. They'll have to physically kill me to stop me. Despite the hiccups, Vincenzetti remained on the hunt and optimistic. He was still banking big on Mexico, which remained Hacking Team's single largest client country, and had already spent more than $7 million on RCS. The company had ongoing contracts with 7 different state-level clients in Mexico, and the government-owned oil company, Pemex. Revenue from Mexican government agencies was double the amount Hacking Team got from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at that point, and nearly 4 times the amount from the United States. But the Hacking Team's salesmen and engineers were expending a lot of energy trying to calm their most important Mexican client, Sisson, whose operators were complaining that RCS wasn't secure. "We need to put the firewall in for them," a key account manager wrote back to Milan in the late summer of 2014. "I know it is not our job, but it is not my job to just sit back and let a client destroy our reputation only because they are too stupid to install a firewall. We need to fix this because it is blocking our sales in Mexico." Vincenzetti's troops were also losing ground to the now very well-funded NSO, which had just made an unprecedented sale to the Office of the Mexican Federal Prosecutor, PGR. $27.6 million before taxes, promising a capability of 500 simultaneously monitored targets. Vincenzetti was in a swivet after that news, full of nonsensical ideas for besting his rising rival. "So, why shouldn't we do like Oracle did with IBM in the past, boasting its technological superiority and its convenience?" he wrote in an email in early 2015. "Do you remember Oracle's massive comparative ads? Exempli gratia. They booked the back cover of The Economist for years, comparing the Oracle DB with the IBM DB, contrasting IBM's lower performances and high prices with Oracle's much better performance and lower prices." The final blow to Vincenzetti, a live by the sword and die by the sword blow, was heralded by an unexpected message posted on Hacking Team's own Twitter account in the first dark hours of July 5, 2015. "Since we have nothing to hide," read the tweet, "we are publishing our emails, files, and source code." This hijacked tweet was almost 2 months in the making. A very patient and cautious hacker who called himself Phineas Fisher, he had already hacked the rival Gamma Group, would eventually take credit, publishing a technical explanation of how he found a vulnerability in the system's software that pried open a backdoor into Hacking Team's internal network. Once through that door, Phineas lived undetected inside the network for weeks, sniffing out passwords, listening in on audio, viewing webcam images, even watching one of the system administrators spend hours of his workday playing World of Warcraft. When he discovered an underprotected server used by the company's software developers, its sales team, and its key executives, Phineas mounted the server remotely and accessed a motherload of company backup files. But in those backups were passwords that gave him access to the live server, as well as the domain admin password, which gave him access to the company's internal emails. He downloaded the emails to his own server, a stealth exfiltration executed against the kings of exfiltration. Phineas continued to live and learn on the network, dancing around and through firewalls to spy on key employees. "One of my favorite hobbies is hunting sysadmins," until one led him to Hacking Team's crucial asset, the source code for its RCS spyware, which Phineas also downloaded onto one of his own drives. The day after he got the source code, Phineas Fisher took over Hacking Team's Twitter account and made the unexpected announcement that a data dump was coming. Vincenzetti and his team didn't have to wait long to see the hacker make good on that promise. Phineas Fisher dumped everything. 400 gigabytes worth of internal emails, memos, and documents from Hacking Team's servers, available to all on a public site. The millions of pages confirmed many of the worst tendencies in Hacking Team's business practices, including sales to renowned violators of civil rights and human rights, as well as the defense of those sales. "The King of Morocco is a benevolent monarch," Vincenzetti insisted in one email. The leak also revealed hacking team's growing paranoia and concern about NSO. Vincent Zetti and his crew were obsessed with the extraordinary fees NSO was charging, and hot to prove that NSO's claims of having produced zero-click network infection vectors were all make-believe. Hacking team had set out to produce a point-by-point memo describing the advantages of RCS over Pegasus. Vincent Zetti's agents plied NSO Group employees with dinner and drinks to try to get them to spill the secrets of Pegasus, according to the company's leaked internal emails. They even tried to infiltrate NSO product demos in Mexico. The Phineas Fisher exploit tripped hacking team, and though it took a few years for the company to actually hit the pavement, the end was a spectacular public faceplant. In the first days of the embarrassing data dump, Vincent Zetti pointed the finger at business rivals and jealous foreign governments. Somebody with really deep pockets had to be behind this breach, he insisted. Vincent Zetti also tried to frame a handful of disgruntled employees who had left the company a year earlier to start a cybersecurity firm to guard against the sort of cyber weapons hacking team trafficked in. A 2-year-long criminal investigation in Italy was unable to determine the real identity of Phineas Fisher or to pin the breach on any of Vincent Zetti's rivals or enemies. But investigators did clear the former hacking team employees of any crime, and they did discover that the most likely reason the hacker got inside the company network was an outdated firewall and virtual private network system. A few former hacking team employees told investigators that the oldest software was still in the system because one person was still using it. David Vincent Zetti. Literally, said one, because he couldn't be bothered to install a software update. Phineas Fisher offered his own statement after the news that the Italian authorities were closing their investigation. Maybe now the prosecutors will have time to investigate the various crimes committed by hacking team, he said. But I don't have any illusions that prosecutors will look into any of that. The now legendary hacker had already published, along with his how-to guide, a kind of manifesto reminding his fellow travelers in tech that they were the best guardians against cyber intrusion. There's plenty of hackers better than me, Phineas Fisher wrote, but they misuse their talents working for defense contractors, for intelligence agencies, to protect banks and corporations, and to defend the status quo. Hacker culture was born in the U.S. as a counterculture, but that origin only remains in its aesthetics. The rest has been assimilated. At least they can wear a t-shirt, dye their hair blue, use their hacker names, and feel like rebels while they work for the man. You used to have to sneak into offices to leak documents. You used to need a gun to rob a bank. Now, you can do both from bed with a laptop in hand. Hacking is a powerful tool. Let's learn and fight. The chief beneficiaries of the hacking team leak, to Phineas Fisher's chagrin, did not turn out to be human rights defenders, or political dissidents, or journalists working in repressive regimes. There was a flurry of calls for regulation of the cyber surveillance industry by a handful of UN officials and NGOs, but that was just talk. The real gold in the leaked data was a handy list of potential customers. Egypt, Ethiopia, Bahrain, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, Sudan, and Saudi Arabia, for instance. Customers who would continue to want cyber surveillance tools and would maybe want to buy them from a company that was not itself easy pickings for cyber intruders. You can see all the hacking team emails with the list of their clients right on mine, right? Says an Israeli software engineer who was working in cybersecurity at the time. And I think that NSO was the big winner. It eliminated the competition.
Chapter 6. Temptation. Only a handful of people actually saw an early days Pegasus system in operation in Mexico. Fewer still manned the consoles and truly felt the reach and the possibility of NSO's evolving cyber surveillance tool. The operators in particular are shy to come forward to talk about the experience. Their concern is twofold. They signed non-disclosure agreements before they went to work in government or military agencies. And they tend to know secrets about narcos and kidnappers, and corrupt police and corrupt politicians who really want these secrets to remain secret. There are good reasons to keep your head down in Mexico. So when we finally did persuade one of the pilots of a Pegasus operating terminal to talk, he did so with conditions. Jose, we will call him, wouldn't allow us to use his name. Wouldn't even tell us his real name. He told us the agency he worked for, but asked us not to name it or to divulge which particular division he worked in. And he would not reveal the location of the facility where the Pegasus system was housed. But he did tell us his story. Jose was among the very few key people trained to operate a Pegasus system. Not long after the agency he worked for spent millions for a license to infect and monitor several hundred separate mobile phones simultaneously. Pegasus was a welcome new tool in the fight against drug traffickers. Mexican police and prosecutors and military units were almost a decade into the Calderon-initiated war on the cartel-fueled crime, and the results were mixed at best. Kidnappings were down, and so was the trafficking of young Mexican women to Europe and Asia, thanks in part to hacking teams' remote control system. But the murder rate was rising sharply. The drug cartels were doing a bigger business than ever, and tightening their grip on many local governments and police agencies. Mounting and maintaining a serious criminal investigation into cartel activity was getting harder by the day. The narcos had a lot of motivation to fund their own counter-surveillance programs, and plenty of resources. Even low-level soldiers serving the cartels changed devices and phone numbers constantly, or carried as many as 5 mobile phones, so they could execute an elaborate system of hopscotching among those devices, making it virtually impossible to trace calls. The most notorious of the Mexican narco gangs, run by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, was also the most sophisticated in covering its tracks on the ground and in the ether. The full story emerged from testimony in El Chapo's 2019 criminal trial in New York. As early as 2008, when he was about to cross the billion-dollar net worth mark, El Chapo hired an IT whiz kid to create the cartel's own private web of encrypted communication, with a high-speed internet system dedicated to Guzman and his lieutenants. Guzman was himself a bit of a Luddite when it came to computers, according to testimony, and he did a lot of his business on his cell phone. So his IT guru made sure all calls were routed through a proprietary central server. Increasingly interested in digital technology, and increasingly paranoid, El Chapo also asked his IT contractor to procure software that would allow him to spy on his many employees. Then he suggested they set up a separate spyware regimen in every internet cafe in the cartel's headquarters city of Culiacan. El Chapo was very interested in what the locals were saying about him. Jose says he understood from the first moment he saw Pegasus in action, during the weeks-long simulator training he received, that this new cyber surveillance weapon would be a game-changer in the fight against drug cartels like El Chapo's and other criminal enterprises. When we arrived at the agency, we did not even know this thing existed, and the head of a separate agency was the one who told us, "Hey, you have a wonderful piece of equipment that does 1,000 things," he says. The scope of the tool was explained to us, and at the beginning, it did generate a great expectation for results that could be obtained. The first steps in cyber surveillance Pegasus style still depended on old-fashioned legal pleadings and gumshoe work. Investigators were supposed to gather enough probable cause evidence for a judge to sign off on targeting a suspect. And then these agents had to go out and find the number of the mobile phone that target was using. The thorniest task was what cyber pros refer to as social engineering, which was still crucial, because at that point, the Pegasus malware could only be installed if the cell phone owner clicked on an SMS message. That act would send them to a domain where Pegasus sat ready to be deployed. The messages needed to be alluring to the individual in question, bait he or she was sure to take. So investigators would spend a couple weeks gathering open-source information about the target. Names of their spouse and their children, their girlfriends or their pets, their hobbies, interests, and proclivities. The social engineering had to be done with precision, because not many attempts should be made, so as not to attract attention, Jose says. If we succeeded in getting them to click on the SMS message, that automatically installed the software on the mobile device. And from then on, we could access all the information on the phone. If they failed on the first attempt, the social engineers went back to the drawing board, came up with another, better lure, and tried again after a 2 or 3 day hiatus. The federal ops rarely went back for a third turn at the tumblers. The other frustration was that an NSO license was good only for operating systems spelled out in the contract. It might be guaranteed to work on recent versions of operating software running Androids, iPhones, Blackberries, or Symbian cell phones. Similarly, a Pegasus license was good only for the latest mobile devices on the market. But Apple alone was putting out a new iPhone every year at that point, and even twice a year, as well as new operating systems or iOS upgrades to patch newfound vulnerabilities. Each new iteration of any device or operating system might require new exploits to successfully complete installation of the spyware. It was complicated because you have to keep updating the licenses every time the companies release a new version of the software or new equipment, Jose explains. It's very expensive, like permanent rent. When the Pegasus system was up and running at full steam, though, with hundreds of potential criminal actors under surveillance on a given day, this was heady stuff. As long as a mobile device was connected to Wi-Fi, Pegasus could exfiltrate hundreds of megabytes worth of data at a time, without raising the tiniest of red flags that might alert a target. The room Jose worked in every day was a hotbed of high-tech friction, literally. The office had to show they had 2 separate rooms constantly cooled to 65 degrees Fahrenheit, along with fire alarms and marked emergency exits, before NSO engineers would execute any new installation. In Jose's chilled room, there were always at least 2 6.5-foot-high racks stacked, from the bottom up, with the requisite Pegasus hardware delivered by NSO's reseller. An uninterrupted power system, gateway modems to send the SMS messages, at least 4 different servers, and 2 routers with solid firewalls. The agency had provided a fiber optic network, a cable-based Ethernet, the ability to connect to mobile phones through 2 separate carriers, and about 20 different IP addresses. A second room held a 10-terabyte server to store the daily wash of Pegasus exfiltrated data, until it could be sifted and categorized, or discarded as useless, by one of the backroom analysts. These specialists would write up reports almost daily, warning of a crime about to happen, developing new avenues of investigation, or identifying potential new targets. Jose and his fellow operators were limited to monitoring several hundred mobile phones at a time. But there was constant churn. Supervisors were always picking and choosing the highest priority targets in a target-rich environment. So Jose or the other operators might be asked to disconnect one infected phone and go get another. The operator would get the chosen mobile phone number from the Department of Social Engineering, along with suggestions for devising the SMS message bait. In our case, it was very simple, Jose admits, because my targets were members of organized crime, and we didn't have to look very hard. The SMS messages were pornography topics, where it was practically certain that they were going to click on it. After Jose typed up the missive and hit send, Pegasus did the rest. The system would send the SMS message through a series of anonymizers in order to veil the end user. These messages would go through different servers around the world, says one Mexican IT specialist who saw the system in action. It can go through China, from China to Australia, from Australia to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to Panama, and from Panama to the target. Jose did all his post-infection work at one of the few operator terminals at his facility, each with a 320-gigabyte hard drive with 3 gigs of RAM memory and an oversized monitor, where the magic appeared. All Jose had to do was get comfortable in his swivel chair and punch in the number of a target under surveillance. The Pegasus system then generated on his screen a set of modules mapping the infected mobile phone. These modules were a series of small boxes on the right half of the screen, each representing a separate application at work on the phone. There might be a box for WhatsApp, or for Signal, or for any other messaging app, encrypted or not, that contained every message archived on the phone and every message in or out since infection. Messages deleted after infection became faint on Jose's screen, almost ghostly, but still readable. There was a box for email, one for calls, call history, and voice messages, one for real-time geolocation and geolocation history, one for the device's microphone, and one for the device's camera. Jose could then choose any app he wanted to check or monitor, and it would expand into an easily readable box on the left of the screen. If I wanted, for example, the front-facing camera, I would tap on the front-facing camera, and it would magnify the front-facing camera image for me. If I wanted geolocation, I clicked on geolocation, and what was projected in this main module was the map. He could click on the call list, for example, and find out who were the most frequent contacts, and if any were local police who might be part of the crime syndicate. Or he could, even from his seat, turn on the remote microphone and listen to any real-time conversation within earshot of the phone. Jose remains proud of the work he did with Pegasus, and he insists that his team used the spyware only within the parameters of Mexican law, and only where truly needed. This is not ordinary crime that happens in the streets. It is a crime with a very strong economic apparatus, with infiltration at all levels of government, Jose says. It needs tools with a more invasive nature than normal. The analysts he worked with, he says, discarded a target's embarrassing personal details and habits if they had nothing to do with criminal activity. But the longer Jose worked at a Pegasus terminal, the more he understood the peril. He came to regard Pegasus as a kind of cyber devil, not because Pegasus in itself was an evildoer, but because it was, like the devil, seductive. This is where the human factor plays a key role, Jose says. We knew how invasive it was in the lives of the target, and we knew that we could not give in to temptation. For any person who sits in the chair where decisions have to be made in the use of this type of tool, it is attractive, with a certain morbid curiosity to get into people's lives. These kind of tools generate in public servants who have them within their reach a feeling of supremacy, of power, of control. And its use becomes perverse. It can become a means of personal satisfaction, and not for the benefit of the public interest. Just as Jose's Pegasus operation was going online, things were going sideways for the most powerful public servants in Mexico. President Enrique Peña Nieto had expanded Felipe Calderón's efforts to hobble the drug cartels, which amounted to pouring more of Calderón's gasoline on a fire. When authorities took down a drug chieftain, it often unleashed new battles over old turf fought by factions inside the original gang, or interlopers who saw opportunity. The murder rate tripled over the course of those two administrations. International headlines from the fall of 2014, less than 2 years into Peña Nieto's term, seemed emblematic of the chaos. Buses commandeered by a group of college students who were headed to protest administration policies had been stopped by police in the state of Guerrero. The students from a local teachers' college were not treated as the perpetrators of some ill-advised lark. 6 people were killed and 40 wounded in the melee with police. 43 of the student teachers had gone missing. The administration promised answers, but those answers were weeks in coming, while the 43 remained unaccounted for, sparking a wave of demonstrations that swept from Guerrero to Mexico City to Acapulco. The protesters often numbered in the thousands, carrying placards with photographs of the missing students. 6 weeks after the ambush, on November 7, 2014, the Peña Nieto administration finally released an official but meager account. Members from a local drug gang had confessed to the mass killings. Attorney General Jesus Murillo Caram explained at his press conference that day. The men had admitted to investigators that they had tortured and killed the student teachers. They said they dismembered the bodies, burned the remains on a massive pyre, and then ground any visible teeth and bone into dust before stuffing the evidence into plastic garbage bags and tossing them into a nearby river. The investigators had retrieved some of those garbage bags, which left little doubt that they had found a scene of a mass killing, Karam said that day. But the high level of degradation caused by the fire in the remains makes it difficult to extract the DNA that will allow an identification. The Attorney General had little to say about earlier news reports that the police who had stopped the buses might have actually delivered the victims to the killers. It was hard to tell that day how much the Attorney General and his investigators were in the dark, and how much they were withholding from the public. Only years later did the world learn that the students had made the fatal mistake of commandeering a pair of buses that the local cartel had loaded with heroin for a shipment across the U.S. border, in a town where the police and the drug traffickers were closely aligned. The Attorney General had not seemed to be aware of text messages between the local drug kingpin and the deputy police chief, in which the 2 men coordinated the spots where the police officers should deliver the student teachers to the drug gang. The massacre of the students, the former head of the U.S. DEA's international operations would say when the full story emerged in 2021, involves collusion between the police, army, organized crime, and a massive cover-up by the Mexican government. The Mexican citizenry didn't have to be told about collusion and cover-up by anyone, even back in November 2014. The body politic in Mexico was fed up, which meant Peña Nieto was facing down a growing crisis, made worse when Attorney General Caram shut down his raucous press conference with this unfortunate sign-off. Ya me cansé. Enough. I'm tired. Within a matter of hours, this ill-considered phrase was a hashtag and trending. Responses circulated on social media around the world, but with the greatest velocity in Mexico. One Mexican filmmaker posted a YouTube manifesto. Señor Murillo Caram, I too am tired, said Natalia Beristain. I'm tired of vanishing Mexicans, of the killing of women, of the dead, of the decapitated, of the bodies hanging from bridges, of broken families, of mothers without children, of children without fathers. I am tired of the political class that has kidnapped my country, and of the class that corrupts, that lies, that kills. I, too, am tired. The next day, 15,000 citizens marched through the center of Mexico City. The protest was generally peaceful, though many in the crowd were seething, and riot police did have to be sent in to secure the National Palace, when the angriest in the march spray-painted the facade, broke windows, and threatened to burn through the Mariana door. The day after that, in an entirely unrelated episode, a team of reporters headed by the popular and respected journalist Carmen Aristegui broke a story that further embarrassed President Peña Nieto. The report on Casablanca, White House, fruit of a multi-month investigation, looked bad. President Peña Nieto and his wife, telenovela star Angelica Rivera, the journalists explain, had the use of a luxurious, recently constructed, 7-bedroom, $7 million private mansion with underground parking, an indoor-outdoor living area with a lush garden, a master bath with a spa, and an elevator all the way to the jacuzzi and bar on the top floor. But the original owner of record of the residence was not the president and his wife, but Grupo Iga, the company that also constructed the house for the couple to spec. The investigative reporters also wrote that Grupo Iga, owned by Juan Armando Hinojosa Cantu, had been awarded several large construction contracts from the state of Mexico, while Peña Nieto was the governor there from 2005 to 2011. Cantu's Grupo Iga, Aristegui's team further reported, was part of a consortium that won a recent contract from the Peña Nieto administration to build a high-speed train from Mexico City to Querétaro. Aristegui's team had the land deeds and the government contracts to back up their reporting. The Casablanca story got media play all over the world. This may have qualified as middling financial corruption, but in combination with the public ire over the missing students, the cover of Proceso magazine that week was split in two, featuring the parents of the students on one half and Casablanca on the other. It was a hard blow for a Mexican president who had been trying to convince his citizens and the rest of the world that he was a man of integrity. Peña Nieto canceled Grupo Iga's bullet train contract, and First Lady Angelica Rivera went on television to explain that she was in the process of buying Casablanca, as always planned, and could easily pay for it with her own money. This did not calm the waters. Unlike Carmen Aristegui, the journalist who uncovered the Casablanca scandal, noted one observer, Peña Nieto has not released any documents to back up his side of the story. 2 days after the First Lady's television appearance, on November 20th, 2014, protesters who had traveled to Mexico's capital city by train, bus, car, and foot staged a massive demonstration. This was, the participants noted, the 104th anniversary of the start of a revolution that overthrew a Mexican dictator. The protests were loud and long, sometimes violent, including an occasional Molotov cocktail and physical clashes with the riot police, but mostly just angry. A culmination of what one Mexican poet and novelist called 56 days of marches, sit-ins, teachers and student strikes, looting in shopping centers and supermarkets, ransacking and torching of public buildings, seizing of toll booths, blockading of highways, and mass fasting and prayer. The demonstrators in Mexico City that day carried signs reading, "Peña, the people can't stand you," and "Peña, resign." They burned his photo in the street, and they burned him in effigy in the Zocalo. These are the times, apparently, that tempt men's souls. On the very day of the massive demonstration in Mexico City, somebody sent Carmen Aristegui an SMS message marked urgent, asking her to click on a link. Aristegui did not recognize the sender, so she let it pass without clicking. Peña Nieto stood against the gathering tide as best he could. He promised to dig deeper into the case of the missing students and to reform the Mexican justice system. He announced the existence of a full investigation of the Casablanca affair by his Secretary of Civil Service, which cleared the president and his wife of wrongdoing some months later. "Even though I acted according to the law," he offered in a public mea culpa, "this error affected my family, hurt the beginning of the administration, and weakened the public's trust in government. I myself felt the Mexican people's irritation. I understood it perfectly. So I very humbly ask for forgiveness and repeat my most sincere apology for the aggravation and indignation that I caused. Peña Nieto's own aggravation and indignation, and that of his loyal appointees, did not much abate. When Bastian Obermeyer's Panama Project rolled out in the spring of 2016, President Peña Nieto got nicked again, this time by Jorge Carrasco in Proceso. A key partner in the Panama Papers consortium, Jorge reported on a small group of wealthy Mexican businessmen who set up offshore trusts to help minimize their tax burden. In particular, the favored contractor of President Enrique Peña Nieto, Juan Armando Hinojosa Cantu. Jorge wrote on April 3, 2016. The owner of Grupo IGA appears so far as one of the most important clients in Mexico for the Panamanian law firm, according to the files. The supplier of the so-called White House of Peña Nieto and of the residence of the Secretary of the Treasury, Luis Bidegaray, the person in charge of tax collection in the country, has been in a hurry to send money out of Mexico. In the midst of the storm over the revelation of his close relationship with Peña Nieto, Hinojosa Cantu sought in July of last year to mobilize more than $100 million in a complex financial network that passed through several countries. Proceso sought out the IGA Group Communications Department for this investigation to find out about his income and what he has reported to the Treasury, without obtaining a response. The Presidency of the Republic also refused comment. Stories about the Panama Papers were still dribbling out weeks later when Jorge Carrasco received an SMS message out of the blue. Hello, Jorge. I am sharing this memo that Animal Politico published today. I think it's important to reshare. Animal Politico was well known to Jorge, a website doing a lot of good investigative journalism. But Jorge didn't recognize the sender. Who is this? He texted back and got no answer. Jorge did not click on the link, but he did not erase the message either. That turned out to be a critical save for the Pegasus project. Chapter 7. Closing the First Circle. Sandrine. When Paloma de Dinachamps asked him if he still had the mobile phone he was using in the spring of 2016, 4 years earlier, Jorge Carrasco was a bit befuddled. It was October 2020, and Paloma was in Mexico for the final stages of the cartel project, now racing to the finish line. She and a small camera crew were spending most of a Saturday doing a follow-up interview with Jorge to tie up some loose ends about the murder of his Proceso colleague, Regina Martinez, and the aftermath. But Paloma's other assignment that day was to persuade Jorge to agree to have his phone analyzed for possible spyware infection. Laurent and I had spent a lot of time strategizing with Paloma about how exactly to make the ask of Jorge. We wanted to tell him as much as we could without divulging the fact that we had access to this enormous amount of leaked data about NSO and Pegasus. Paloma only brought it up to Jorge at the end of the day, with the interview in the can. She was as direct as she could be, explaining that Forbidden Stories was interested in reviewing the contents of his old phone, with a new forensic tool that 2 experts at Amnesty International's security lab had developed. Jorge assumed it was part of the reporting on the cartel project. But the lack of definite information from Paloma only fed his growing sense of frustration, and his growing sense that he was being left in the dark about important aspects of an investigation in which he was a key partner. A few months earlier, as soon as we had first learned his phone might have been infected with Pegasus, we had asked Jorge to absent himself from the signal group dedicated to the cartel project. Since then, we had been communicating with him exclusively through one of the reporters who worked for him at Proceso. I remember talking to Sandrine to ask for more exchange, Jorge later explained. I had been struck by the fact that communication between us had been reduced. Jorge Carrasco is a very capable journalist and a very insightful man. He had spent 20 years reporting on issues that raised hackles across private enterprises and public institutions in Mexico. The doings of drug traffickers, as well as the doings of various police, military, and intelligence agencies. He had done significant work on the hacking team leak in 2015, and the use of the RCS spyware in his country. He and his fellow reporters and editors at Proceso had also done follow-up stories in 2017, after Citizen Lab found evidence that Pegasus had been used to target Carmen Aristegui and other Mexican journalists, and on proponents of a soda tax enacted by the Mexican government, and even on lawyers representing some of the parents of the 43 students who had gone missing in Guerrero. Jorge had wondered for years if he, too, was a target of cyber surveillance. He did still have his old phone, but alas, he told Paloma when she asked him that Saturday, in October 2020, he couldn't remember the PIN number. Mexico was presenting a series of difficulties for Paloma just then. The country was a hard place for a 23-year-old reporter to learn her trade. She had managed to retain her disarming habit of smiling at the end of every statement she made, and every question she asked, which proved very effective in putting people at ease. But a charming mannerism wasn't always enough in Mexico. Paloma had spent days in Veracruz getting to know Regina Martinez's closest friends, but none were willing to go on the record to talk about her unsolved death. It didn't matter to them that the case was long past, more than 7 years old. The ghosts of Veracruz keep close and seem always present. After a few days in the city, Paloma's antennae were more sensitive than usual. She was phoning back to our office in Paris to update us every day she was in Mexico, and her calls from Veracruz could be worrisome. I remember her call the day she had visited the street where Regina Martinez had lived and died. Paloma had a bad feeling about that street, she told us, like there was an ill wind blowing through the site. She had also begun to sense that some of the people in the neighborhood were not to be trusted. One of her best sources was so upset, he made her get in a cab and go to another location. "Let's get the hell out of here," he told her, where they could talk safely. What amazed me at the time was how the things that had persuaded Laurent to hire Paloma a year earlier, her curiosity and her fearlessness, seemed unchecked. Her full surname, Dupont de Denichamps, suggested she came from an aristocratic French family with a long history and big castles. Nothing else about her did. Paloma was raised by what she would describe as hippie parents. Her father was French, and her mother Chilean. The first thing that struck us about Paloma, from the very first meeting with her, was her diligence. Before she came in for her job interview, she had read every single word published by Forbidden Stories. She could paraphrase and quote interviews Laurent had given years earlier, when he was trying to get Forbidden Stories off the ground. She was also possessed of a natural maturity and a toughness that must have come in handy on her chosen field of sport, rugby. Fluent in French, English, and Spanish, Paloma had, before she was 22, completed a documentary short about violence against the indigenous citizens of Chile, and done a 6-month reporting internship at a digital publication in Guerrero, one of the most dangerous areas in Mexico. Once hired, she very quickly became a key point of contact for our best sources on the cartel project. The person our partners at other media outlets would turn to when they needed somebody to check a fact or go back to a difficult source. At the end of the project, she was fielding 10 separate calls a day, requesting her to provide some confirmation or another. So I had no qualms about sending Paloma to convince Jorge to be the test case on the forensics. The first number in the data we would actually check. Jorge showed up at Paloma's hotel a few days after the interview carrying his old phone. It took some time and many different attempts, but he finally did get a PIN number that unlocked the device. He had some hesitation about allowing us to make a backup of the contents of his phone, which would include Jorge's contact list, all the text messages he had sent, and, crucial to our project, all the text messages he had received, with timestamps. He wanted to know if the security lab would delete all the data when they were finished, and how long they would need to keep the backup. When Paloma explained we would need about 2 weeks to complete the analysis, he said that seemed like a long time. But he did finally agree to let her make the backup and upload the file to Claudio and Danica in Berlin. The process sounds simple, but this was new to Paloma. She only had time for a quick, simulated run-through in Paris before she had decamped for Mexico. It required several attempts over several excruciating hours to get the backup files off Jorge's phone and successfully uploaded to the security lab's forensic platform. Then Claudio and Danica put their new tool to work, looking for a very specific piece of evidence. At the time, Danica says, we were having all these discussions about, what does the data mean? That was the big question. We were a little bit concerned that we wouldn't be able to find the spyware, and maybe it wasn't going to be successful. The first aha moment came when the security lab tool isolated that one strange text message from an unknown sender. Hello, Jorge. I am sharing this memo that Animal Politico published today. I think it's important to reshare. Jorge had received that message with the link just a few hours after his phone number, according to the data in the leaked list, had been selected. Not only did the timestamp of the selection match up with the suspicious text message, but the phone number of the sender was also significant, because it was the same number already identified in a published report from Citizen Lab that sent Carmen Aristegui several SMS messages that linked to a fake website that would then load an exploit designed to install Pegasus spyware. There was no evidence of actual infection, because Jorge had wisely not clicked on the link that would have launched the attack. But Jorge's iPhone had clearly been targeted, according to the evidence found by the forensic tool, and it was clearly linkable to NSO. Better than that, Jorge was a new find. He had not been among the dozen or so journalists and private citizens in Mexico who had already been identified as targets of Pegasus. The first number we had been able to check in the leaked data was not only confirmed as a target of an NSO client, but a previously unknown target. Even to a technological amateur like me, it seemed very unlikely that Jorge would be the one and only new victim the security lab forensic tool would turn up among the 50,000 numbers in the dataset. Claudio and Danica didn't show it when they presented their first report to us, but they later told us they had been buoyed by the findings. The evidence of a Pegasus targeting sitting in Jorge's phone, evidence they now had, was a validation of the data itself. You see the number in the data, and then you see the message appearing in the data at the right time, just when we expect the message to appear. So it was really a confirmation that we were on the right track. There was still a long way to go. Still a chance they could, as Danica said, whiff. But as Claudio put it, exhibiting his characteristic restraint, this, could work? Shortly after Paloma returned to Paris from Mexico, pressure began building at the Forbidden Stories office. In the first days of December 2020, I would occasionally notice Laurent standing by an open window in the office, smoking a cigarette, an old habit he always fell back into in the tense days just before and just after the publication of a major investigation. The cartel project was scheduled to go live across the world in a few days, at 6 p.m. Paris time, December 6, 2020, and our own small team was working long, hard hours. They were writing their own stories, while also fielding calls from our partners all over the world. The partners wanted Paloma to check a fact about Veracruz, or for Audrey to point out specifics from shipping manifests from China or India she had discovered, or for Phineas to reconfirm the number of Berettas and Glocks and other handguns sold into Mexico from Europe, or Israel, or the United States. Editors and lawyers from various partners called in to parse the language of specific allegations and suggest last-minute emendations. This was my first experience coordinating an international investigation, and it felt a bit like herding cats. There were 60 journalists total in the consortium, from 25 discrete media outlets in 18 different countries, contributing to the cartel project. And they, too, were working overtime in the final days before publication. Many were adding reporting to the still mysterious circumstances of the murder of Regina Martinez. Others had picked up the threads of stories Regina had left unfinished at the time of her death. Those threads, as well as the threads left behind from dozens of the 119 Mexican journalists killed in the previous 20 years, started in Veracruz and Guerrero and Sinaloa, but spooled out all over the world. The cartels were getting precursor chemicals for mixing fentanyl from Asia, and laundering money through Spain, and buying guns from Austria and Italy and America, which meant each of the partners had a particular local angle to the story, about which they felt proprietary. I was sympathetic when a journalist from one European outlet called me to say they might not be able to hold a story about methamphetamine labs in their country, servicing the Mexican drug traffickers. He worried a rival news outlet in their home country might beat them to the punch. This was not an easy position to be in. Nobody wants to be second on a story they've worked on this hard. But I also knew I had to be firm with our nervous partner. No other single outlet anywhere was going to bring the depth and sweep to this story that our international consortium could. More important, there was a deal in place, agreed to by all the partners, that the first stories would not drop until the appointed hour, and then would roll out in a predetermined order over the ensuing days. If one of the partners started early, I feared it could lead to a stampede among the other partners. This would not only blunt the force of the revelations, but it would also threaten what the Forbidden Stories collaborative model depended on most: trust among the partners. I didn't get much sleep in the days leading up to publication. When I wasn't fielding calls or making final edits, I found myself obsessively refreshing web pages to see if any of our partners had jumped the gun. I did have to call somebody in the Americas to ask them to take down a screenshot of the Cartel Project documentary they had uploaded. But then, mercifully, the project went live, right at the appointed hour, perfectly synchronized on media sites around the world. The first-day stories focused on the life and death of the Proceso reporter we had chosen to put at the center of the project. The headlines were splashed on front pages of newspapers and bannered as lead stories on websites across the globe. Murder of Regina Martinez, one of many. Unanswered questions haunt case of Mexican journalist's murder. Slain journalist's story, a portrait of a violent, corrupt era in Mexico. This journalist's brutal murder was dismissed as a robbery. Now reporters from around the world are determined to uncover the truth. The pickup from other outlets was immediate and kept growing. The first hours after initial publication felt like a jolt of electricity through our otherwise exhausted office. The idea of a big group of journalists from all over the world cooperating on a single story had been a matter of theory for me up to that point, almost academic. Collaboration is not the natural impulse among those who practice the trade of journalism. Most of the challenge, and half of the fun of reporting, is getting the story nobody else has. But that day, when the Cartel Project was rolling out, it finally felt real. and I was struck by the sheer power of a collaborative enterprise. The teamwork had amplified both the reporting and its impact. We had something to celebrate, and somebody from Forbidden Stories, probably Cecile, had already carried in the requisite champagne and wine and beer. It wasn't long before we were popping the corks, and I saw Laurent and Paloma standing near an open window, both having a smoke. In the middle of all the revelry, we invited all our partners to join a celebratory Zoom call. Laurent's old friend and founding board member, Bastian Obermeyer, offered a toast to all the partners. Others chimed in. Dana Priest, a deft Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist from the Washington Post, put a bow on the day for all of us. Dana said she was particularly impressed at how this group had managed to put Regina Martinez's face and her story on front pages across the world. Headlines and front-page news about a journalist were a rare thing. The Cartel Project team had not only told the story of Regina's courage in reporting on drugs and corruption in Veracruz, and followed her old leads to new stories, but the international outcry had also shamed the current president of Mexico to call for reopening the investigation into her death. I feel like we made her live again, I remember Dana saying. Cartel Project stories were still rolling out 3 days later, when Laurent and I made a previously arranged call to Dana, who was at her farm outside Washington, D.C. "Have you gotten any sleep yet?" was the first thing she wanted to know. "I was tired," she said. "You must have been exhausted." Laurent didn't spend much time on small talk, or on another round of kudos on our recent mutual success. We were turning the page to a new project, and we wanted to get Dana and the Washington Post to sign on as one of the key partners. Basically, to explain briefly, he told Dana, we have access to a lot of information about a massive surveillance campaign all over the world, in many countries, targeting many, many people. A lot of people, and including a lot of very big names, heads of state, Nobel Prize winners, many journalists. If you are interested, we really need to be able to meet physically to tell you more. We say that because it's involving many intelligence units, and all of them would be very upset if they knew that one of us has access to that information. If we get hacked, it's over. Dana was technically on a sabbatical at the time, but she generously agreed to talk to the head of investigations at the Post, and then to set up an in-person meeting so we could make our pitch as soon as we could get to the States. It was almost 6 weeks later, the day before the U.S. presidential inauguration in January 2021, when Laurent and I finally arrived in Washington, D.C., to make our case to Dana and the editor from the Post. We had by then grown even more anxious to lock in the renowned Washington newspaper. Die Zeit and Süddeutsche Zeitung and Le Monde had agreed to operate as reporting partners with Forbidden Stories on the cyber surveillance project. The Post would be the fourth and final member of the first circle of the investigation, the crucial U.S. partner. As we peered out the car window on the ride into town from the airport, it was hard to feel hopeful. The U.S. capital city was a bleak and embattled landscape at that point, reeling from the 4-year reign of Donald Trump, and braced for its last ugly spasms. The daily COVID-19 death toll in the country had passed 3,000 and was still rising. The reflecting pool had been ringed with 400 lanterns, each representing 1,000 U.S. citizens already lost. The medical trauma was like the handmaiden of the political. The Trump-led effort to overturn the election had been punctuated, less than 2 weeks before our arrival, by a deadly riot at the seat of national government. News feeds were still filled with newfound footage of Confederate flag-wielding marauders storming the U.S. Capitol, ransacking the Speaker's office and both chambers of the legislature, chasing representatives and senators and their aides into safe rooms in the bowels of the building. beating police officers bloody, and looting camera equipment from journalists on scene to cover the story. Enemies of the people, the American president had called reporters, making them, and us, just another in a long list of groups with targets on their backs. The normally festive run-up to the presidential inauguration had all the charm of a prison yard lockdown. The Capitol grounds were fenced by 7-foot-high chain link, said to be unscalable. Armored military vehicles sat at key entrances. The perimeter and streets nearby were patrolled by 6,000 uniformed soldiers, shouldering assault rifles. Laurent and I quickly aborted our one attempt to get some exercise with a run on the mall. Then we ended up staying in our hotel to watch the inauguration on television, while the ceaseless shudder of helicopters rattled our windows. We were cheered only slightly by the performance of 22-year-old poet Amanda Gorman. I couldn't take my eyes off her effulgent yellow overcoat, and the way her hands and fingers cut powerfully through the air, measuring her cadences as she spoke. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. The rest of the pallid, pared-down ceremony felt like a sad reminder of what the world becomes when autocrats begin to use their chosen weapons to chip away at even the strongest of democracies. When we met Dana at her home the day after the inauguration, she seemed a little perturbed by our request that she turn off her cell phone and laptop and put them in another room before we got started. In fact, I wasn't sure she was sold on this new cyber surveillance project. But we were now able to access the data by remote hookup, so it was easy to show her the scope and scale of the data in the leaked list. The reservations she had about the potential of this story seemed to melt away as she scrolled down that massive list, and we highlighted some of the names we had already identified as targets selected for cyber surveillance. 2 days later, Dana was driving us across the city for our sit-down with the head of the Washington Post's investigative units, Jeff Lean. Jeff was working remotely from his home about 30 miles from downtown Washington at the time, but he agreed to meet us at the National Arboretum, a midway point. Laurent and I were both a bit nervous, because even though Jeff had been the editor in charge of the cartel project at the Post, we hadn't actually been in the same room with him yet. Dana didn't exactly calm our nerves as she piloted us to the arranged meeting spot. She put us through our paces, rehearsing our pitch. "This guy doesn't have much time," she explained, "and he gets pitched the next big scoop every day, so don't waste time." There was a lot about the leak we wouldn't be able to explain until the Post agreed to become a partner in the project. We were nervous about telling Jeff that the company at the center of the investigation was NSO, but we knew we couldn't hold back that alluring piece of information. NSO was not only the most recognized software developer in the world, but there were suspicions that the company's cyber tool was somehow linked to the recent murder of a journalist who had contributed to the Post's opinion pages. We agreed with Dana that the main selling point, and the big takeaway of the project if we pulled it off, would be the revelation of the vast scale of cyber surveillance now taking place around the world, thanks in large part to Pegasus. A strict follower of the COVID-careful 6-foot rule, Jeff wasn't interested in taking the meeting in the warmth of Dana's SUV. So the four of us got out of our cars and marched across the parking lot, down a sloping grade, and through the entrance of the Arboretum. Nobody else was in the park, as far as I could see. The sky was a crystalline blue, but it was very cold, and the wind was whipping, so I was glad I had worn a parka and a warm hat and an extra pair of socks. Jeff was a tall guy, swaddled in a thick coat and a bulky pair of insulated trousers. He was wearing what looked like some kind of trapper hat, with the flaps hanging down, and a pair of the biggest gloves I have ever seen. the head of one of the most technologically advanced investigative teams in the United States, was using a clipboard you might see in a middle school gym class circa 1980 to take notes. It felt like we were in a scene from a very odd spy movie, where one of the protagonists happens to be the foreman of a lumberjack crew from Saskatchewan. Laurent and I led with the sheer scale of international cyber surveillance suggested by the list. But we were upfront about what we knew and what we didn't know about the leaked data we were ready to offer the Post. There were some remarkable names on the list, but we had a lot of work to do to determine if the people were simply selected for spyware infection, or actually targeted, or successfully infected. "Okay," he said. "Understood." Dana was right. He didn't waste time. He only asked a couple of questions, like if there were any Americans in the data. The whole talk lasted less than 20 minutes. It occurred to me that on any other project we could have wrapped this up in a couple of transatlantic phone calls. But our promise to protect the source at all costs meant we had to make our way from Paris to this freezing spot in a taxpayer-funded forest in Washington, D.C., for what might end up being a failed story pitch. Jeff never said, "Wow," or "This is fantastic," or "I can't wait to get going." "What do you need from me?" was all he said. We suggested we would need a lot of resources in the coming months, but for now, maybe a staff reporter to work with Dana. "Okay," Jeff said. "Understood." We took that as a yes. So by the last week of January 2021, things were lining up. Claudio and Danica had done a successful test run on Jorge's phone. I had coordinated my first major international reporting collaboration. Our young team at Forbidden Stories had proven themselves solid. And Laurent and I had gathered a very experienced group of partners to execute the first phase of the Pegasus investigation. As Claudio might put it, this, could work.
Chapter 8. Limited time and resources. Laurel. The first key date we set once the Pegasus project was up and running was in early March 2021. The plan was for Forbidden Stories and the security lab teams to meet in person in Paris with a small group of reporters and editors from each of our 4 partners. Until then, everybody was working independently. Claudio and Danica had constructed a system of security protocols that allowed everybody on the project to safely access the platform that the 2 tech experts had created to sort and organize the tens of thousands of phone numbers on the list. The platform categorized the data by NSO client country and then ordered it by the date of selection for targeting. The database was being updated daily because every day a new set of phone numbers was being matched to actual mobile phone owners. Matched to actual names. Those matches were happening at remarkable speed at the beginning of February because Claudio and Danica were running their own automated caller ID operation out of the security lab. They had begun the process with apps that offered what amounted to international digital phone books. The best and most comprehensive was Truecaller, which had more than 200 million users worldwide. That enormous client base was what made Truecaller the best and most comprehensive phone directory, because whenever a mobile phone user downloaded its app, Truecaller automatically scraped the entire contents of the new user's contacts file and added it to the database. If each of those users had 50, or hundreds, or maybe even thousands of contacts, well, the numbers grew pretty fast. But that also meant Claudio and Danica had to take precautions to make sure their contacts didn't get scraped and added to the public database. They set up an account on an anonymous phone, successfully downloaded the Truecaller code from an Android app, then extracted it so they could see exactly how the app's communications portal interacted with the Truecaller server. Then they reverse-engineered the code and used what they learned to write their own Python script that could crawl the Truecaller database in a privacy-preserving way over Tor, or a ritual private network. It took Danica a few long days to perfect the new tool, and to make sure there would be no data or privacy leaks. But even then, he was rate limited when performing searches, so the crawler was only able to make about 60 matches a day in the beginning. That was fine when the project was confined to forbidden stories, and the early crawls did turn up a lot of interesting people, like more members of the Macron government in France, and a son of Turkish President Erdogan. Danica remembers the process could be addictive. He'd come in every day wondering what grim new surprise had been revealed in the 24-hour-a-day digital treasure hunt. By the time our other 4 reporting partners started in earnest in February 2021, and there were suddenly new mouths to feed, Claudio and Danica had an even more efficient system in place. They had dedicated 20 different anonymous phones to the enterprise and had registered a new Truecaller account for each, which meant they might turn up 1,200 new matches in a day. They were putting a lot of names and identities and faces to the numbers on the list. The partners were making the next step of trying to get multiple sources to verify the names and numbers already matched, or doing preliminary research on those people now identified as possible targets of Pegasus spyware, or looking for patterns in the data. In our own offices at Forbidden Stories, Sandrine had divided up the work by client country and handed out assignments. Paloma was focused on Mexico. She'd been able to work through only about a quarter of the more than 15,000 Mexican numbers so far, but had already identified on the list an array of people around the current president. There were more than 20 journalists already identified from every major news outlet in Mexico, and Paloma was working hard to find the numbers for every journalist who had been killed in the country in the previous few years. She was especially trying to find the number of Cecilio Pineda, a reporter whose murder we had been investigating since 2017 at the founding of Forbidden Stories. Phineas Ruckert's old-school paper notebook, meanwhile, was filling up with names of journalists targeted by an NSO client, or clients, in India. He had verified the numbers of reporters from the Hindustan Times, the Hindu, and the investigative magazine Tahelka. There were 4 from The Wire alone, including 2 of the website's 4 founders. Phineas had also become interested in the list of numbers selected by end users in Hungary. Hungary was not among the countries already identified in the media as a client of NSO, but hundreds of numbers appearing in the data traced back to Budapest. Phineas had already been able to identify from his own contact files the mobile phone of an investigative reporter in Hungary who had been doing work critical of the right-wing, anti-immigrant Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Audrey was working on Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. This also drew her to Turkey. We had already noticed some really interesting anomalies in the data around the time Jamal Khashoggi was assassinated in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. Claudia had seen evidence suggesting that the Turkish government was blocking URL addresses related to the Pegasus spyware. They had blocked all the Pegasus domains that Amnesty International had published in previous reports. More interesting, the Turkish block list now included new Pegasus domains that had not yet been published, suggesting that Turkish cybersecurity experts were themselves spotting new cases of Pegasus infections. Cecile had 2 of the most intriguing countries, including another newly identified Pegasus client, Azerbaijan. Khadija Ismailova was one of the first people in the data we had identified, but Cecile was cataloging multiple instances of people connected to Khadija being selected for targeting, including her personal attorney. Cecile was also investigating the targets selected by the Moroccan client, which appeared to be the most prolific Pegasus user after Mexico. The team from Le Monde was very interested in the Moroccan-related data set as well, because it appeared that somebody in Morocco had selected President Emmanuel Macron, as well as almost every key minister in the Macron administration. The digital reporter from Le Monde had been lining up the chronology and finding clusters of selections made at virtually the same time. The timing could possibly be related to the Moroccan government's attempts to steamroll an independence movement in Western Sahara, or to the rising public protests threatening the Algerian president. But these patterns were, like many others, just beginning to be observable in the data. They suggested places to start the reporting. places to go to confirm the targeting of the selected phones with the Security Lab's cyber surveillance tool, places to poke and prod for a real and publishable story, and to understand the context of the story. That's where we were in early March 2021, the first time the project partners were all in the same room together at the opening session of a 3-day symposium in Le Mans' new but chilly amphitheater. The 24 men and women invited into the meeting were all masked and had taken care to arrange themselves at safe distances in the stadium seating rising from the dais. There was a 6 p.m. curfew in Paris at that point due to increasing COVID case numbers, so a lot of the morning chatter was about where and how people could access food for dinner in the evenings. The curfew also meant we would have to break early every day, so these sessions had to be brisk and efficient. Before we started the formal meeting, people from our Forbidden Stories staff walked up the aisles, gathered every cell phone and non-project dedicated laptops, put them in a big plastic crate, and stored them in another room. Everybody there was a reporter or an editor, except for Claudio and Danica, who had come in from Berlin. They were there, among other reasons, to reiterate and update the security protocols each of the partners would have to adhere to when accessing the data or communicating with one another. I knew we could count on Claudio and Danica to be direct with us and with anybody else who had been given the privilege of accessing the leaked data. Any single mistake could be the one to sink the project. One shortcut, for the sake of convenience, could risk the entire enterprise, not to mention the safety of the source. I opened the meeting by defining the journalistic imperatives of this investigation into NSO Group and its Pegasus spyware. The data was not our story, I reminded everybody. The leak was not our headline. We had been handed a remarkable trove of information, yes, but it meant nothing until we did our work. The next 3 days, we would decide together what exactly we needed to achieve before we could publish, to discuss the stories that were beginning to surface from the database, and to discuss which might be the most powerful and the most gettable. We had to consider the best timing to invite in the wider circle of media partners, and to make some determinations about how to divvy up the reporting tasks so that we didn't end up with 10 different investigators on one story strand, with other strands left wanting. Maybe toughest of all, we had to agree on a schedule. "You've seen the records," Sandrine said when she took the microphone and laid out our preferred timing. "You've seen the data. We could be digging into those records for 8 years, or 10. But we have to make hard choices for security reasons." She reiterated a point she had been making to each of our partners separately. We wanted to publish the investigation in June. I could sense skepticism in the room about moving that fast. I was skeptical myself. But Sandrine didn't pause long enough for anybody to voice a doubt. "We can't risk exposing the project too long," she said. "We need to limit the risk. The more we wait, the more the data becomes obsolete. The data we have is up to December 2020. And remember, there are other journalists already working on NSO. If we establish a plan and start working right after the meeting, this is totally doable." Sandrine spoke a bit about how to access and read the data and how to update it for the entire group to see. Tinius pointed out that it was important to use uniform terminology. "When we say a phone number is verified," he explained, "that means we have not only identified the owner through a caller ID service, but we have double-checked that fact with at least one other source." And that was only the start. The crucial step was gathering forensic evidence, using the Security Lab's analytical tool that showed a phone was either targeted or infected with Pegasus. When that was accomplished, we could mark the number confirmed. Only at that point did we have a possible subject for a story we might be able to publish. The math was not in our favor at that point. We had cross-checked about 30 phone numbers in the data with Pegasus victims of the WhatsApp exploit, revealed as part of a lawsuit in the U.S. in 2019, as well as 11 other victims that Citizen Lab had identified in previous reports. In terms of our own forensics, counting Jorge and all the victims Claudio and Danica had turned up in previous Security Lab analyses, we had confirmed an actual Pegasus targeting or infection on exactly 3 of the 50,000 or so numbers in the data. Everybody had a chance to present what they had already been working on. Our team went first. Fiddy's talked about what he was learning in India and in Hungary. Paloma updated the group on the latest from Mexico. She had just days earlier verified that one of the numbers in the data belonged to Cecilio Pineda, a 39-year-old journalist whose 2017 murder in Guerrero remained unsolved. His phone number first appeared in the data 2 months before he was killed, and again just 2 weeks before his death. Paloma had already called a reporter friend in Mexico and got contact information for Cecilio's wife, who was the best hope for doing the necessary forensics. It will be hard, Paloma told the group, but there's a small chance that she has the phone. Bastian Obermeier and his partner from Süddeutsche Zeitung, Frederick Obermeier, were eager to get going on possible stories in Hungary and Azerbaijan. Dana Priest from the Washington Post wanted to know more about the horrific stories of journalists being persecuted and imprisoned in Morocco. And she also thought she might have contacts in Turkey who could help with the Saudi piece of the story. That was a story of particular interest for her newspaper. Jamal Khashoggi, murdered and dismembered in the Saudi embassy in Istanbul, had been a contributor to the Post's Global Opinions section. Le Monde had their hands full with Morocco and France, and everybody wanted to discuss how we might get a former NSO employee on the record to talk about what happened inside the company. Sandrine mentioned that we had been auditing Glassdoor, where people could write reviews of the companies where they did or still do work. There are not too many negative against NSO, Cecile pointed out. A lot were anonymous. There was one who just listed his function, and I don't know if there is a way to ID them. But there are for sure some former employees out there, and I know Haaretz is in touch with former employees. Everybody's ears pricked up a bit at the mention of Haaretz, a decidedly left-wing Israeli newspaper, but one of the most respected and most read newspapers in the country, as well as the oldest still in print. Haaretz reporters have already done a good bit of work on NSO in particular, and the cyber industry in general. We all agreed that the Israeli newspaper should be approached as a possible partner in the second phase of the Pegasus project, but it would have to be done cautiously. Kai Behrman of Die Zeit made one of the most intriguing presentations of the symposium. Kai's one of the few journalists to have conducted an on-the-record interview with the CEO of NSO Group. I think Shalev Holio agreed to meet us because they were getting a lot of fire at that moment, and he hoped to get a positive report, Kai told us of his May 2020 interview. He then explained how he had been invited to Tel Aviv to meet with Shalev in a room in the company's PR firm. Kai's request to see the NSO offices was quickly denied, but he found Shalev relaxed and surprisingly open. Among the things the NSO founder told Kai that day was that the company not only did its due diligence, as required by the Israeli Ministry of Defense, before they licensed Pegasus to any client, but they had the ability to find out exactly whom their clients were targeting. Kai knew at the time that this was an extraordinary and novel admission for NSO's head man to make. Shalev had plenty of opportunity to walk back that statement, both that day in Tel Aviv and later. The ground rules for the interview were what Kai called the German way. Before the story went to press, Kai explained, Die Zeit sent to the interview material they had chosen to publish to Shalev and NSO so they could sign off on the accuracy. We sent all the quotes 3 weeks before publication and asked if it was okay to use them. They said, "We'll get back to you." They didn't. 3 days before publication, we asked again, "Can we use them?" "We'll get back to you." Never got an answer. So we published. Because of a tech error, the English version was not published at the same time as the German version. But when the English version finally published, they panicked. NSO called every day 24/7 for 3 days. They kept saying, "You're hurting us." It came down to one statement, that they can see the targets. Kai knew exactly what Shalev had said. He had all the tapes from the interview, but Die Zeit did agree to publish an addendum to the story which Kai had passed around for everyone in our group to see. The company, NSO, requested a clarification to note that it is only able to view the target of a surveillance operation if an internal investigation into that operation is launched. Otherwise, it is not possible to see who the state purchasers of the Pegasus program are targeting for surveillance. Kai's final takeaway of the experience with Shalev Hulio was really insightful. Shalev is a confident guy, he told us. easy to like but hard to read. Kai pointed out one of the things Shalev told him about the genius of NSO. Without mentioning countries, I can tell you that everybody would hug us. We are probably one of the best companies in the world because in the last 10 years, hundreds of thousands of people were saved because of NSO technology. Shalev, as Guy saw it, gave the impression of believing in what he says and what he's doing. Whether it was an act or sincere, Kai wasn't sure. In the end, he said, we needed to be cautious. For all his charm and all his confidence, Shalev Julio was a very slippery figure. I tried to fact-check the things he said, Kai concluded. And he was not absolutely correct on any point. By the end of the 3 days, there was a galaxy of sparkle with possible stories, and not a single one we were ready to publish. Until we had solid confirmation that a phone on our list had been targeted by Pegasus or actually infected, we had nothing. Everything depended on getting that evidence. The idea is to start running some forensics, Sandrine told the group. See what can be done in the next 3 weeks. We have to do as much as we can without taking any risk within 3 weeks. She explained that our team at Forbidden Stories had already reached out to trusted contacts in India and Mexico to get other journalists to agree to let us do forensic analysis of their phones. But India was slow going so far, and Mexico presented a difficulty because so many of the targets used Android phones. The security lab's tool hadn't yet been able to detect traces of Pegasus infection on Androids because their backups don't save as much data as an iPhone's. We also hoped to do the forensics on Khadija Ismailova's phone right away, but we had to admit that our recent attempt at forensics on the mobile phone of another Azeri journalist who was in the data was cause for concern and for enhanced caution. The journalist's phone, along with his brother's computer, had mysteriously disappeared from their hotel just hours before a Forbidden Stories team member was supposed to meet them. Bastian and Frederick said they were still willing to go to Budapest to ask a few of the targeted Hungarian reporters to submit their phones for analysis. Others in the group brought up the possibility of approaching journalists selected by Moroccans. Saudi Arabia was tough, we all agreed, but crucial. There was no way to safely get inside Saudi Arabia, but the diaspora of Saudi dissidents and journalists now in London and Toronto and Istanbul might afford us opportunities to do forensics. Claudio Guarnieri remained poker-faced, as always, throughout these discussions. There were times in the meeting, he admitted, when he was really optimistic. More than anybody else sitting in that amphitheater in Paris, I suspected, Claudio wanted this project to be successful. He had been hunting the purveyors trading in cyber surveillance malware for a lot longer than the rest of us. But there were also times when the discussion spiraled off in unexpected new directions that I sensed our lead forensic specialist was not altogether sanguine. He didn't need more on his already full plate. The data, the list, the project, and the forensic tool itself were tightly held secrets even inside his organization. There were only 3 people at Amnesty International's security lab who were read into the Pegasus project: Claudio, Danica, and Dana Ingleton. Only 2 of them were capable of doing the forensics or understood what it required. Conducting and writing up a comprehensive analysis on a single case, Claudio and Danica knew, could eat up a lot of man-hours. In a decade of conducting serious research on spyware, Claudio had run successful forensics on 2, 3, maybe 4 cell phones a year, he later told me. 5, if it was a prolific year. There, in that amphitheater in Paris, it must have sounded to him like we were asking the security lab to do 5 cases every few days, for days on end. At one point in the meeting, when the group was tossing out new candidates for a forensic analysis, Claudio did ask for the microphone. I don't want to be an annoying commentator, he said, but I would try to remind you that we have limited time and resources. His other real concern, his biggest concern, Claudio kept to himself. He doesn't lack for self-confidence, but he is an empiricist at his core. At that point, the beginning of March 2021, he simply hadn't yet seen enough to convince him that the tool would deliver what we needed. Claudio Guarnieri and Danica O'Carroll understood they still had a long way to go on a road the two of them had been traveling for a very long time. Chapter 9. In a Positive Direction. The unlikely story of Pegasus Project Forensics begins on a small farm in the flatlands of Central Ireland, in the waning months of the 20th century, with a 5-year-old boy alone in his bedroom, playing for hours on end with his first computer. The farm itself was a modest dairy operation with 40 cows, nothing Danica O'Carroll's father couldn't handle by himself, as long as he was up every morning at dawn to do the milking, and willing to put in a solid 12 hours most days. But the 60-acre property was also home to legend and lore and purpose. It was known as the Ring, for the distinctive circular hedgerow, a few hundred meters in diameter, that surrounded the farm. Buried somewhere within that circle, it was believed, were the ruins of Loretto Castle, the ancient seat of one of the storied clans in Irish history. The O'Carrolls counted themselves descendants of Ullil Ullum, king of Munster in the 3rd century A.D. The clan enjoyed a good long regal run, followed by 1,000 years of foreign invasion, foreign rule, and general woe. A millennium that sharpened the O'Carrolls into an instrument of fierce and stubborn resistance. They fought the Vikings, the Normans, and a variety of English overlords. The clan won plenty of battles, but few wars, and lived in the main under what they considered alien rule. The O'Carrolls, or the Carrolls when anglicized, suffered centuries of indignity and casualty, but would not concede defeat. When Oliver Cromwell confiscated their estates for the benefit of the English crown, Danica's forebears took their losses and stood their ground. When Cromwell's troops burned Loretto Castle down to its foundation, Danica's forebears stood their ground. When the inhumane policies of the English overlords turned a potato blight into a famine that killed the Irish or sent them fleeing to other lands by the millions, Danica's people stood their ground. Danica's own father had been a soldier in the last great resistance, back in the 1970s and 1980s, as a member of the Irish Republican Army, sworn to defend the minority Catholic population in the violent back and forth with the Protestant majority of Northern Ireland. These deadly conflagrations in Armagh and Londonderry and Belfast might have been the dying twitches of the 500-year fight between the English and the Irish, but they were deeply felt. Danica's father came of age in a boiling stew of what one trenchant observer called grim, lingering rage, a quiet, determined, smoldering spite, resentment. By the time he was 30, John Carroll had paid a dear price for his resistance. He spent a year on the run, moving from safe house to safe house, and then 5 years in prison on a weapons charge. John Carroll had been a part of dramatic prison hunger strikes, 47 days in his case, that made martyrs of the IRA members who didn't survive them. But that was all a long time ago, by the end of the 20th century. Just 2 years before he bought his son the Gateway PC Windows 98 desktop computer, John Carroll had formally and demonstrably put his long-ago past behind him. He pleaded guilty in an Irish court, after 11 separate interrogations at the local police station, to past membership in the Irish Republican Army. He received a suspended sentence, noted the local newspaper, after signing a promise not to associate with any subversive organizations or individuals connected with subversive organizations. John Carroll had become a respected leader in his local community by then. Aside from running his dairy farm, Danica's father was a 15-year member of the Birr Town Council and headed for a seat on the Offaly County Council. The issues closest to his heart to this day
are universal preschool and equity. He also champions humane treatment of the much maligned Irish travelers, regarded by most as a Gaelic version of the unwanted gypsies. He always sought to look after the marginalized in the county, one of his fellow board members says of him. An inclination to resist those who abuse their power, and sympathy for the underdog. These were Danica's chief inheritances from his father, and from the long, unbroken line of O'Carrolls that preceded them both. Funny thing about Danica, though, the grim, lingering rage, the smoldering spite, the resentments that attended so much of his family history are not the animating force in his own life. Like those mythic castle ruins buried somewhere in the ring, they might be there, and they might not. It'd take some careful digging to find out. What animates Danica, without question, is curiosity. Curiosity has been the fount of almost all of his triumphs, and almost all of his considerable tribulations. Curiosity was what kept that little boy up later than he should have been on school nights, tapping away at a keyboard, with the glow of a computer monitor, lighting his otherwise dark room. Rural Ireland at the turn of the late 1990s didn't offer much in the way of internet connectivity. This was the dial-up era, with interminable wait times, and a pretty thin menu of gruel to fetch once you finally entered the World Wide Web. Much more interesting than the public-facing websites themselves, Danica found, was what was happening in the background, where he found a whole new, just being written computer language to master. He even convinced his parents to drive him to computer certification courses. I was 7, he says. I remember there were a bunch of adults in their 40s and 50s on the computer, and I was this 7-year-old kid who was kind of seeing everything. His parents didn't really understand what he was up to, but they gave him the time and space he needed to pursue his uncommon interests. They didn't push him out to play with his friends or make heavy demands on his time with chores around the farm. In fact, by the time Danica was 10 or 11, his father had sold the milk cows. It was clear to him he was unlikely to have a next-generation partner in his agricultural endeavor. The reason I'm good is that I could do this even before I was a teenager, before there are a lot more demands on your time. I had a lot of free time, and I was interested in computers, Danica says. I saw people make mistakes on their websites, and how you can take the code and gain knowledge and gain information. It was a puzzle, a challenge. His parents did get a payoff of sorts when Danica was in high school. He medaled in computer programming at the Irish Science Olympiads 2 years in a row, and represented Ireland in the international contests that followed. By then, 2011, Danica had fallen in with a lot of other computer geeks who shared his general curiosity and his particular interest in the vast and always expanding digital puzzle. He made a whole set of interesting new friends out in the ether, and was in thrall to the growing community of hackers. This was the first golden age of the hacker, and the best had a nose for recognizing the best. Danica was invited into a shape-shifting platoon of hacker collectivists known as Anonymous, or LulzSec. Translation, Laugh Out Loud Security. LulzSec had about as much shared culture and community as the geek world offers. Hackers tend to think of themselves first and foremost as lone wolves, sui generis, with their own distinct specialties, their own chosen targets, their own motivations. For Danica, this was just a little good, clean fun. He could participate in online sit-ins and protests, or launch spitballs at the high and mighty, all from the safety of his own home, inside the ring. There was something unreal about it, and a sense that nobody was really watching. His teenage hacktivism wasn't serious, but it was undoubtedly political. He was a merry prankster who found it amusing to mess with people who lorded over others. His chosen username alias, a hacker must, was palladium, which is both a chemical element, atomic number 46, often used as catalyst. Danica had just been accepted into the medicinal chemistry program at Trinity College Dublin, and a religious icon, or relic, with protective powers. The name also had a hint of the underdog. Saint Palladius was the first Bishop of Ireland, who actually beat St. Patrick to the Emerald Isle, but never got the credit, or the parades. Danica's first real hack was a prank on Fine Gael, the mushy, center-right Irish political party that had ballyhooed its intent to take campaigning into the digital age for the election of 2011. The party hired a hotshot American consultant who had embellished his role in the digital campaign revolution that helped elect Barack Obama president. Danica and a friend shut down the political technician's sparkly new Fine Gael site for a full 24 hours in the run-up to the election, and showed out the American campaign guru for the huckster he was. Danica's next prank was a good bit more fulfilling, but it also turned out to be a whole lot more perilous. Like the rest of the British Isles and much of the rest of the sentient English-speaking world, Danica had been following the public inquiry into the latest happenings in press baron Rupert Murdoch's malodorous media abattoir. Reporters from Murdoch's News of the World tabloid had stolen voicemails from the phones of thousands of private individuals. The contents of many of these messages were then leaked for clicks and eyeballs. Among the alleged victims were former Prime Ministers Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, Spice Girl Victoria Beckham, Eric Clapton, Prince Charles, and most monstrously, a 13-year-old schoolgirl who had been abducted and murdered. The ugly scandal drew only minor corporate comeuppance. News of the World was shuttered, and a few of Murdoch's lower-level employees eventually ended up in prison. But it seemed clear that Murdoch was going to walk away, as he always did, without suffering any real consequences. So a few members of LulzSec decided to take matters in hand. On July 18, 2011, a few months after his high school graduation, Danica and friends hacked the website of Murdoch's flagship London newspaper, The Sun, and redirected all traffic to a fake homepage they had created. "I thought it would be fine," Danica says. "The Sun was racist, anti-immigrant. I told my friends that we could do a joke, and nobody would really care." It was a pretty good joke. Bannered across the fake Sun homepage was the news of Rupert Murdoch's apparent suicide. The story itself was an obvious lampoon, with little attempt at subtlety. Murdoch, age 80, was said to have ingested a large quantity of palladium before stumbling into his famous topiary garden late last night, passing out in the early hours of the morning. One detective elaborates. Officers on the scene report a broken glass, a box of vintage wine, and what seems to be a family album strewn across the floor, containing images of days gone by, some containing hand-painted portraits of Murdoch in his early days, donning a top hat and monocles. Another officer reveals that Murdoch was found slumped over a particularly large garden hedge, fashioned into a galloping horse. His favorite, a butler, Davidson, reports. Rupert Murdoch was not amused. 7 weeks later, at 7 o'clock on a late summer morning, 16 Irish law enforcement officers stormed the O'Carroll household, dragged Danica out of bed, handcuffed him, and demanded that he confess to various cybercrimes. The police kept Danica's parents cordoned off in another room of the house. His mother was confused and understandably terrified, but his father did manage to get his head out the door long enough to shout some advice to his son. "Whatever you do, say nothing," he said. "Don't say anything to the police." The investigators on scene gathered up all the computers they could find and hauled Danica into the local police station. He must have seemed a very unlikely suspect in that precinct. A skinny teen with a slightly rounded and whiskerless face, quick to smile and easy to like. The cops pressed their interrogation nonetheless and tried to rattle him by explaining that the American election guru hired by Fine Gael had gotten the FBI involved, and the FBI was busy gathering a lot of digital evidence concerning palladium. Danica took his father's advice and kept his mouth shut. The police were forced to release him after 24 hours, the longest they could hold him without a charge, which they were ill-prepared to make. But the story of his arrest was all over the newspapers, and the police made sure the 18-year-old computer whiz, who was headed off to university in a few weeks, understood this wasn't over. That got real, Danica remembers of his first arrest. Oh, people do care what goes on in a computer. That was kind of eye-opening. And yet, he stood his ground. Maybe even fought back a little. By the time Danica completed his first year at Trinity College Dublin, in the spring of 2012, he was notorious. It looked like he was headed for trial in the Fine Gael prank. He had been identified by the FBI, but not yet charged in the Murdoch prank. And, most spectacularly, he was under suspicion of hacking the police themselves. A criminal complaint filed by the FBI in the Southern District of New York asserted that after his initial arrest in September 2011, Danica O'Carroll, the FBI special agent who authored the complaint, misspelled his name, had infiltrated the digital world of the several police forces who had him under investigation. Just got into the iCloud for the head of a national cybercrime unit. Danica had allegedly written to an unnamed FBI informant. I have all his contacts and can track his location 24/7. The FBI claimed in its legal filing that Danica had then accessed the Gmail accounts of the cybercrime commander and one of his detectives, and stolen the password needed to access a conference call scheduled for the FBI, the Irish Constabulary, and the Serious Organized Crime Agency in London. The criminal complaint further alleged that Danica not only dialed into and listened in on the conversation, which touched very briefly on developments in his own case, but actually recorded the call in its entirety, posted it on a public site, and invited listeners. The discussion on the recording suggested a certain fecklessness among the investigators. The crack cyber investigators in Ireland apparently neglected to dial in at all. The case against Danica went nowhere, even after the Irish police held him for questioning for 30 hours, because the FBI didn't have enough evidence. But the criminal complaint in a U.S. federal court and the accompanying press release issued by the FBI did put Danica in the news again. The publicity made him a sudden new hero in the hacker community, a community dedicated to watching the watchers. But it only increased the fire he was drawing from the very powerful people he had very publicly embarrassed, like Rupert Murdoch and law enforcement agents from London to Dublin to New York. His father stuck by his side the whole way, but the legal jeopardy dogged Danica throughout his university career and beyond. He was eventually ordered by an Irish court to pay €5,000 in damages to Fine Gael. Meanwhile, lawmen fed stories to the newspapers about the chemistry lab the chemistry major had used for experiments in his parents' home. Couldn't that be used for making ecstasy or bombs? They also revealed information about the items on Danica's bedroom wall and his Facebook page. He posted quotes from the Marxist revolutionary Che Guevara and IRA martyr Bobby Sands. He was an avowed socialist. By March 2017, when Danica O'Carroll was finally brought to court, where he admitted his role in the Murdoch hack in exchange for a 9-month suspended sentence, he had learned a valuable lesson about the pursuit of justice. Whoever has the ability to write the code has the ability to control the system. I wouldn't recommend it, Danica says of his 6-year ordeal. But it was definitely an interesting life experience to see how the world works and how states operate, and how powerful people get pissed off by these things that are just pranks and have a lot of resources to try and do something about it. And it was also interesting to see how the criminal justice system works. You're in court and you see all of these people, a whole industry, supported by people being charged with mundane stuff. Hacking or other kinds of crime. Lawyers and judges and police and everyone involved in a kind of assembly line of justice. It's a whole industry. Seeing how all that works was fascinating. Fortunately, it worked out, without me going to prison. But this was kind of an unsustainable way of doing activism. I was trying to figure out, how do I use some of these skills in a positive direction? A self-taught computer scientist, but a formally trained university-educated chemist, Danica had been torn between pursuing a career in computers or a career in chemistry. Each of the disciplines played to his preternatural curiosity, which manifested in a desire to find out how things work, right down to the root. The method in both his chosen fields of research is to break down the operating systems into their smallest component parts, their code, and then recombine those parts for novel, hopefully better purposes. I like trying to get computers to do things not intended, and putting things together in a way that's creating something new, he says. And what is chemistry? It's understanding what nature designed. It's kind of like hacking the molecules of chemistry to make something new. The life of a chemist in a laboratory had one distinct advantage: fewer police raids and interrogations and indictments. But all roads seemed to lead back to computers. When he arrived in Berlin as a 21-year-old college student to begin a 3-month chemistry research project, Danica found himself in a promised land of hackers and computer security geeks, complete with its own Moses. In the year since goateed ex-National Security Agency contractor Edward Snowden catapulted to fame, he has been portrayed in street art, installations, pop songs, and performances. The Wall Street Journal reported/lamented. Not to mention stickers, posters, and fridge magnets. In Germany, in particular, revelations of the NSA's eavesdropping activities have tapped into the deep-seated aversion to an omniscient, all-powerful state, giving birth to a Snowden cult among creative types here. 2 weeks in Berlin, and Danica knew 30 different cyber geeks locked in a battle against the rising tide of cyber surveillance. Danica ended up back in Berlin after graduation in the summer of 2015, a few weeks after the unveiling in Alexanderplatz of the life-size bronze statues of Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, and Chelsea Manning, the U.S. whistleblower who had released hundreds of thousands of documents to WikiLeaks, a number of them classified or sensitive, and a lot more of them simply embarrassing. Danica was in Berlin for a Summer of Privacy internship at Tor, a non-profit cybersecurity venture. "We believe everyone should be able to explore the internet with privacy," read the Tor mission statement. "We advance human rights and defend your privacy online through free software and open networks." He liked the work and the sense of purpose, and decided to make Berlin home. His first full-time job was with an NGO that created digital tools to help journalists, human rights defenders, and under-resourced civil society organizations to fight back against cyber attacks and state-run censorship. Among the Berlin cyber luminaries Danica got to know was the white hat hacker running the cybersecurity department at Amnesty International. Actually, Claudio Guarnietti was the cybersecurity department at Amnesty. playing a lonely game of whack-a-mole to provide some small measure of protection for human rights defenders, political dissidents, and journalists who were increasingly under cyber threat from repressive and murderous governments around the world. In early 2018, Claudia told Danica that Amnesty Tech had freed up the money to hire a second threat researcher. "I thought about it for a bit," Danica says, "and then I was like, okay, this was exactly fitting my skills." Part of the appeal of the job at Amnesty Tech was the chance to work closely with Claudio. Danica had first started reading his new boss's blog posts and technical papers back in 2012 and 2013, when he was still a chemistry student at Trinity College Dublin. Claudio not only had the brainpower, but, according to a story that appeared in a glossy popular American magazine, he also had the stamina required to track the private vendors of cyber surveillance across the vast landscape of the World Wide Web. Claudio had once used a single digital clue to help link Gamma Group and its Finfisher spyware to some unsavory customers. He saw that when he pinged the IP address of a collection server, it replied with an unusual response. "Hello, Steffi," Vanity Fair's Brian Burrow explained in a 6,500-word article about a posse of computer geeks on the hunt for cyber weapons. Guarnieri then used a program to survey every server on the internet, roughly 75 million of them, to see if others responded the same. It took a couple of long weeks, but in the end, the scan turned up 11 IP addresses in 10 countries, including Qatar, Ethiopia, and the UAE, that were known to monitor dissidents. Claudio was a rare bird in a community whose members took pride in being outside politics. Even before he was 30, he had developed a distinct worldview that defined his work. He would sometimes sum it up with a quote by an early computer technologist and founding executive editor of Wired, Kevin Kelly. "There is no powerfully constructive technology that is not also powerfully destructive in another direction. Just as there is no great idea that cannot be greatly perverted for great harm. The greater the promise of a new technology, the greater its potential for harm as well." For Claudio, this was just stating the obvious. "Everything we built over the decades and we consider a technology of liberation and self-determination," he told a conference of hackers in 2016, "we discovered had been turned into a tool for repression as well. And it was inevitable." He had come by this personal philosophy honestly because he had witnessed the phenomenon firsthand. Drawn to computer tech, like Danica, by the challenge of deciphering code, of puzzling out how the cyber world works and why, Claudio's political awakening came in his close observation of the Arab Spring and its aftermath. The initial success of the political uprisings in places like Egypt and Morocco and Bahrain was fueled by social media and instant electronic communication. The same technology had also been used to roll back the gains. Those cyber surveillance weapons that French companies had developed and then sold to state actors in Egypt and Libya, for instance, helped to vaporize dissent. A lot of people fighting for freedom and democracy in the Arab world ended up in exile, or in prison, or dead. Claudio was profoundly changed by watching it happen. One of his office mates liked to tell people about Claudio's singular work routine back in those days. She would see him surfing through the Twitterverse, growing angrier and angrier, until he finally hit his trigger point. Then he would turn to the drum set next to his workstation, pick up his sticks, and flail away at a raucous death metal solo. 45 minutes later, and finally cooled off, he would put down his drumsticks and get back to business. There is a technological imbalance between states and their citizens, Claudio would remind his fellow hackers. Billions of dollars are poured into systems of surveillance, both passive and active, and not just by the United States, but really by any government that is wealthy enough to do so. Credible defenses really lag behind or remain inaccessible, and generally are only available to corporations and businesses with deep enough pockets. The few ambitious public projects attempting to change things radically are often faced with rather unsustainable funding models, which rarely will last long enough to grow these projects to maturity. And nation-states are very aware of this technological imbalance and use it to their own advantage. Claudio could tend toward fatalism, even when he was making an impassioned public plea. His otherwise sharp features would sometimes sag into a hangdog look. People who knew him best could sense the energy it required of him to battle that fatalism every single day. But he stayed in the fight. While other accomplished hackers signed on as highly compensated cybersecurity specialists, protecting the interests of the major corporations who wrote the checks, Claudio Guarnieri made it his mission to democratize cybersecurity and spread it far and wide. Security can no longer be a privilege in the hands of those few who can afford it, he would say. Security has to become a right. It has to be exercised and protected. It is the precondition for privacy, which is the key enabler for freedom of expression, which is a requirement for a healthy democracy. In 2014, he developed and released a tool to help political dissidents and journalists and human rights defenders identify spyware infections on their personal devices. His idea was to give people the tools to empower themselves to do the detection. The tool itself was hacky, in the pejorative sense, according to Claudio. Not quite fully baked, and not the success he had hoped for. I wasn't really the best engineer back then, he admits. Claudio went back to the drawing board, technically and politically, recognizing that he needed a lot more skilled researchers and coders and engineers on his team. As he was signing on as senior and only technologist at Amnesty International, he also co-founded a hackers collective called Security Without Borders, and made a call for his fellow geeks to volunteer their spare time to correcting the imbalance in the state versus citizen cybersecurity battles. We need to recognize the privilege we have as educated individuals and technicians, he said in announcing the new collective. Dedicating your time and your abilities to the benefit of society is concretely a political choice, and you should embrace that with consciousness and pride. Security Without Borders did not really catch fire, and by the time Danica went to work at Amnesty Tech a year later, Claudio seemed to be edging near burnout. The cyber surveillance developers were turning record profits in 2018, while spreading their intrusive weapons all over the world. The never-ending battle against an enemy that was well-funded and well-protected by rich and powerful countries was a grind. The whack-a-mole game was growing old and unsatisfying. He had been doing this work a lot longer than I had, Danica says, and he was a bit cynical that we could have an impact with stuff and really kind of change the narrative. Basically, Claudio said, you can work on whatever. It was good to have that flexibility, but at the same time it was like, what are we going to do? The answer to that question kind of fell into their laps a few months into Danica's tenure. An Amnesty International staffer from Saudi Arabia contacted them about a WhatsApp message she had just received from somebody she didn't recognize. It was an urgent alert about a protest that was about to take place in front of the Saudi embassy in Washington. "We need your support, please," it read, and asked her to click on a link for more information. The AI staffer had already been warned about new cyber surveillance weapons aimed at cell phones, and she was worried somebody was trying this kind of attack on her. Claudio and Danica agreed she had reason to be worried, and they investigated. Looking inside the message and the link, they were able to isolate a signature quirk in the way the domain and server were configured. This WhatsApp message and link were painstakingly engineered to hide any information about the attack and any information about the identity of the attacker. The link and the final server were configured in a particularly locked-down manner. Any attempt to open a non-existent page on the server did not return the typical not found message. The server simply did not reply to the request at all, so as not to alert the victim. This already suggested to Claudio and Danica that they were not dealing with a common spam or cybercrime attack. But there was more to it still. The encryption algorithm on the server had been carefully tuned for added security. Paradoxically, all this extra care taken by the operators helped Claudio and Danica isolate and identify these servers, because they stood out as unique, different from any other servers on the internet. Once Claudio and Danica mapped that configuration, they possessed a kind of digital fingerprint. They then ran an internet scan in the summer of 2018, literally connecting to every single server on the web, looking for others that had the same configuration, the same digital fingerprint. They found almost 600 discrete matching servers acting as launch pads for related spyware attacks. The chances of discovering the provenance of these servers and the domain names they held would have been slim. But for some earlier forensic investigations run by the University of Toronto's Citizen Lab, researchers at Citizen Lab had been dogging one particular cyber surveillance provider for a few years. In 2016, they not only found evidence that its spyware had successfully infected the cell phone of a human rights defender in the United Arab Emirates, they had been able to piece together the company's entire network infrastructure. Among other things, they had discovered hundreds of domain names linked to the company's servers. Citizen Lab published many of them for everybody to see. The company had reacted in a trice, rebuilding the entire system that made up its anonymizing transmission network, and changing the domain names. But the company made a crucial error. It had reused two domain names from its earlier version, pine-sales.com and ecommerce-ads.org. That's how Claudio and Danica caught them out. They found those domain names in the new infrastructure, and that told them who was running the system. This was NSO Group. This was Pegasus. Each Pegasus installation server, or command and control, CNC server, hosted a web server on port 443 with a unique domain and TLS certificate. They would write. These edge servers would then proxy connections through a chain of servers, referred to by NSO Group as the Pegasus Anonymizing Transmission Network. The search for new Pegasus domains matching the fingerprint also led Claudio and Danica to a second victim. Yahya Asiri was a former officer in the Royal Saudi Air Force, who had made himself an unwelcome thorn in the side of the Saudi royal family. Asiri had fled his home country under threat of physical harm, but still managed to operate a network of human rights activists in Saudi Arabia, and continued his pointed criticism of the ruling monarchy. He publicly questioned the Saudi royal family's religiosity, its governance, its maltreatment of its impoverished subjects, and its penchant for meting out barbaric punishments such as stoning, flogging, amputation, and beheading. In other words, Asiri said the sorts of things that invited these punishments for himself. It is an absolute monarchy which does not allow its citizens to participate in the way their own country is run, Asiri told one Western publication. They use Islam as an excuse to exploit their own people. This is in contradiction to fundamental Islamic teachings. He called on the royal family to write a national constitution that stood up for democratic institutions and ensured a just and fair and less lethal rule of law. Or he wanted them to cede power. The royal family reacted by making it plain they wanted Yahya Asiri's scalp. When Claudio and Danica checked Asiri's cell phone, they found an SMS message from May 2018 with a link that invited him into the malicious infrastructure built by NSO. This discovery gave the pair two separate pieces of evidence that suggested somebody in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was operating NSO's Pegasus system. And they made this find several months before the assassination of dissident Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Amnesty International published the findings, and later a list of all the domain names linked to NSO attacks. Dana Ingleton scorched the company. Amnesty International will not stand idly by as companies such as NSO Group profit from selling their invasive Pegasus software to repressive states around the world. Citizen Lab backed Claudio and Danica with its own findings, and it all had very little impact. NSO company engineers did have to spend the time and money to rebuild all that infrastructure again, which included retiring another 600 domain names. Goodbye to all-day cooking and bargain-service and BR-travels and buy present for me and Central Asia-news and classic-furnitures and easy bet and fresh salad today and Islam-today and map update zone and movie-tickets and Novosti 24/7 and Pine-sales and rock music for you and Turismo-Aki and waffles with Nutella. Hello to hundreds of new, banal-looking domain names capable of launching one of the most potent cyber weapons on the market. NSO, meanwhile, did not even bother to contest any specifics in the Amnesty Tech report. The company simply released a mealy statement about how their technology is licensed to government agencies only, and only to help them thwart terrorists and criminals. Any misuse, NSO claimed, was counter to the values we stand for. The Israeli Ministry of Defense dismissed Amnesty International's demand that it revoke NSO's export license because of the blatant abuse of AI staffers. The case for revocation, made in a lawsuit filed by Amnesty and others, was rejected in a court in Tel Aviv. When the court found for NSO, an unnamed company spokesperson used the victory to preen. The regulatory framework in which we operate is of the highest international standard. And to scold. Our detractors, who have made baseless accusations to fit their own agendas, have no answer to the security challenges of the 21st century. But the experience did have real and serious effects inside the Berlin office of Amnesty Tech, newly christened the Security Lab. Claudio and Danica had learned one very valuable lesson in their first joint research project. The Pegasus system was not invisible, and NSO's technologists were not invincible. They made mistakes. One consequential misstep NSO Group had made was in riling Claudio Garnietti and his new partner, Danica O'Carroll. I guess I got quite pissed off about the attack on the Amnesty staff member, Danica says, looking back on that moment. I was annoyed and offended that NSO would sell Pegasus to somebody who would go after one of our own staff members. So I guess I had a bit of a crutch. Chapter 10. 3 days in March. Sandrine. So you're asking me because of suspicion, rather than specific information, that my phone has maybe been compromised? Asked Siddharth Vardarajan. Correct? This was the first of what would be many a delicate dance Laurent and I, along with a handful of other journalists on this still-secret project, would have to perform in the coming months. Siddharth and his colleague, co-founders of India's premier investigative reporting website, The Wire, had already expressed an interest in joining what we had described to them, in very general terms, as an investigation into cyber threats against journalists in India. We had just explained to them that before we went ahead with the partnership, we wanted to do a forensic analysis on each of their iPhones to see if either had been compromised by spyware. This was a little more than 2 weeks after the meeting with our key members in Paris. And so far, we had convinced only one of the selected targets from the list to submit his phone for analysis. That had happened only a few hours earlier, and we had no actual results. We were doing our best not to telegraph any impatience or anxiousness to Siddharth. The first step of what we're talking about, Laurent had calmly explained at the beginning of our remote call, is doing those forensics. Siddharth was obviously intrigued. The Wire had done serious reporting on cyber surveillance after the public revelation in 2019 that more than 100 Indian citizens had been alerted by WhatsApp that their phones had likely been targeted by operators of Pegasus. Many of the alleged victims were human rights defenders, or anti-caste activists, or political opponents of sitting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 4 were journalists who had been critics of Modi's anti-democratic strongman tendencies. But neither Siddharth nor his co-editor, M.K. Venu, had been among those identified by WhatsApp. The Wire had practiced good electronic communication hygiene. Editors and reporters there were careful to use Signal and other highly encrypted messaging services when working on sensitive stories. They also swore by their iPhones, because Apple had successfully engineered its reputation as the safest mobile device on the market. The 2 men appeared skeptical at the suggestion that their iPhones had been compromised. They were also maybe a little perturbed that Laurent and I were not more forthcoming about the new information that had led us to them. Our pitch to Siddharth and MK that day had to be fairly vague. We were still wary about expanding our circle of trust too early in the process. We didn't reveal to them that we had an entirely new list of possible targets, well beyond the WhatsApp targets. That the leak we had received implicated NSO. That the list of targets numbered in the tens of thousands and spread throughout the world. That there were about 2,000 possible new targets in India alone. Or that Siddharth and MK, and a few other journalists at The Wire, were among those on the list of potential targets. Siddharth and MK had 50 years of experience in journalism between them, a closet full of professional awards, and the nerve and guile to go out and start their own independent journalism website from scratch. They were a pretty savvy pair, in the habit of shaking the change out of a source's pocket, so it wasn't a surprise when Siddharth pressed us about whether or not we had any actual proof that his phone had been targeted with a cyber surveillance weapon. "We have information," Laurent explained, "but it's not precise. We really need to fact-check this." "Frankly, I'd feel more comfortable agreeing to this if you saw my number on some list," Siddharth pressed. "And if you can say something about the provenance of that list, and then I would happily agree to this exercise. But if it's information of a very general nature that you feel some journalists may be compromised, and you're doing this as a kind of public service, I can still consider your offer, but I need to have more information. We have some sources and some information that lets us think that your phone precisely might have been compromised," I told him, walking right up to the line we couldn't cross. "And also my colleague Venu?" Siddharth pressed again. "His phone?" There was a little more back and forth before Siddharth agreed to submit his iPhone to the security lab's forensics analysis. MK still had some reservations. "I hope you understand I can't part with all the material on the phone," he explained. "I'm not in the habit like Siddharth of regularly deleting messages. He is very meticulous. I'm not meticulous. So, therefore, I'm a bit apprehensive. Purely on that front." Having been through the forensics ourselves, Laurent and I were sympathetic to MK's fear of relinquishing all of his private electronic communications. I explained to him that nobody was going to be combing through the personal exchanges still sitting on his phone. There are not any human interventions while analyzing those data. Nobody will see the data. The data will be automatically deleted, so nobody can access any of your data. And we will not have access to anything, messages or photos. This doesn't go to us. It goes to a very automatized system, and a tech team that is looking only for evidence of malware used against your phone. I'm not sure MK was completely reassured, but he didn't relent. Siddharth, meanwhile, took one final opportunity to pry out more information. And you're looking for Pegasus, is it? Among the software, yeah, I admitted, again walking right up to the line. Pegasus is one of the software we analyze. There was nothing particularly dramatic about the scene that followed in Siddharth's book-lined home study in Delhi. What would turn out to be a momentous, full-on remote forensic analysis unfolded more like an international sitcom than a spy thriller. The idea was to do backups of both phones, and then upload the files to Claudio and Danica in Berlin, where they would use their forensic tool to hunt for evidence that the phones had been either targeted by Pegasus or actually infected. I had assured Siddharth and MK that the entire process on their end would take about 30 minutes per phone, and that the security lab might have some preliminary results within a matter of hours. I had been overly optimistic. More than 2 hours into the remote call, we had yet to complete a backup of even one of the phones. We had meanwhile discovered that Siddharth had swapped out his iPhone a year earlier, so we were trying to get backups of 2 of his phones now, the current and the old one, as well as a backup of MK's. Laurent and I had other meetings scheduled, so we were in and out of the video hookup, monitoring the progress from our office in Paris. Phineas Ruckert, the Forbidden Stories India specialist, stayed on the line throughout, doing his level best to keep everybody calm and on task. The real hero of the day was Sandhya Ravi Shankar, a freelance reporter who had traveled from her home in Chennai to Delhi to meet in person with Siddharth and MK. This was a long trip and an inopportune time for Sandhya. 2 3-hour flights and at least a day's worth of meetings on our behalf, all while she was in the middle of covering her local elections, which were just 3 weeks away. But when we had told her 2 weeks earlier that we couldn't do this project without her, and we were counting on her as our go-between with editors at The Wire, Sandhya agreed. "You can totally count on me," she promised. We already knew we could. Sandhya had been one of our most important and dedicated partners in Forbidden Stories' Greenblood series. She had also been part of the recent Cartel project. Sandhya had a reputation in her home country as a tenacious reporter, having impressed Siddharth and others with a 4-part series published in The Wire about financial corruption and environmental violations in the sand mining industry in her home district. She had been harassed by online trolls and stalked. The fuel line of her car had been mysteriously cut, and she was forced to defend herself, successfully, in a criminal defamation trial. So when Sandhya contacted Siddharth and said she needed to meet with him in person, urgently, he agreed. Siddharth knew Sandhya, but more important, he trusted and respected her. She said she couldn't say anything about the purpose of the meeting, he later wrote. But I guessed from her reticence it was about something important. Before she left for Delhi, Sandhya had taken time from her election reporting to learn how to execute an iPhone backup on her computer, and how to upload the file to the security lab. Her day in Delhi had started at 6 o'clock in the morning, when she had persuaded a well-known journalist, author, and academic named Paranjoy Guha Thakurta to let us run the forensics on his phone, and then she ran the backup and download operation. The success with Paranjoy's phone may have given us all a false sense of ease. Nothing went as planned at Siddharth's house later that same afternoon. Sandhya ran into a maddening obstacle in the first minutes of attempting the backup of Siddharth's phone. The default platform for a backup is iTunes, and, it turns out, many people have already backed up their iPhone there in some distant past, complete with a password, which few people remember. Siddharth was no exception. iTunes would not let him create another backup file without the original password. Phineas managed to patch Claudio into our office from Berlin to see if he could walk us through the technical difficulties. He was patient as ever, but not entirely encouraging. If it's asked for the password, and it's not possible to change it, then there is nothing much to do, he said. It just needs to be reset or recovered, unfortunately. That's just how it is. These and similar glitches continued to arise over the succeeding hours, but Sonia retained her composure and her naturally sunny demeanor throughout the hot afternoon and into early evening. She just kept downing coconut water while the ceiling fan whirred overhead, and a child of the house raced through the study asking for attention, or Siddharth's beagle licked at her face, or Siddharth himself, a cigar hanging from his lips, peered over her shoulder. Phineas, too, kept up his good cheer. "We were warned," Phineas admitted to the folks in Delhi. "Paloma has done this before, and she said that you have to be prepared for the long haul." Phineas and Sanjay both giggled at that. "Now you tell me." Siddharth chewed on his cigar. Siddharth's wife came in and offered more drinks. Everybody smiled and pressed on. They even managed to find a password that allowed us to execute a backup. I had just returned to the video call to hear Sanjay report to Phineas that her iTunes program was telling her the backup of Siddharth's second phone had 30 minutes remaining, and that he was prepared to sign some paperwork we needed to bring the wire into the project. "Actually," Sanjay said just as I settled in, trying to figure out what was happening, "it says 47 minutes now. It's really painful. It's crawling." "Sorry I had to disappear for 2 hours," I told her. "What did you manage to do so far?" "So Siddharth's old phone has been backed up and uploaded, and the new phone is being backed up right now." She was moving on to MK's phone, fortifying herself with more coconut water and mollifying Siddharth's very playful beagle. MK's phone, which had about 55,000 undeleted WhatsApp messages, took almost 4 times as long to upload as expected. By the time the security lab had MK's backup in hand, Claudio had already delivered us some early results from Siddharth's files. "So nothing conclusive yet, but the tech team did find some potential infections of your old phone," Phineas explained to Siddharth. "Actually, what they are asking us, if you would consent to it, is to send your old phone to them in Berlin to analyze in person. That way they could get more conclusive results." "You mean the phone itself?" Siddharth asked. "That way they could jailbreak it, essentially," Phineas explained, "and get more information than what is being given through the online platform." "Yeah," Siddharth said. "I can do that." The forensic tool Claudio Granieri and Danica O'Carroll had developed in the 2.5 years since they had investigated the spyware infection of their Amnesty colleague's phone was of an entirely new and singular order. They had discovered in the middle of 2019 that the tried-and-true method, finding the link inside an SMS message and then scanning the entire IP universe to see if it was somehow connected to NSO-created infrastructure, was no longer sufficient to the task. Part of the difficulty was NSO's nimble countermeasures. When the security lab had published reports in the summer and fall of 2018, for instance, NSO would shut down version 3 of its infrastructure and reconstituted a force. The company engineers had also constructed extra barriers to detection on both their new command and control servers and the servers that launched the spyware infections. Called port knocking or DNS knocking, these new precautions were the equivalent of a secret signal at the door of a Prohibition-era speakeasy. The would-be entrant had to perform a series of tailored attempts to connect to a CNC server. If made in the correct sequence, the secret knock, access would be granted, perhaps to an entirely different server, from which the Pegasus attack could be launched. More important, NSO had perfected a much more insidious method of infection. Claudio and Danica first spotted this new weapon in the fall of 2019, when they were approached to analyze the phone of an outspoken critic of Morocco's King Mohammed VI. Mati Monjib's non-stop calls for freedom of expression in his home country had put a target on his back in the aftermath of the Arab Spring, and in 2015, it earned him the criminal charge of threatening the internal security of the state. Mati was spending much of 2019 in France, largely because he was on trial in Rabat, in absentia, as a treasonous propagandist. He faced the near certainty of a 5-year prison term. Mati had not gone silent, but suspicious that Moroccan officialdom had him under constant digital surveillance, he had trimmed his sails considerably. I need to constantly analyze the consequences of what I say, and the risk that this may lead to defamatory accusations against me. He explained of his desire to find out if his mobile phone had been infected with spyware. This even applies to very practical things, like arranging meetings or a dinner downtown. Claudio and Danica quickly identified some links in old SMS messages, still on Mati Monjeeb's iPhone, and very quickly tied the links to servers and domains known to be part of the Pegasus system. When they asked him if he would be willing to let them do a deeper dive on his phone to gather additional evidence, Mati agreed to allow the 2 cybersecurity researchers to execute a jailbreak on his iPhone. A jailbreak is about what it sounds like, a hack that doesn't conform to all the legal niceties. Here's how it works. Apple Incorporated does not allow iPhone purchasers to use the device as they wish, but as Apple Incorporated intends. Dear and fundamental as our cell phone has become to each of us, almost like an extension of our personhood, we don't so much own our phone as lease it under inflexible company-made restrictions. Avis is not going to let somebody rebuild a core engine during the term of the rental, right? Well, Apple doesn't want its customers so much as looking under the hood, let alone tinkering with anything. An iPhone user can access files needed to run the apps she's permitted to install, for instance, but not for apps of which Apple Incorporated disapproves. Apple likewise does not allow access to files in its operating system, iOS. Most especially, the company does not allow access into the kernel that controls the entire system. The company engineers have even limited an iPhone user's visibility into the various legitimate processes actively running on the device. Apple doesn't want anybody re-engineering the operation of the phone, and it doesn't want anybody to put eyes on that valuable vein of proprietary code within. It requires expert intruders to get inside, cyber specialists like Claudio and Danica, who have learned how to find or exploit vulnerabilities in the security fencing Apple has erected, and then to elevate one's privileges on the phone. Experienced cybersecurity techs can get root access to the phone, just as Pegasus does, and see or change just about anything they desire. That's what the pair set out to do with Mati Monjeeb's iPhone, and they made 2 crucial findings along the way. One that applied to iPhones in general, and one that applied to Mati's phone in particular. The first happened when Claudio and Danica got the full backup and file system image of Mati's phone in iTunes, and discovered it had extracted an extraordinary cache of data they hadn't seen before. Unlike an Android phone, where so much relevant data is erased by a reboot or simply evaporates in a matter of months, the iPhone retained years' worth of information in its various backup logs. So the security lab techs had access to the standard backup fare like old text messages and their links, as well as the browser history. But they also gained visibility into an iOS log called datausage.sqlite, which recorded the distinct name of every process happening on the device, and exactly when, and exactly how much mobile data was used. Datausage.sqlite opened an entirely new path for tracking Pegasus. Because Claudio and Danica had total and unlimited access to Mati's backup files right in their Berlin office, they could take the time to look at every needle in that digital haystack. They could write and update their own code to hunt specific spyware markers already made public, or shared privately within the cybersecurity community. One thing they found in Mati's backup logs was a process called BH. The BH process had first been identified back in the summer of 2016, when Citizen Lab teamed up with the private cybersecurity company Lookout and uncovered an attempt to infect an iPhone with Pegasus. The NSO engineered BH.C was a tool to help in the delivery of next-stage payloads, according to the engineers at Lookout, and their proper placement on the victim's iPhone. Those payloads, they determined, were early stages of Pegasus web browser exploits. Lookout also found in the spyware bundle evidence that suggested BH was short for bridgehead. What Claudio and Danica found in Mati's phone 3 years later was a BH module that, as they reported to the world, completes the browser exploitation, roots the device, and prepares for its infection with the full Pegasus suite. The security lab duo made an even more remarkable discovery in the forensic image of Mati's phone. When Claudio and Danica combed through the Safari browsing history database and its session resource logs, they began to note and then reconstruct certain strange digital detours they were seeing. While trying to determine if Mati's phone had opened any known Pegasus links, they discovered that the phone, having already been subjected to 18 months of Pegasus's standard SMS message attack, was navigating to strange and previously unknown websites in the spring and summer of 2019. Claudio and Danica weren't sure just what they were seeing in the databases, but it looked suspicious, Danica says, and the timing was right. When Mati had tried to make a routine visit to the Yahoo homepage one day in July 2019, for instance, he was redirected, in less than 3 milliseconds, to a suspicious-looking webpage named free247downloads.com at https://bun54L2B67.get1TN0W.free247downloads.com :30495/SZEV4HZ. Seconds later, Free 24/7 Downloads dropped a bomb of malicious code into the phone without anything to alert Mati that something out of the ordinary might have happened. Claudio and Danica had not only identified an attempt targeting of Mati's phone, they had found inside the phone itself traces of a successful spyware infection. They had also found evidence of a new and much more dangerous kind of exploit, called a network injection attack. In layman's terms, this was a zero-click exploit. The infection attempt was not triggered when Mati Monjeeb clicked on a malicious link sent specifically to him in a text message. An outside attack network, maybe a rogue cell tower, or dedicated equipment placed at a mobile operator, Claudio suspected, had hijacked Mati's browser while he was simply surfing the internet. This was a first for Claudio and Danica. They had real evidence of a zero-click exploit. They also had a pretty strong suspicion that the spyware in question was Pegasus. But as they prepared their public report, neither was confident enough to actually tie the new 2019 exploits to NSO. Until they got a little help from NSO. About a week before Claudio and Danica were set to release the results of their forensic analysis of Mati Monjeeb's iPhone, they contacted NSO to share the findings and maybe get a comment. The next day, the spyware server that was to be named in the report was taken offline. We only privately shared this information with NSO, Danica says. This kind of confirmed for us that NSO really was controlling this infrastructure and was able to shut it down. Claudio and Danica further confirmed their groundbreaking findings with a forensic analysis of an iPhone used by a Moroccan journalist named Omar Radi. The free 24/7 download site also showed up in the back of Omar's phone, as did evidence of rogue BH process executions in the moments after the rerouting to a Pegasus installation domain, as did another malicious configuration file buried deep in the phone, crashreporter.plist. This slyly engineered file blocked the phone from doing its program duty of automatically reporting any software crash back to the Apple engineers. The Crash Reporter file was a simple and effective way for NSO and their customers to cover the Pegasus tracks and make sure they didn't tip off the folks at Apple that there was a security vulnerability that needed patching. The flurry of digital sleuthing had helped Claudio and Danica identify domain names and process executions that might allow them to tie other victims back to Pegasus. It also helped them to begin to understand the complicated mechanics of a zero-click exploit. But these discoveries also alerted them to the considerable demands of the task ahead. They needed to engineer a new and better forensic tool, and to keep sharpening that tool. The big problem with mobile devices is lack of visibility, Danica says. On desktop or laptop computers, we have antivirus available, or we have EDR, security suites available. But there was really nothing similar that was available for mobile devices. These kinds of sophisticated attacks, especially zero-click attacks, were clearly going undetected. The Security Lab forensic tool was still evolving in mid-March 2021. When Claudio and Danica were presented with the backups of iPhones belonging to Siddharth Darajan, MK Venu, and Paranjoy Guha Takurta. The two cyber researchers already had a set of Pegasus markers to search for inside those backup files. They had identified specific servers and domain names of NSO's new version 4 infrastructure. They were also working hard to catalog millions of legitimate Apple process names, so that they could more easily isolate spyware process names that had been surreptitiously injected into iPhones, the ones that did not belong. The leaked list, meanwhile,